Colleen is now live on YouTube. I'm going to send the link over to Missy.
Thank you. Good morning, members. Just so you know, we are live on YouTube right now.
So Colleen, I'm going to back out. If you guys have any problems, let me know. I'm going to watch it on YouTube to make sure it stays up and running.
Okay, thank you, Pat.
It's about 50 degrees here in Helena. How about everywhere else?
Charlie, you are exaggerating. The last reader board I drove by said 13 below, and the little thermometer on my Land Cruiser said 21 below. And it's old enough that I believe that one the most.
Yeah, well, it was 24 below on my truck thermometer. So yeah, I'll have to apologize for fibbing. 50 is something we might aspire to in a month.
It might turn out that the fact we had to Zoom worked out really good for everybody that had to travel any distance. Maybe like Ray.
Exactly.
Going from the far northwest corner of the state all the way to Billings. Would have been a trip.
There are more committee members than this.
Hey, Nani, you got any calves on the ground over there yet?
Muted. No, we have no calves yet. We start shearing the 3rd, and the heifers will kick in right about that time, and the cows mid-March, and lambs don't come until April. So no, this is not the time to calve.
So let's see. Can we see? Colleen, are you on there?
She's muted. All muted.
She is, Chair.
Just checking to see if we got everybody on here yet.
I was just going through that myself.
I could run down a roll call.
It wouldn't hurt, just for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's start with Eric Albus. You on there, Eric?
Do not see Eric.
He said he'd be on in just a minute.
Okay. Tierney?
Tierney.
Tierney.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Cindy's there. Saw her. Lee. We see you, Lee. And Paul's here. Everett, I saw right there. Donna is right there. Rod Paschke. You out there, Rod?
Do not see Rod, Mr. Chair.
I just talked to him. He's getting on shortly here.
Okay. Rich, you out there, Rich?
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks, Rich. I see Ray
Yep.
and Drew.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you, sir.
I saw Dale earlier. There's Dale up there.
Morning, Ed.
All right, maybe we'll give it just a minute for Rod and Eric. Let me know when they're on there. Then take the Capital Sports hat off. Hopefully the lighting in here is good for you all. Everybody's probably enjoying their warm comfort of their home, a regional office, or your own office instead of traveling across this beautiful Arctic state at the moment.
He is trying to talk to you and he's on mute. You might tell him to get off mute.
Hey Lee, if you were trying to speak, looks like you're on mute. You're still on mute. There you go.
That'll do it.
That did it. I was waiting for that first word of wisdom this morning, Lee.
I was wondering when I got these meetings, I put my necktie on. I was wondering how many of the guys who were doing it from home actually had their pants on.
Do you want a roll call standing up?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't want to give anybody away, so stay seated.
Yeah, careful what you say, Ed.
I know. Okay. We're good. We're good. I'll lead the way.
Mr. Chairman, I see we have an iPhone that's connected, and I wonder if they're able to identify themselves.
I think it looks like Paul's trying to talk to him.
I'm good.
We got Eric or Rod able to get on there.
I'm on.
Is that Rod?
Yeah.
That's Rod?
Rod.
Okay. Thanks, Rod. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then we have the unidentified iPhone. I'm wondering if that's Eric.
Paul's right in the center of our screen, and it looks like he's diligently looking for Eric on there.
Yeah, I got Eric on right now. He's having a hard time signing on. I'm going to email him the link again.
All right. So in that meantime, I'm just going to do a couple things. First reminder, that everybody knows is we are live, and this is a full public meeting, and it's recorded so folks can listen to it later on. So just that reminder.
There it is. I just sent it to you.
And
And
then
it should, all you should have to do is,
and then as we go forward, as much as possible, if you can raise your hand on Zoom there to indicate you'd like to speak, that would be great. And if you get caught kind of overlapping somebody, we'll just figure out how to do it around it.
And Mr. Chair, I'll just let everybody know. So for those who are less familiar with Zoom, you can find the raise your hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen under the reactions icon. So there's the raise hand option there, as well as crying, giving a thumbs up, clapping. So you can choose, but the raise hand button is down there. You can party if you want to. So.
Thank you. And then I don't know if by chance, Denley, Representative Lody's on there, and possibly Senator Ankney, they were thinking about joining us. So I know last time Denley was with us, and Senator Ankney was in Florida, and he was going to try to join us today.
I don't see them yet, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. So Paul, did Eric get on there okay?
he's working on it. I sent him the link again. He's not the most high-tech guy in the world,
Okay. Thank
but
you.
he's trying.
All right. So while he's trying, let's take a look here. Just a quick review. If anybody had any questions or comments on the December minutes. So you see we have a thorough accounting for each of the times of our meeting and any comments that were made or notes that were taken. Anybody have any comments they'd like to make in that regard or any corrections? Okay. Not hearing or seeing, oh, there's raised hands there, Hope? I don't. Not seeing any. We'll just accept those minutes as they were or are. And then head right into council reports. So we have a little bit of time here just to kind of comment on what you've heard or seen since our last meeting in regards to our area of concern for FWP. And I'll just go through by name and recognize you. So we'll start with Dale.
Good morning. Been pretty quiet here, with the exception of the commission meetings related to the elk proposals and the hunting proposals in general. The circle of friends that I deal with, of course, had a lot of issues with elk. Also quite a few issues with the upland game bird season. There was a lot of opposition out here. Talked to quite a few landowners, and they just shook their head at the proposal of extending the season to the end of January, and we're very appreciative that measure died. But other than that, it's been wintertime, not been a lot of involvement other than talking to people about the proposed regulations. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dale. How about you, Drew?
Way to steal the thunder, Dale, on the meeting. Of course, quite a bit of chatter about that. And oh man, I was at the Hunt Expo in Salt Lake the other week, and so that was right after the commissioner meeting. So again, lots of talk about us and comparing us to other similar Western states, and just hearing a lot of different interesting reactions on all spectrums of those issues. Of course, the 454 came up in a lot of those conversations as well, and I got some interesting information and feedback on that from some folks from other states and landowners in Montana. So nothing outside the norm though that raised any other red flags.
Okay, thanks, Drew. Ray, how you doing up there?
Well, I'm here. Nope, but about all been hearing that anything here is just reminders of the application, the licenses and that stuff, and did hear a couple comments about the March 15th deadline for some of the programs and that, and that's about all been hearing here.
All right, thanks, Ray.
Mr. Chairman,
Rich?
before you go any further, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We've had a phone caller join us, and I'm wondering if that is Eric Albus. Phone caller ending in 494. Could you identify yourself? You might need to press *6 to unmute. Sorry, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't catch that. I'm sorry. Who was it?
That's Eric. That's Eric's number.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Thanks, Paul. All right, Rich, what are you hearing?
Nothing to report up here other than what's been said already.
Okay, thanks, Rich. Rod?
About the same as what those guys were saying, but talking to different landowners around poor hunter behavior obviously is number one topic and will continue to be. Of course, after season, you hear a lot of horror stories, and a lot of them are very upset about some of the things that are going on and how we're going to address it. So, but yeah, that's basically what I have.
All right, Rod, thank you. Hey, Donna. Still on mute. You're still on mute, Donna. There you go.
Good. All right. Not a lot of different input than everybody else has had. A little bit of, I won't call it frustration, but after the hunting season, they left deer tags open in our area until the February 15th date. And I think everybody was just, a lot of landowners were just ready for the season to end when the season ended. And, a couple of the hunters came to the door frustrated as nowhere to go hunting because they were only valid on state land and private property. So, I think we as program kind of look at the season in whole. But if they're going to extend these seasons, it may be something we need to look into.
And were those the CWD tags?
Yes, they were.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Everett.
Well, definitely 454s are on a lot of people's mind and reviewing those. I think there's a call for better PR from FWP on the why behind a lot of proposals and what they're looking to accomplish instead of just kind of throwing some stuff out there, maybe some more communication on what they're actually giving us. A lot of calls for the EMP to be completed, a draft from, or not a draft, but a timeline from the director and the department would be extremely helpful to know what they're thinking there. I know we've got this ideas working group that's getting put together, and so looking forward to seeing what comes out of that. But just some really clear communication on that elk management plan, I think is really crucial moving forward. And then the implementation of the new app and the digital tags, I think, is a good move. And along with it, lot of sportsmen asking for mandatory reporting to be included on that, and that functionality to be in the app. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing that come out. I have watched that for a long time now personally, so that's something I've kind of been babysitting. And then just a basic review of all the access programs we have in Montana and their efficacy and their value. And so I don't know if a full-blown audit is necessary, but certainly a lot of people wondering why we've got so many. Do we need so many, or do we need better access programs? And that's kind of what I've been hearing on my end.
All right, thanks, Everett. Paul, you're up.
Well, I've been talking to a lot of landowners and a lot of sportsmen. I think, like Rod said, I think from these landowners' perspective, we've seen a lot of poor hunter behavior, closing down places. I think that's something we need to address. I've talked to a lot of hunters that some of them are actually tired of all of these attacks on these landowners and stuff. I think these attack on landowners is not doing anybody any good, and I think they're pretty frustrated. Even the Montana sportsmen hunters are tired of this. I think the landowners are really tired of the. I've talked to quite a few of them about some of this trespassing and that kind of thing. I think that's probably one of the biggest issues we've been seeing out here, and I think a lot of these Montana sportsmen are seeing that these attacks and stuff are not doing us any good as far as getting access and stuff like that. So that's about it for right now. The 454 program I've been hearing was a huge success this year, and a lot of people are very, very happy with that. But we'll get into that later. So that's about all I have right now.
Thanks, Paul. How about you, Lee?
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Oh, good. Oh, everything's pretty quiet up here. We have well-behaved hunters, and the deer are all in the haystacks, and the antelope, the snow all left. So the antelope are all out on the guys that planted winter wheat. They're out there. Everything's doing good up here. I heard something on the radio the other day about they were combining a bunch of the elk districts along the lake, and I don't know what that is, but nobody's complained too much about anything up here. Everything, we have so much public land that it's not a big deal, and no elk, so it's pretty good. So, I had an old half sage hen, half sharp-tailed grouse who used to come eat on the grain pile every winter, and she didn't show up this year, so she must have got sniped off up in Canada somewhere. So other than that, everything's good.
So are you ready for an antelope season right now? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're fine. They're just finally coming back from 10 and 11. They were all gone for a while. Ours went across the lake, went to Garfield and Petroleum counties, and the Canadian ones all went home. So we're just finally starting to get some again.
So how do you attribute the good hunter behavior up in your region?
Most of them are good. When we had the air base, there was way more beer cans. Our ranch was just immediately adjacent to it on the west side, and those the airmen would throw beer cans out and leave wrecked cars parked around all over. It's way better now. Most of them stay on the road, and they're all pretty good. You get one knucklehead every once in a while, but most of them are good. And then the new apps on the phone, they can tell where they're at anyway. Sometimes they know where they're at better than we do.
All right. Well, thanks, Lee.
Yep.
Cindy.
Sorry if I repeat myself. My connection goes in and out. The director came to Anaconda, and the concerns that the people at that meeting had were about the bull tags. And in fact, the Skyline Sportsman's Group had an article in the paper about the total number of bull tags being issued, which exceeds 22,000. It's capped in one license area for non-residents, but it's not capped in other areas, and that's what draws that number up so high. But they were kind of irritated by that. The redistricting, they had a problem with that because it didn't look like science had been a high priority on the redistricting. 454s, of course, and there was lots of concern that public comments were not being considered. And there was a little misspeak there that made it sound as though if there was a form letter that people signed and sent in, it was disregarded. And that got people kind of riled up. That's all I have.
What was the form letter in regards to?
Well, on anything that requires comment, and say the Wildlife Association or something had comments and they sent it around and asked you to sign on to it. And you did, and you sent it in because they had the comments in there, or you adjusted those comments, but because it was originally kind of a form, then it didn't get a very good review. That's how the people felt, and Hank kind of misspoke, and it got the people riled up. You know, if it wasn't an individual letter, or if it didn't propose a solution, essentially it went to the wayside.
All right, thanks, Cindy.
Yeah.
Tierney?
Yep.
Yeah,
Same as
can you hear me?
Yep.
Just with all the landowners and different people I'm in contact with, local hunters, there was a lot of discussed about the off-road travel on BLM. Landowners are tired and fed up with hunter behavior as well as the length of the seasons, and just generally kind of in Region 6 here, a lot of the landowners are wishing that something could be done to manage the mule deer a little better. And that's about it.
Was that Eric? Yeah.
Yeah, didn't gas for me?
No, but that's okay. We got you.
Well,
Thank
good. Even if I went out of turn.
No, you're fine. It's no problem. Okay, Tierney.
Mostly same as everybody else, 454 chatter and talking about getting your tags in.
That's it?
Yep.
All right. So I got everybody right, but me. So the only thing I can add to that, two things. So the commission meeting obviously is here in Helena. And on that commission meeting, I was driving back and forth between here and Bozeman, dropping a daughter off at the airport. So I was on it and listened to the whole thing, and then popped in for the meeting right at the end there. And the thing I would say that I observed there is a lot of interaction between those who were able to come here and talk before the commission and the commission hearing them, and the commission itself. Just an observation. And I would encourage, when we're all talking to folks in our area, that they figure out ways to be able to individually engage, either through the commission, because they can get on that Zoom every single time also, and hear it straight as it happens and comment straight as it happens. So I just encourage all of us to do that when that information is clear and right in front of you. The other thing that I'm getting a lot of, since we have a store with a lot of sportsmen coming in, is just simply, okay, our deadline for applications are up. How come we don't have regs? So I get that every year, but there's a lag there where you've got to apply and you've got to get online and figure it out. And that transition is not too smooth yet. So, all right, any last comment that you didn't get in there before we move to the next? All right, thanks everybody. All right, so jumping right in here, I'm going to introduce someone who has been along for this ride since the inception and a little before. And some of you know Nina Bacchus already, but she has agreed to spend some time with us today to kind of give us an overview and some of her thoughts from the past and to the present. And I had Jason do a little research on their participation. So John and Nina Bacchus have had a BMA contract on file going back to 1996, which was the official beginning of the block management program. And it appears that they've been in the program a number of years prior to the official start. In 1997, they had contracted for over 60,000 acres, and they had 3,219 hunter days. At that time, the maximum payment was $8,000. In 21, they had over 60,000 acres in block management, over 2,600 days, 2,600 hunter days, and they've been hitting that maximum payment throughout their entire time. So I was kind of doing a quick math, 3,000 times 27 years. So it's like 80,000-ish plus minus somewhere in there, 100 days. That's almost allowing one hunter in all of Montana to hunt on their place during that period of time. It's not quite, but it's pretty remarkable, and they've sure been through it. Their operation is just north of Helena, so they see a lot of Helena people, a lot of Great Falls people, and they're pretty close to people. So I think Nina was very gracious to spend her time with us today. Again, she was on the first PLPW council and certainly has participated in this effort towards wildlife management and participation by all parties. So with that, going to have Nina take her time and give us what she thinks about this whole gig.
Well, good morning to all of you, and thank you for letting me join you today. Very interesting listening to you this morning and your comments and the issues you're hearing from landowners, from sportsmen, and nothing's changed, which one would hope in the last 20 years there would be some progress. I think part of the problem, and if I get off from what you wanted me to do, let me know.
I'll give you a nudge.
When it first started, it was all the same things you're talking about. Hunters trying to get access to the game. And there were various problems. How do we get a tag? And how do I get tags for my clients? How do we get access to the public land or the private lands? And those same issues are here, but it's changed. It would be interesting to know how many private acres are no longer available since 2000, 20 years ago, because they have been purchased by people with lots of money and they don't want the public on. They've been purchased or leased by outfitters and they don't want the public on, or the landowner has gotten so upset they don't want anybody on anymore. And we've lost hundreds of thousands of acres if you really look at it. One of the things I think we forget is that a lot of those people who are purchasing land don't live in this state, and in many cases do not even live in the United States. They're foreigners. But we refer to the wildlife in this state as being the public's wildlife. So who are the public? Who are they? And how do you address the public's concern? And the concerns of those who are non-resident are just as valid as the concerns of the folks who live in this state. But the acreage, and with the loss of acreage, those acres now have become private game reserves. And the game is no longer available to the public to hunt at all because those folks won't let you in. And that's a very serious problem that I don't know that you folks can deal with it, but most certainly the department is going to have to start doing some real serious thinking about this, because as that game gets on those, what to me I refer to as private reserves, the department has no control over them either and cannot manage them. And so management of the game in this country, in this state, has been lost and is being lost at a very rapid rate as far as the department goes. So that brings us all back to who are the public, who are the ones who are hunting and fishing, and how do they get access? The comments you were making about hunters and ethical hunters, on our place, we have the ranch locked down because of abuse of the landscape by whomever. On the day that upland game bird season opens, we unlock the gates. And I cannot tell you how relieved we are when it is sundown, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, and the locks go back on. We are done with people. And we have good people who come and use our ranch. We don't police it basically anymore. Those who use it, there is one access road through that 60,000 acres. Anybody is welcome to drive the access road, and it's park and walk it in, walk it out from there. And those who use it are so grateful for some place to go that they police it. They call license plate numbers in to the game wardens, and by the grace of God, the wardens very graciously go and knock on the door to whomever's license plate it is and say, your vehicle was seen at this place where it did not belong at this time on this day, and here is your ticket. And they're very good about it. In some cases, there have been hunters who were deliberately chasing the wildlife. Numerous hunters all on cell phones, and they would corral the elk and then start shooting them. By the grace of God, around the corner, out of sight, was a game warden who sat and listened to all their discussions. And when they got the elk hauled back down and put in their trucks, he went up, he confiscated all the elk and all their licenses. Those kind of things, when the game wardens can be there and can help, that goes on the grapevine and people start listening to it. One of the problems the department has, and this is throughout the state, we do not fine people who break the laws as much as we should. We do not take their licenses away as much as we should. If they are reprimanded seriously, very seriously, so it hurts their pocketbook, then they will stop doing this. But one person, Lee, I think it was you, talking about people running around on the BLM on ATVs. If somebody, and we just came back from California visiting our daughter and her family, and our son-in-law is absolutely astounded at the number of people who have purchased an ATV or whatever they've got, and they're going to Montana to recreate. And the recreating includes running around on the BLM with ATVs. It includes hunting and it includes fishing. the idea that they're abusing the landscape or the wildlife doesn't enter their head, because that's public land and that's public wildlife. I'm a public, I can do whatever I want. And if they've just spent thousands of dollars for a motorcycle, an ATV, the trailer to pull it, a snowmobile, any of those things, do you really think they're going to blink an eye at $100 fine because they were driving out across the BLM or some rancher's land? Not at all. And so for you folks, a recommendation to the Fish and Game that they really kick that up might be helpful. But Montana has changed so fast before our eyes that I don't know how much it's going to work. The public are losing access to Montana, and they're losing it very, very fast. And how do we help them? How do we get our land back? And we can't ever go back to where we were. We're too far down the road. Those who are buying up land, hundreds and thousands of acres. There's a couple of ranches just sold down in the Dillon area, several 100,000 acres. That's one. You look at Hall and Hall and the landscape that's being sold to maybe people who live in the state, maybe they're non-residents. Those lands are gone. And the wildlife that use those lands are gone. So looking at things for a short-term solution, you got to have some of that. But you folks have an absolute opportunity here to address some long-term solutions to some of these problems. Very daunting, very daunting. How you do it and what you do, I don't know. But for us, what we are seeing now on our land, which is open to the public, as I said, you do not have to call us. You do not have to stop and sign in. Those who use it know it. And the Fish and Game, and it's one of the programs they have, they put together a 4 by 8 foot sign, and each of the gates you can come in has that sign. It shows a map. Here you are. These are the rules. Those are excellent. And those remind people that you're entering private land on public land. And it also goes a long way if you get into a legal battle. Here it is. You went through that gate. This told you you were on private land. This told you what the rules were. If you broke them, then, you know, that helps the landowner tremendously. But we are getting so much pressure now that the wildlife is not staying on our land at all. Nobody can find any elk, basically any elk, especially if the weather's good, until about a week after hunting season closes. And part of that is the wolves that have come in, and they have moved the elk around a lot. Part of it is so many people on the landscape. So one of the things you might look at if you're contemplating getting the wildlife to stay on the land that's open is, instead of the block management being open to anyone who wants to go in, maybe you have to look at how many people go in so the wildlife don't get so pushed that they leave. Maybe that's something you look at for public lands as well, because the more the wildlife are pushed, the more they're going to go to sanctuaries. And the sanctuaries are those areas where the public is no longer allowed. And then they come out afterwards. And so the hunting seasons that you're looking at, the tags you're looking at, what good do they accomplish if nobody can get anywhere near the wildlife? And if their wildlife is pushed so bad, they're gone. Even the shoulder seasons, Same thing happens there. They get pushed so bad, they just go right back to where those sanctuaries are and don't come out until the shoulder season's over. So Ed's got a question.
So Nina mentioned this before, and when you said that, we were on the phone, you were heading down to your California trip. When you were talking about the natural situation as it exists is the pressure there pushes them off. So the effectiveness of the hunt isn't there anymore. So when you said that, I thought what always occurs, the problems we see are that repeated over and over and over in each region of the state where there's an abundance of elk in particular. So I couldn't think of any real great solution for that other than how would you feel and how would it be possible that you create, quote unquote, a temporary sanctuary on your place that gives them reprieve, but they're still in that hunting area. And I don't even know if this makes sense, but so that they have a sanctuary, but they can also be harvested around at given times because that pressure ebbs and flows. I don't know if that's even a solution to this type of situation, but I do believe, like, I think it was Eric who commented about the ATVs, that creates, as you've mentioned, pressure. You know, is there something different rather than the only sanctuary is your neighbor who bought the place, like your cousins up north, and now they have a big problem with way too many elk because the neighbor allows no hunting whatsoever. And so their pastures at certain times are overrun. Those are the current sanctuaries that are being created by the process that exists now, along with, you know, and you lined it out in your outline very well. So would you be open to any kind of idea like that?
Well, first off, walk-in only is very much along the lines that you're talking about. And it's funny you say that because I was thinking sanctuaries within public lands would address the same thing, but you could hunt on the outside. But one of the biggest problems I see is the number of hunters, and the number of hunters grows all the time, and their ability to travel. It used to be you traveled around with a little beat up pickup or some such thing. Now the ATVs are a very, very serious problem.
Yeah.
And people, for us, when hunting season on, we're in the middle of gathering cattle and giving fall vaccinations and all that sort of stuff. We try very, very hard never to drive off that access road, even though it upsets our normal ranch routine. Because if you drive off, even though it's a ranch vehicle doing ranch work, you put in a set of fresh tracks. And everybody that comes behind you says, well, somebody else drove off, I can too. And so it's a problem. It's a very problem. But yes, sanctuaries within the walk-in only helps tremendously. Mountain bikes, pedal bikes are not so bad. Anything with a motor on it upsets the wildlife horribly, and it's very, very detrimental to the landscape. And our landscape in Montana, depending on where you are, some of it is horrendously fragile. And you drive through it once, and those tire tracks will be there for decades to come, and allow for erosion and all the other things that happen. And I think as Montanans, protecting our state, the landscape of our state is very important. And in protecting the landscape, we will likewise protect the wildlife. So, you know, I don't know if that's quite what you had in mind. I wrote a lot of things down, and Ed looked through it the first time and said, well, Nina, maybe you should rework this. So, but it, you know, who are the public? Because those are the folks you're trying to work with. Who are they? And how much land is lost? One of the attitudes I hear, and I don't know if you folks hear it, are public who look at lands that are closed to access, but all of the wildlife have taken sanctuary there. And the public are saying, those lands, those folks are using those lands to hunt my elk. And they are not allowing me in to hunt my elk. And it's an attitude that I hear more and more. And how do you deal with that? How do you get the wildlife off those lands? How do you pull them out? Another thing that Ed and I talked about, public lands, the wildlife will go where their food is. And a lot of Montana has become so overforested that there's no food underneath. Mosaics in the forest allow the plants that the wildlife eat to grow and yet leave a dense area where the wildlife can go and hide, a refuge. Should we encourage logging or fire to provide mosaics so that you have a combination of sanctuary and food source that would pull the wildlife to those areas? That's kind of a radical idea, but you know, if you want the wildlife there, they have to have both the sanctuary, but they have to have food. They have to have places where they can eat and the kinds of foods they like to eat. You're writing all that down. You sure you want to write that down?
No, I'm just making some notes.
Okay, one of the things I see, and we listened to the department's, the commission's meeting the other day, and I have felt for a very long time that the department does not manage the wildlife. They respond, and it was one of the comments this morning, they respond to the loudest voice and the most persistent voice. And that's not always the best solution. It might work short term, but it might exacerbate the long-term need. And so there needs to be, I think, a real concerted effort to look at long-term and what can be done long-term. And if that's not, if we don't start working on that, it's very possible that long-term will be taken away from us and we'll lose it all because it's coming down the pipe awfully fast. So those were just some comments. Educating the public. The public do not comprehend that they need to be respectful of the land and the wildlife. There should be absolutely no tolerance at all for abuse of the landscape or the wildlife or the fisheries. Absolutely no excuse for it. They're ours. They're very precious. And if we don't take care of them, we're going to lose them completely. I wonder about limiting the number of hunting licenses, fishing licenses as a way to protect the wildlife. How many hunters do we have going after how many wildlife, and are we getting to the point where there's too many hunters all across the board? Well, that brings you back to Montanans especially. Well, I'm a Montanan and it's my wildlife and I get to go hunt it. But if there's too many hunters, there's too many hunters. If there's too many fishermen on any given day, there's too many. Is it time to start looking at possibly regulating the numbers? I don't know. That would not go across very well, probably. So, and how do you
Can I
deal?
jump in a minute?
I'm done?
No, Eric just wanted to jump in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I think that needs to be explored, and I've been pushing along with the Outfitting Association for quite a while, we need to go to the department and ask that they go to a pick your region type of season. If you're going to hunt region 3, region 6, that's the only place in Montana you can hunt a bull elk with a rifle. Start getting a handle on numbers. Eventually, it will wind up at being a permit only, because we do have too many people living in this state now going and recreating. We have an infinite number of people after a finite resource. So we need to limit the amount of people that are hunting. And I think the best and easiest way is start with pick your region. Eventually it'll be pick your area, pick your weapon, pick your season. And I think that's how we start getting a handle on how to control the number of hunters. That's my recommendation.
Thanks, Eric.
Mr. Chair, Drew has his hand raised, and then Everett just raised his hand as well.
Hey, Drew.
Hi, Nina. Thank you, first of all, for being in the BMA for so long. Were you the person that was in that PSA video?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for doing that as well. Hey, I'm taking notes alongside Ed here. And just like Mark said, we definitely have a growing hunter issue, and you've expressed that as well, and some of these concerns. I wanted to ask you, what do you like about hunters, or what did you like about hunters and granting access and just that interaction in general? I feel like we're hearing definitely a lot of grievances, but maybe shed some light on some things that are positive as well.
Over the years, as a walk-in area, I've had kids come in, their dad drives them into the ranch, and the kid is so incredibly excited. He just shot his first elk, but he does not have a game, game cart. Did I have a wheelbarrow he could borrow? And I gave him a wheelbarrow, and off he went to get his elk. And to see that joy and excitement in a kid is just fabulous. We have nothing against hunting, absolutely nothing. It's the behavior of the people. But we have a lot of people who have hunted on us for a lot of years. And those who respect the land and respect the wildlife, we enjoy very much. It's just the ones that, the typical saying, one bad apple can ruin a lot of stuff. But we have lots of people, they'll call us after they've been hunting this area or that area. They know we're looking for cattle, and they'll say, I saw 2 pair here or 5 pair over there, or there were wolf tracks going through here and there are cow tracks there too, or we saw grizzly tracks here in case you're going in there on horses. We appreciate that a lot. So the good ones, we don't mind. We really enjoy them. It's just the few bad ones that are a problem.
That's all. Yeah, and I wasn't implying that you disliked hunters. No, I didn't want to come off like that. I just wanted to hear a different perspective. Hey, and then just one quick follow-up to that then would be, if there was one thing that you could think of to help with those bad apples, what in your mind, besides finding them more and saying you can never hunt again, what would you do to help solve that problem?
Well, I reiterated about the Fish and Game, but those who hunt on us and really enjoy hunting here, if they see an infraction, they call that license plate in. And the response of the department has been wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The signs that they put up have been very, very helpful. Let me give you an example of one I don't know how you deal with. When you get off at our interchange, there's a cattle guard with a gate across it, and it shares a post with a wire gate. And there's a sign on it that says no motorized vehicles beyond this point on the post between the two entries. And our son was headed into Helena here. Oh, this was 2 years ago, I think now. And way at the far end, up past those gates, here was a vehicle coming out. So he stayed and he waited, and the guy got out. And John said, "What were you doing in there?" And he said, "Well, there's public land back there, so I went in to go hunting." And he said, "Did you not see the sign?" And he said, "Oh, I saw that, but that was for the cattle guard. I went through the wire gate." Okay, I don't know how you deal with that. And that plate was a Colorado plate. But I don't know, that is not stupidity. That is somebody playing stupid. And that was a deliberate infraction. And I go back to, if the department is able to really nail people on infractions, maybe some of that would quit. I don't know. Did that help any with your questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for adding some color there. Appreciate it.
Everett, you got your hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Hope, I was wondering if it's possible to get quickly license sales for maybe the past 10 years to see what we've had. If I recall right, it's fairly stagnant, not a real big statistical change there. And that really brings me to my question of, do we have an increase in hunter numbers, or is it an increase in hunter effort and then a perception in just overcrowding and hunter pressure from residents just being more active or being more willing to do what they want? So it's a question I have that rolls around in my mind a little bit more. Just, I look at license sales and I don't see that,
Everett, I don't have the most current 10-year look back on license sales, but I just messaged Emily Cooper, our licensing bureau chief, and we can send that out to the group to have some time to look at. And then, Mr. Chair, I see Paul has his hand up.
Yeah, just a second, Paul. So I was looking that over last night, Everett, and you're right, those numbers are pretty steady. But I think we've kind of identified one of the different challenges to that, and that is because of the way hunting happens now and the numbers and the, call it elk seeking refuge, and how that pressure all works out. I do think that you're seeing people focus on those areas as they become, and they become rather quickly, more heavily. You know, everybody communicates it, so you see everybody going to one spot. There's other issues with that too. But I think it's that Nina threw something to me earlier that she hasn't really mentioned in depth, but it's the changed mindset of the hunter that creates that pressure. She said it in her own words, but I do think that mindset is different today from my experience on my end of it too. And that gets back to education, ethics, behavior, communication. So just a comment to you, Everett, on that. I do believe those numbers are pretty steady. I think the pressure is more focused, maybe as part of it. And as we talked about some of the things that Eric mentioned and some of the things you saw in the commission, there's reasons for those concentrations and then reasons to affect that change possibly. Paul?
Yeah, thanks a lot. A couple things I wanted to bring up is that Nine had brought up the outfitter numbers increasing. Outfitters have not increased since 2008. Number of outfitters have actually declined, and the number of acreage we've been leasing has been stagnant for all those time. And that was even after I-161 from 2011 to 2017 when we could have got all the licenses we wanted. And so I just wanted to make sure that people it seems like these attacks on the outfitting industry is getting a little old to me. And I think we need to have the facts out there. The other thing is there's a a study that just came out. BYU had a study out that showed that they collared a bunch of elk down in Utah, and they found that those elk would be on the public ground, and as soon as the hunting season started, they would move over to the private ground. Seems like they even had a clock, or they knew when the season was going to start, because it was pretty phenomenal. They would just start moving and get into that private ground. So hunting pressure is probably a lot of it. Predator, some of it too. You know, I looked at that article that Cindy was talking about from the Skyline Sportsman about the 59,000 non-resident hunters, and that number was where they were talking about 2 or 3 different things there. The quota, the limitation on non-residents is set by statute in Montana. And with that being said, the numbers of non-residents haven't really grown as far as hunting elk and deer with an either sex tag. What has grown probably are the non-resident B licenses for deer and elk. And so I've been looking at, I have all those numbers for the last up through 21, and resident numbers are increasing some, but there's a lot of the non-resident numbers that are increasing. They're mainly for the B tag. So that's not controlled by the statutes, that's controlled by the regulations. So, and to insinuate non-resident growth is happening for either sex tags is not true. And are we going to get into the 454 program, or not, the block management program now, about some of the details there, or are we going to address that later?
Yeah, we'll address that later, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to need to wrap up. I know Nina, so we can go on to that part. Nina has some comment.
Paul, I apologize. I said that about outfitters, but I didn't complete it, and I apologize for that. In the agricultural or the livestock industry, when we go to various meetings, I cannot tell you the number of times that John and I have been teased, for lack of a better word, that we did not quit dealing with hunters and let an outfitter handle it. And the number of folks we know who have outfitters handle hunters on their place, and that's what I meant. And I know when hunters when outfitters are handling a ranch, the public does not have the same amount of access that they would have if the outfitter wasn't there. And that's what I meant. And I apologize that I did not say it more clearly before.
Okay, thanks, Nina. Did you have anything you'd like to wrap up with on this part?
On this part? No, with the exception of, I strongly urge you to not only look at short-term solutions, but to do whatever you can to look at long-term solutions. Because I think we're already behind, and any way we can to catch up would be really good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Nina. I see Denley has his hand up. Denley, we've got to get on to the next segment, but go ahead real quick if you would. If you're talking, Denley, you're on mute.
I think, Mr. Chair, we could just say we'll have that public comment opportunity at noon, and Representative Logie could come back for that if he's having a microphone issue right now.
Okay. All right. So we're just slightly past 9:15, and this is where we were going to talk about the comparative review of the private land and public land access programs. So Hope is going to lead us through that review of those programs.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, For the record, I'm Hope Stockwell, Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division, which has the administrative function with the PLPW Council now under the reorganization of FWP. A few items to point out in your packet that you received, and there are, thanks to Colleen Firthmeyer, who put everything together for this mailing, quite a few things that you could have reviewed in advance of the meeting. The tabs include the 2021 Access Program total acreage. That's looking at not only block management acreage, but down the line. We also have the statutes and rules for the access programs if you want to dive deep into looking at the technicalities of them. And then a third tab after the acreage chart is an access program list. And my thanks to Jason Kuhl for putting this together. It lists the programs for managing hunting access on private land, as well as the programs that are pertaining to access on public lands, getting access to inaccessible or unaccessible public lands. And so what I've done is taken that a step further with Jason. He truncated that into a side-by-side comparison chart of 6 primary programs. That was what we emailed you last night. Sorry that came so close to the meeting. I'll have it up on the screen today as I go through my presentation. But that's just another attempt to help condense all of this information at your hands and give you a quick reference in looking at the comparisons between 6 primary programs. And setting the table for this look, I'm going to talk to you about what the department is doing internally to reassess and evaluate all of the access programs at this time. I think it was Everett who said in his comments at the start of the meeting, talking about a basic review of hunting access programs. And that's exactly what we've been undertaking since I came on board in September. I've called it taking the programs down to the studs, taking a close look at their details, looking at their overlaps, pinch points. And that's some of what we want to start getting into today with you. And where we're at in our review is that, we've combed through myself, Jason Kuhl, Charlie Sperry. They've done yeoman's work in doing this, and as well as with the access coordinators around the state. And I thank all of them for their great input and thoughts on this as we go through this chewing over of the programs. The stage we're at right now is really a scoping stage with you today, using you as a really good sounding board and feedback loop for what you see in reviewing this information. Depending, doesn't matter how far you've gotten down into the information we've provided in the packet, or if it's just the comparative table, or just simply relying on your personal experience and conversations with folks around the state. Looking for your feedback and thoughts today on what jumps out at you as things that particularly need addressed. But as the agenda item states today, I want to start with successes of the program and make sure we don't lose sight of those. So I'm just going to share my screen real quick. And, wanting to keep in mind that we have nationally recognized gold standard programs. We have been the envy of the country for many years, and we want to keep that. We do not want to lose the good stuff in whatever modifications might be suggested or looked for in the future here. And, we have more than 6 million private land acres that have been accessible through these programs, more than 600,000 inaccessible public land acres that were made accessible, more than 600,000 hunter days a year, $7.6 million in direct payments in 2021 to landowners. And there was some work done by an outside group a couple of years ago. They looked at what that might translate into an economic impact around the state. And the estimate was, and this was their conservative estimate as they put it together, more than $36 million in economic impact from block management alone. And another great success to point out is that the intention of these programs and the way we've carried them out is really to make them landowner centric. So there's lots of options to customize with based on the landowner circumstances and preferences. That has been an intention for these programs. And it is, again, something we want to preserve make sure we have the right tools in the toolbox. Now, the tools might need to be modernized based on the existing conditions and how things have changed with land ownership over the years. But again, wanting to make sure that we have options that really work for landowners. Some statistics, in 2019, with a survey of landowners, we had 84% of block cooperators saying they were satisfied or very satisfied with the block program. 78% believed that block helped improve hunter behavior or greatly improve it. And then 72% believed that block improved or greatly improved their relationship with hunters. On the sports person side, looking at hunter satisfaction, if you're looking at the comment cards and the coupons that we collect from sites, that they suggest that over 90% of hunters are satisfied with block management and their experience. In 2019, FWP did a study. They found that 75% of hunters responded to that, said they were satisfied or very satisfied with the contact and communication they had with the block cooperators, and 67% were satisfied or very satisfied with the hunter opportunity on block. So some metrics there to look at, really the great access that this is providing and the landowner-centric focus, and making sure as we look forward in modernizing programs and making modifications that we're not losing those key tenets in what we're doing. So I would ask you to keep those in mind as we have these conversations today. And this morning, we're really going to talk about all of the programs as a whole on a menu for landowners. And then we'll spend more time later in the morning diving into the 454 specifics. So just so you know, that is coming up on the agenda to get into the really meaty stuff on 454 details. Another piece that I'd like to point out to you is this table. This is the one I emailed or that Colleen emailed on my behalf last night. Giving you just a little tighter look in a quick glance of these 6 primary programs side by side. I put that into a little tighter table even so I could display it a little more easily to you today on the screen. But these are the things just so you can walk through them visually and see side by side these programs together, even if you haven't been able to get through all the statutes or rules that relate to them. You can start to see similarities and differences. And so I would encourage us to use this as fodder today for this conversation about overlaps and pinch points, and you're providing feedback to us about what you see as overlaps and pinch points. I heard some comments earlier already related to some of the overlapping pieces of programs, and it was sort of a general statement, but I'd sure like to hear more in this feedback loop with you, using as our sounding board as we consider where we're going to go next as a department with looking at potential change recommendations. We'd like to hear from you today on what your suggestions are and where you think the focus should be, because there's a ton of work that we could do, but we want to do it well, and we want to make sure that we're really keeping our eye on the most important pieces. And so while the agenda today says PLP discussion, formulation of recommendations for potential changes, that's on there just as a catch-all, that formulation of recommendations. I think today, I expect overall this will be an iterative process. Today is really this feedback piece and sounding board piece for us to absorb and review internally and come back to you at a later meeting as we've taken your comments and formulated into some solid proposals about where we could go and changes that might be needed. So I don't expect us to get to a formal formulation of recommendations from you today, but that's there just so that we have the latitude in notifying the public that we're thinking about these things. And I think with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll let that stand as my introduction to this, and we can just start having this discussion. And as you've noted to me on the phone, there's a lot of opportunity for things to discuss. So I'll let you lead the way, sir.
Thanks, Hope. Yeah, there's a lot of information here, and I suspect that you were able to get through at least part of it. When you look through each section of the code, there's a lot there. But I think in a general overview, I would like to know, as you've looked at these programs, first of all, when you look at the comparison of the programs that are presented, did you make some notes in regards to your insights on that first look at each of those in prioritizing what you think we should work on within this council in regards to all those various programs? And so again, I think what I'll do is start down our list, and I'll pick on one person first and go from there down the list. Again, if you have other comments afterward, that's great. And I think this time I'll start with Eric. And if you have some specific thoughts you'd like to throw out in regards to the comparison of the programs, if you've condensed any of those, let's start there, Eric.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Well, the only thing that I would suggest is that we sit down and try to come up with a more advanced type of block management, something that will benefit the outfitter, or excuse me, the landowners on the performance of their property. You know, kind of a more success-based program.
Okay. Did you have comments outside of block management or primarily there?
No, not primarily there.
Mr. Chair, if I might, Eric, could you take me a step further, and we don't have to get too far down into the weeds, but when you think of what something that's success-based could look like, what comes to mind for you?
Well, more to the harvest. You know, a lot of the people's complaints that I hear from block management is that, and it's just like we heard a few minutes ago, the lack of animals on block management. I think if you have a landowner who's willing to allow some access, some restricted access that produces a harvest, they should be rewarded for that, instead of just being rewarded for allowing hundreds of shoes on the ground. Be rewarded for the amount of animals taken for the harvest, for the success and quality, kind of a quality block management sort of thing.
Mr. Chair, I see Rich has his hand up.
All right, Rich.
Yeah, just to comment on that too. I mean, we got out of the block management program a number of years ago, and it was purely financial. That was number one. Number two was management, and went with an outfitting company just because I couldn't manage it myself. I mean, it was hard. But the great thing about where we are, we have a big chunk of state land right in the middle of the ranch, and it's really great because it's completely accessible to people to get to. Maybe they have to maybe walk a little bit further to get to some of those places they used to be able to just come through private to get to, but it's still a really nice, I'd almost call it a little bit of a sanctuary, because as we've managed the wildlife around us through the outfitter, the wildlife has improved on those areas that people, the general public, have access to. My biggest thing is, and it probably will never change, is that as ranchers are faced with this increased cost of doing business and increased number of people wanting to hunt and recreate in general. I might have said this at the last meeting, but you go to Big Sky now to go snow skiing there. It was $209 a day per person to go skiing there. It used to be $75. You know, I mean, the cost of recreating is going up. And so one thing I see in all of these is that the value to the landowner in participating in these programs is so insignificant. Like there's no incentive for me at all to be in this when I look at what everyone else is charging or doing out there. And yet there are needs out there for us to manage, and those of us that own land, that I know the wildlife is everyone's property, or it's for everyone to have, but the landowners are kind of responsible for making sure that they're taken care of, in a sense. I mean, most guys like us, I mean, we have cattle, so we need to take care of them, and therefore we're taking care of the wildlife in a sense at the same time. Programs that, like through NRCS, that help offset costs of raising fence wires so that antelope can get through. Those are really good programs, and helping pay for those improvements that people can make are certainly there. It was frustrating this year. We had a huge elk situation on our place that, and it was during the shoulder season, but they were coming and eating all of our stack yards, and I applied for assistance to do that. But because I don't allow the right type of people to hunt for free, it doesn't matter if it's my family or my employees or just people that I'm not charging, it wasn't enough. And so I was declined to get any assistance to protect those stack yards. So I guess my only comment is, as I look at all of these, the landowner benefits to me just seem insignificant.
Thanks, Rich. All right, let's, Tierney, let's see what you think.
Yeah, I agree with the dollar amount that these, I think block management and
Whoops.
Tierney, I think you just froze up. Might try turning off your camera to see if
some
that
areas,
would help.
landowner everyday amount is, I think, an issue. Oh, are you talking to me, Hope?
Yeah, sorry, you froze up there, Tierney. You might need to start again. And anyone having connectivity issues, might just try turning off your camera to give yourself more bandwidth.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'll try that maybe.
Yeah.
So I do think the dollar amount is an issue on the block management program. And this year in particular, and like they said, Rich said, there is a drought going on. The landowner is the one having to cover the cost. There's not feed right now for cattle. So I mean, I think the public, I agree that the animal is to the public, but I think what the public a lot of the time is missing is what it costs for these people that do have an abundance of elk or deer on their place. What it costs to run that animal. I mean, we're not getting paid to provide them with $250 hay, some of these other programs that I guess I wasn't even familiar with. The long-term hunting access program. There's no projects in 2021. Again, without diving into it, maybe some more and seeing, the value of some of that. Is that just a private, between the Fish and Game and you, I guess, and the hunter there, I guess some of those programs I'm just not as familiar with, or I don't know if people are familiar with them. But I guess for me, doing the block management would be the most used program for us anyway.
Okay, thank you. Paul?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I guess I was talking to Jason about the program. It's really nice that they went and bumped this up to $25,000 for these landowners for block management. But let's take a step back and see what do they have to do to get that? I mean, right now they are being paid for $13 per hunter day. So this thing's based on per hunter day. In order to get 25,000, you've got to have over 1,600 hunter days. I mean, that's crazy. I think it is. I take that back. That's 1,900 hunter days. So most ranches, unless you're just absolutely huge, you can't have that many hunter days and expect to get those kind of fees. So I think instead of managing by 100 days, I think we need to figure out a way to come up with a way to promote quality on these places, walk-in, those kind of things. I'm on one of my deer places I have over by Miles City. On two sides of it, I have, I have block management. I mean, I counted 15 vehicles there in 15 minutes that I was out there opening day a couple of years ago. I mean, they're just people crawling all over the place to go hunting, and they'll look over across the fence and say, "Oh, that's not right," because I might take 5 or 6 hunters in there all year long, and that's how you manage it. you can't expect to have quality if you don't manage your wildlife. I mean, you can't take, if I had 1,900 days on my place, I wouldn't have any animals there either. I mean, they'll take off on you. And I think that's one of the things. I think paying for block management to be paid by the 100-day is kind of it's not a good way to manage for quality at all. And I know there's a lot of people there's a lot of positive reactions to block management. I mean, you show the approval rate of it, but yet, how is it based on success or just a place to get out and hunt? So I think we need to figure out maybe the Fish and Game needs to have some type of a scheduling program out there, and to these type 1s where you just sign into, which are surrounded by me out there, type 1s, you just sign into a box, and anybody, there's no regulations, there's no management, there's no nothing, and those places just get inundated, and I don't think the experience is all that good. Just, I guess that's my thoughts right now on that.
Hey, Paul, those two BMAs that sandwich your private lease there, are they similar in size? Just trying to paint a picture in my brain real quick.
Well, actually, the Cherry Creek BMA over there is the largest one in the state.
Okay,
and
so it's big.
What'd you say?
So it's big.
It's huge. It's the largest one in the state. The other one is pretty fairly large too. And they both contain a lot of accessible public ground within those block management areas. So, there's a lot of BLM ground out there that I think that the question is, it's not, the biggest rub isn't about access, to public grounds and stuff, because we've got 30 million acres in Montana of access to public, that has adequate access to public ground. 30 million acres. And, I think it's the biggest question we got is access to quality. These people want to have access, but they want to have access to quality too, like we have on our ranches. So I guess you look at that, and the only way you're going to get it is to start trying to manage our public grounds better.
So if we need to manage for better quality, which I definitely don't disagree with, what's that cost? I mean, if we're talking dollars and cents, and Hank was very he was very clear about this the other day, that BMA payments are not lease payments. They're, and hope maybe you can help me with the wording here, I think what Hank said, but he mentioned that these are payments for hunter use or whatever. It's not an access payment. What's that cost, Paul? I mean, what's it cost to lease a ranch in eastern Montana, like the one that's sandwiched between those two BMAs, to keep it quality?
Drew, maybe I'll just, while you're waiting for Paul, I'll just say it's an impact payment for block, and part of that, we're not paying for access, we're paying for impacts, and part of that is because of the recreational liability statute, that if we're paying for access, landowners lose their coverage on that recreational liability statute.
Gotcha. I knew you'd know the words. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to get into what lease payments are. They are all over across the, the board, all everywhere, what ranchers are getting. But I do know that they're probably getting less than what block management are, but the impact of 1,900 hour or 1,900 days compared to maybe 5 or 6, 7, maybe even 10 hunters is a lot less.
Okay, so let's go to Dale. I'd like to get Dale on there. Back to the question of all the programs.
Just a few thoughts. First off, just responding to what Paul just said and the need to manage for quality. I guess it depends on how you define quality. If you're defining quality as the size of the buck, it's it's my understanding, and in fact, I was a little bit of a part of this several years ago, where Fish, Wildlife, and Parks went out and did a survey of Montana hunters, and it was very, very clear that Montana hunters were more interested in having the opportunity to hunt every year than they were to shoot big animals. And for me, I love hunting big animals, but I know I would not want to sacrifice a year of hunting or multiple years of hunting. That's one of the reasons I moved to Montana. So, but quality can be measured in other ways too. Crowding is certainly one that, you know, if you have an outfitted ranch, that is something that you don't have to endure. And boy, I can appreciate that. I appreciate the ranches where have very limited access, and I'm fortunate enough to be one of those people, and I don't have to look over my shoulder and see who's walking up the draw behind me. Shifting a little bit to the access program comparisons, probably the one comment that I would like to make is that I've had a lot of interaction with a lot of different regions in the state. We have so many different programs between block management, PAL agreements, unlocking public lands. The one thing I hear time and time and time again is there are just not enough man hours to make these programs happen. And for many of us on this council, we've dealt with the landowner community in multiple ways. If you're coming in and you're trying to sell a rancher cake, or you're a BLM employee like I was, and you're coming in here and wanting him to change a grazing system that impacts his private lands as well, rarely does that happen in one visit. Sometimes it takes many visits. And I think that's one thing that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is running into, is that there's just not enough people or enough hours to adequately promote these programs. That being said, Paul mentioned the Cherry Creek BMA. I consider myself to be a good friend of many of those people that are in that Cherry Creek BMA. The one thing I hear about, and I hear a lot of issues from them, but one of the things that they have asked and would love to have is just a more regular patrol up there. Antelope season starts, you know, the second Saturday in October. That's about the time those guys start shipping calves. You got people running around on the roads, and actually, I don't see a lot of off-road vehicle traffic. For the most part, people stay on the established roads and trails, but still, they're driving through, shooting while people are trying to round up their cows and calves. I think the bigger issue I hear is when there's when it's wet out there and people say, I can get up and down this road. What I've heard time and time again is we wish there was somebody out here to patrol a little bit, keep people where they need to be. Again, these guys are moving or selling calves at that point in time of the year, and would really appreciate the additional help. And I know that's not an issue that's just Cherry Creek. That's an issue that is probably a common issue anywhere in the state. So for that, that's what I have.
We got you muted here. Just a second. Do you have a computer in front of you? You can unmute.
Are you talking to me, Hope? Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to the chairman.
Okay,
His
I'm
computer
sorry.
is muted. Is there a laptop right in front of you, Ed, that you can unmute, or do we need to send somebody down to help? Pauline's running down. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. That's the danger there. Somehow we got you muted and we.
Okay.
We hear you now.
I was double muted.
It
That
takes
might
a
be-
lot. It takes a lot to silence you, sir.
Might be a symbol. So I was calling on Rich. There we go.
Hey, just really quick to try to be positive towards a lot of this too. Like I think even Everett, it was even, and Drew, we talked about at the last meeting. I do think that there's a lot of opportunity with the reporting, you know, as we look at these digital things, because it is kind of a cool thing. It doesn't have to tell people where, you know, the best animals are, where the best, it would be great information for the department to have that can really honestly help kind of find out where are pressure areas, where are areas getting harvested more than others. And then you can tie it right to the animal itself. And I know not everybody's techie and all that stuff, but I've found in our area, tons and tons of people are almost, I would say 9 out of every 10 people that I see in my area are using like Onyx and things like that. And they really know. And yeah, right, Drew. And so if you're out hunting and you get something, you know, may have to put a landmark of where you shot the animal. That people might not be too honest about that, but at least reporting of what it is. And then we can start really kind of collecting the data that we've been talking about to find out how to manage the wildlife better. And I think those, as a big whole picture thing in terms of these programs and all that certainly can help direct us as to where we're going.
So Rich, on that program review, did you have any thought in the comparison of those, any specific fine point or priority?
I didn't edit at this point. I mean, I did look through them all, and I think it's just a matter of me getting more familiar with all of them and trying to be as helpful as possible. But I didn't have anything specific. I'm kind of learning as I go a little bit on all this too.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think there is a volume of information here, and that's not with even looking at the code that applies to each one of those to see where the details are in the overlaps. So I appreciate that. Ray, did you have any thoughts at this point on the comparison of the programs, the access programs?
The only thought I had was when I started getting these, I was overwhelmed. I had no idea that there were so many different programs.
Okay.
Yeah. I have looked through a lot of them, and it seems to me like there's a lot of overlap in them. And I didn't know if you know, a lot of that could be eliminated to where each program was more specific to exactly what they were trying to accomplish.
Yeah, that's great. And I think as we're looking at that and combining with what Dale mentioned, you know, how does the department become able to try to implement each of these programs and then manage them? You know, maybe, I don't know if we're going to have to look at a point where we recommend a reduction in the programs, which are all statute related, or if we just recommend focusing on the key programs and improving them as they are most widely used and need the most attention. So thanks for that, Ray.
Question.
Nina?
Did I understand that you can mark on your phone or whatever where you get your kill? Is that used in any way for mapping where CWD might be showing up? And if not, it might be a good idea.
So Nina asked if you all heard that in regards to marking the location where you've harvested an animal and how that data could be used potentially, say, for CWD. I think that's all coming. And one of the issues with that is how much of the information has to be public information because it's used for research and management. And I think to Rich's point, not publicizing where you just harvested the world record elk in region 7 probably is a benefit to the management of the resource in the long run. So my understanding, there's a lot of complications on how to deal with that information in an appropriate way for management versus promotion of a product or industry. Different subject, but it's part of the problem there. Okay, on let's see, we got Drew. Did you comment on this one?
I didn't, and I'll just keep it concise, again, without diving into the weeds. I think back to our first meeting and a lot of the meetings that Fish, Wildlife and Parks has had in the past, however long time we've been talking about consolidation and simplification. And if we have programs that are underutilized and they've been around for years or maybe even decades, I think we should definitely think about recommending getting rid of these programs, and let's stick with the workhorse that does the bulk of the job here. And if we need to add to that, we already have a type 1 and type 2 BMA. If we need to add something that's along the lines of, I forget the name, hope you took down your thing there for me, my cheat sheet, but if we need to make an additional program to the block program, we can have infinite numbers of types of BMAs. It seems to be the one that has credibility amongst most folks and is most recognizable. So then rather than trying to reinvent the wheel with a new, an acronym or a new number of something, let's go to what works, let's cut the fluff and trying to improve and modernize the one that we have. And I think that's where, I would steer a lot of this is let's focus on block management. Let's focus on catching it up with our app. There's, we talked about utilizing our phone app, and Rich, spot on, man. I would say probably more than 9 out of 10 hunters have some sort of app that they're using to hunt. Let's utilize the FWP's Hunt app, which I'm super excited for, and let's put that thing to use.
Thanks, Drew. Donna, do you have some thoughts?
I certainly do. I was looking at all the programs. There's quite a few of them. And the 12 main programs, I'd like to become more familiar with, much like everybody else says. But there's overlap on my first review of some of the things that are in each of the programs. And some of the programs seem like fabulous programs, like the Access Corridor, and only 3 projects last year. So I think we have quite a few great programs. It's not like we have to come out with any new programs. I think maybe we review the programs, we merge some of these together, we help with better payments to the landowners. One of my big things is I think we should work on legislation to enforce larger fines for violations, and we work on trying to come out with funding for more law enforcement. And then my last idea is kind of reviewing the scope of each individual parcel in block management. What is the size of the property, but not only what the size of the property is, but how much does it add for additional access into public lands? And give these landowners credit if they're opening up their property, even if it's a small piece of property, but it allows access to the public lands. The population of elk on these ranches, they're not only there during hunting season, which we're focused on. These ranchers deal with them during hunting, winter, calving, and summer season. So I think we need to broaden our mind on the burdens that these landowners have. And look at what other wildlife is available: elk, mule deer, moose, antelope, predators. How can we help with predator control? And recreation activities, hunting, fishing, general outdoor programs, hiking, birding, biking. And then how do we work with the season of the ranch, from their sorting, their shipping, their grazing, their calving? And so we don't only look at, for lack of a better word, a report card on each property, but we look at the whole picture, the whole year, not just during hunting season. So that's kind of long-winded, but those were just some of the ideas I had.
Thank you, Donna. Rod, are you there?
I'm here.
What do you think?
Well, I tell you what, I'm down the line a little ways, so I can agree with a lot of people, but I really agree with Donna, again, with the fines and the enforcement. I think that is the root of all evil, or not all evil, but a lot of it, because there hasn't been any repercussions for poor hunter behavior, if you will. But that all goes back into a lot of these places that are quality hunting private are surrounded by publicly accessible lands. And what's happening is people are hopping fences and going to where there's either game or quality game. A good friend of mine down at Broadus, or west of Broadus, had it happen last fall, or maybe 2 falls ago, but somebody slipped in during the day, killed a bull out, and went in at night and got him out. And it's just one occurrence, but it's happening all the time. So I think because of the poor quality on these accessible lands, in lack of fines, it's snowballing terrible. And I think we need to address the fines and get those up. And I think a lot of this would change as far as a poor hunter behavior. And I think a lot of stuff would open up.
So do you see within any of those specific programs, the main area of your focus interest?
I know this is off topic. I like the 454, the block. If we could, like Eric said, if we come up with a better block program, maybe so it just doesn't get decimated. I actually feel bad when I run into hunters that are hunting strictly block, and I feel terrible for them and I try to help them, send them somewhere else that might be a chance. They spend a lot of money to come out here, and then they have to hunt, the Sahara Desert basically in a lot of places. A couple of these things, like this, unlocking public lands. A lot of these ranchers aren't interested in it because they, again, cannot trust allowing someone access across their private to get to the public, because they have to be babysat or they'll hunt the whole way. I think there's in all of these, I would agree with Drew as well. I think they could be broke down a little better, maybe kick the bad ones out, keep the good ones in, make them better. Just my thoughts.
Thank you. All right, Cindy.
You hear me?
Gotcha.
You hear me? I had to go to the phone.
Yeah, we gotcha.
I agree with the comments that have already been put forth. Some of these programs, though, suggest that the FWP is reviewing, like, who gets on these properties, etc. And I was curious if that's regularly happening. But other than that, I agree with the comments already stated by the rest of the committee.
All right, thanks, Cindy. Lee?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, good. I got the right button pushed. I don't have any granddaughters here to show me how to do this. No, I'd like to stick up for the fish and game a little bit. I remember we've been in block management not as long as Nina has, but before that it was unregulated and there was no app to show you where the deeded land was if you didn't have a map. Now there's travel plans on our ranch. Our country's windswept and not much protection, but the fish and game has a travel plan, and they police it as much as they can. And a lot of it is our country's so easy to hunt that there's not a lot of quality. Everybody that goes out and hunts has to shoot a buck. And so the bucks never get old. And that's part of what's wrong with it. And we had lots of whitetail on the Milk River until 10 and 11. Eric knows, he lives on it too. And what happened was they got so overpopulated, even with block management and all that stuff, that the disease cleaned them all up. And this year we had another treatment of it, and we're back to the fawns again now. And so I don't know what the answer is. I think it's all working. It's just every one of us does it with our own particular knowledge in mind of what we know about it, but it's better with block management on our ranches than it was before it was totally unregulated.
Have you used any of these other programs, Lee?
No, we haven't done the public access agreements. We've got, there's a piece of land up on top of the north end of one of the ranches that the county road goes through, and we own 200 acres on it, and it blocks access. If you wanted to post it, you could block access to several thousand acres of BLM. We have another neighbor that bought a portion of that chunk of county land too, and they've got 40 acres. And I guess I always thought that that there was some of the reverse compensation coming back from the Bureau of Land Management fees that was kind of part of our responsibility to provide some access to it. And so we've never done any of the rest of those. We don't allow them to drive through the yard anymore. When we used to do that, they have to, it's more, not quite as handy for them to go around. And then the rest of our ranches are in ask first, which is nobody does that anymore. And they think the stuff that doesn't say that we don't have listed on block management is inaccessible. But the way we do ours is that different family members live in different places and they get to decide who hunts in their backyard. And maybe we need signs that say ask first. People drive by it because it doesn't have a BMA sign up. They can hunt there.
Yeah, the department has those bumper stickers.
Well, but if your pickup's not parked by the gate, how does the guy from the looking for a doe know that there's a place for him to hunt there?
Yep. Did you have any other thoughts on any of those other programs in there?
Oh, I think they're fine. They fit whatever they were designed for. Some of them don't have much. The 454 deal, what are we up to now? 14 of those. There was 2, I think, when I got on the PLPW deal, and some of those, and maybe like one of the guys stated, maybe we need to have a type 3 block management. Ours is all in type 1 because that's just works. But with the travel plans, 98% of the hunters are in our area are respectful, and the best part of hunting season is the first week before it starts, when the guys are out there with their daughters or their grandsons and they're trying to get them a deer. And I like that part the best of the whole season.
Yep. Thanks, Lee. So did I miss anybody on that round?
You missed Everett.
Everett. I'm sorry, Everett. There's your hand above your head, so clearly in the sky. Please.
I have a notebook's worth of stuff, Ed. So no, I'll keep it brief. I'm hope that once you guys get done with the review, you'll publish some type of report or results on what you found and kind of how you're working through. But other thoughts I have, kind of echoing the quality versus quantity, and how do you define quality, whether it's experience or success or, the antler score from bucks and bulls. I don't know, but I do think that there needs to be an eye given to the quality on the access that's been given. I think this is probably a gross oversimplification, but $30 million, if we paid $5,000 per hunt, that's 7,000 hunters that could be, going and chasing a bull or something. And so I start to think about that, and again, I don't think that's realistic, but it makes me think a little bit more about, well, how are we really measuring these kinds of successes and the quality that we're given, and it makes me want to think through that a little bit more intentionally. I think as we look at the block management program, we have the app coming out. We have got to be thinking about having an online reservation system. The phone banks and trying to get in and calling at 5 a.m. and trying to be the first one in August on a block management area is something that should just be antiquated and discarded. We've got to look at ways to modernize and update. And if we're coming out with the app and we've got all this new technology available to us, maybe we're using that as well to GPS when people are going in and out of block, getting some real numbers. Of course, mandatory reporting included in that app could be easily put in there. And so I think as we look at this kind of overall review of all of our access programs, keeping an eye towards modernizing just the overall idea of the programs needs to be kept in mind as well. I think about if a comparative analysis of how other state access programs are working, if that's something that we can also include as we look at reviewing everything, how Wyoming or Idaho or somewhere else might be doing it. Are there items there that we can take and incorporate in what we're doing, whether that's a type 3 or a total new program? And then I think my last kind of thought, for the sake of brevity, is that the PALA program really needs to be maximized. I think a lot of our programs are kind of geared towards giving access to private land, but access through private land to public land that is otherwise not accessible, I think, is an idea that really needs to be explored more. You know, we've got 40 some PALA Act contracts and we've got 1,400 BMA, and I would like to see PALA be on par with block management as far as numbers go for contracts. I think that's an area where we really need to focus on for hunter experience in Montana, and hopefully that opens up more areas, relieves pressure, and relieves that perception that hunters are being overcrowded more. So, and again, that's just kind of bullet points for what I've been thinking through the conversation this morning.
Hey, Ed, I want to piggyback off of one thing that Everett just said there with utilizing the Hunt app and trying to expand a program like PALA and to address some of the issues. You mentioned it, Rod, you mentioned it, Don, you mentioned it, all about some of these bad apples who are ruining it. Is if we're utilizing that app and we know who is coming in and out of these places, if there are issues on them, it might make it a lot easier for people to track down who the perpetrator was or who has more information about what happened at whatever location. So just another way to utilize some of the technologies that are coming out. And I know, I'll go back to what's probably going to be said is not everybody has that. And I get that, but eventually everybody will have that, or the vast majority will have that.
Okay. Thanks, Drew and Everett. So we're going to take a break here in just a few minutes and come back to the 454 public access agreements. But with all this discussion that we've had right now, it seems to me we're going to have to put this together. And I guess the best way that I can see is for each of us to combine, put our clear thoughts down, pinpointing your fine points and bring them together. There's a lot there. And, I think clearly block management is the premier program. The state's been recognized for it. I think we have, like when we began and we looked at the complexion, the composure or makeup of Montana lands being 64% private, roughly 36% public. We're working on all those things together, and I think we need to focus on probably two. That's just my general thought after listening to all you and looking at this for a few years. And what are the biggest priorities within the public access question, and what are the biggest priorities within the private access question? And as Nina presented this morning, and we've all discussed, dealing with hunter education, hunter behavior, to me, has been on the table for a long time. And as it's changed more rapidly, it becomes a bigger moving target. So my 2 cents, I think we need to really look at that and how we're going to go forward in proposals or recommendation to the council or to the department. As Lee said, there's a lot of good things happening, in his region. As is mentioned in 7 and others, there's challenges. I think that's the big deal around the state. Everyone views this a little differently and their experience is a little different. And how do we improve upon each one to make a better whole? And I think there's a lot of good heads here to do that, remembering that, you know, the state's been managed as an opportunity state. And now as those impacts are seen after 20 some years of, say, a block management program, how do we adjust those to make this, in particular, block management a more effective, more quality program? What can we recommend to do that to address the concerns and issues that we've discussed today? Hope, did you have a wrap up to that for the moment?
Mr. Chairman, I'll keep it brief. I really appreciate everyone's thoughts. I think you've given us enough fodder to help direct our internal discussion about where we go with developing options to bring back to you at our next meeting to consider. You know, if you have particular other details you want to provide, please go ahead and email them. You can email them directly to me or Jason Cool, and we'll get them organized and together if you have particular points you want to make. But I think in general, the lanes you have provided are good guidance for us. A couple of comments. One, I do want to say that we do get letters and feedback from hunters who've had awesome experiences on block management. So I think there could be some philosophical differences on, you know, what constitutes a great successful day. I think Dale touched on that. You know, what is success? It may not be harvesting a big bull. It might just, you know, for me, I go out and get a doe. So those kinds of things, but we do get thank you letters from appreciative customers, and that always feels good for our regional staff who put a ton of time and effort into that program, particularly, but all of the programs. As you think about all of the programs, you know, Chair, you put the question to, and others said it this way, but you put it as, you know, do we focus on, as Drew called it, the workhorse block, and redefining that a little bit, and maybe a couple of other workhorse programs, and develop those into workhorse programs alongside block, and let others go? But do we just let them go by not focusing resources on them, or do we let them go by actually seeking to repeal them? And that's, you know, a conversation to have about what the direction is. I will tell you that in the past, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has been beaten up a little bit at the legislature for not having put enough effort into some of these smaller access programs. You know, legislative proposals come forward, they pass the programs, and then the result is disappointing. And the fact of the matter is it takes so much work on the ground and meeting with landowners to get all these things implemented. 12 programs makes it very hard to not focus on the workhorse and put time and effort into those other programs. And we are making efforts this season to do more in trying to build those other programs, or at least show that we are actively working toward building those. As part of our analysis of, you know, promoting them more, does that help us get more agreements in the door? But really, a lot of it comes down to boots on the ground and needing more time to meet with landowners and have those conversations and walk through the menu of options. And the menu is long, and being able to clearly convey all the options, and the landowners clearly understand them and what works best for them based on the available menu right now. So there is some discussion. Do we shorten the menu, change the menu? I guess I'm just waxing a little philosophically here as I think about what I've heard you say today. A couple of updates just to provide, Mr. Chair, before the break. One, on our XMT program, we had a successful test run in advance of the license year opening in March. We used the Smith River Lottery as our test run on the new XMT function, and that went off successfully yesterday. So things are cooking there. They're working on having the electronic, the mobile app would be the way the young kids say it, out and ready for supporting e-tags this upcoming license year. But to be very honest to you, the functions that we're talking about here related to block management for that in development, are 3+ years out. So I just want to let you know that we have some, and it could be longer. There are a lot of moving parts in all this development with XMT, and they're focused right now on making sure the license system is fully developed and working without issues and getting the mobile app going. And then we're going to start building on the ancillary pieces. So this is not something using XMT as the venue that we can do quickly, as much as we might be interested in it within the program. So I just want to let you know that. And then on the elk management plan, just an update that there's a draft expected to be out this fall for the commission to look at it at a fall meeting. So quick update on that one too, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Hope. All right, so we are due for a little break. So let's get back here actually at 10:30, so 11 minutes if we could. Just take a quick break, get back here, not at 11:30, 10:30.
Thanks.
That'd be a long break. Yeah. All right. So we'll see you back here in just a bit. Thank you.
Really appreciate the great discussion, everyone. Thank you.
Hey, Ed, thanks for providing coffee and snacks today. Appreciate it.
I'm asleep at the switch. Luckily, Nina's sitting here keeping me on track. So I'd like to just for a couple points of clarification in the discussion that we just had. Ron Howell is on with FWP. He's our legislative liaison. So Ron, could you pick that up?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, just listening to the conversation, you guys talk about a lot of good things, and I just want to clarify a few things. Some of this happened early on in the meeting, but you know, Eric Albus talked about picking your region, and just for folks, if you don't know, I think most of us know, but if you don't know, the commission did just pass that, where if you draw an elk permit, you are limited to that hunting district where that elk permit is valid for. So similar to a mule deer permit, you will be restricted to only hunting in that hunting district. You guys talked about overcrowding and that type of thing, and time will tell what that will do to crowding, you know. So a point of clarification there: if you draw a bull permit, you do have to you are limited to hunt in that hunting district. You don't get to hunt in any other hunting district to roam all over the state. The second point I want to make was something too Eric said was about driving off-road on BLM. Driving off-road on federal public lands does not fall under game warden statutory authority. The only reason game wardens can write that citation is because the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopted the federal travel plans. So, you know, you think of it, well, they're in the act of hunting, they're driving off-road, it falls to a game warden. It doesn't. The primary authority would fall under the BLM ranger or Forest Service LEO. If a game warden does come out and deal with that violation, as they can, you know, it's a commission rule violation, which the penalty for that is very minor. It's a $135 ticket. To use that information however you guys want, but I just wanted to make sure that I clarified those because it was killing me not to. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to clean that up a little bit.
Thanks, Ron. And if you would like, just hop in there. I missed you on your hands up, so apologize for that.
Hey, Ron, quick follow-up to that. The commission did have one exception to that rule. Is there a reason why Commissioner Waller suggested that and why it was the one exception?
You know, all I can tell you is, you know, Commissioner Waller said she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't express that for a vote. You know, listening to her constituents, that's what they wanted. I won't speak for the commission and why they decided that. You guys are sure willing to reach out to them and speak about that.
Okay, am I still off mute?
Yep, we can hear you, sir. Everett did raise his hand though.
Okay, because my screen just went to this beautiful hall of trees, a tunnel to the past, and a series of movies.
Your machine has fallen asleep, maybe. So I'll be your visual guide until IT can get there to help.
Maybe if I just go over here. Okay, I found it.
Yeah, ask a question.
Nina would like to ask a question.
So Ron, do I understand correctly that if somebody wants to drive off-road on BLM land, there's nothing can be done about it?
No, there most certainly is. You know, a BLM ranger can respond to that. They would be charged federally, right, into district court, or a Forest Service LEO could do that. A game warden can write a state citation, but only because the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopted the federal travel plans. So there most definitely is something that can be done about it, but just know that when it doesn't fall statutorily onto a Fish, Wildlife, and Park state game warden.
So if that's all they charge them, there really isn't, that's really not going to deter them that much.
You know, in my experience, 15 years of law enforcement, I would say I would agree with you. You know, there's just times like I think you hit it on the head, Nina. They have trailers and trucks and they come and they spend a lot of money. That little bit sometimes just isn't going to deter, you know. For some it will, for most it will. I will say that, you know, most hunters are good folks, but for a few bad apples, that's not going to deter them. No. I guess a point of clarification too is, you know, off-road on deeded private property, which includes block management and state land, that does fall under game warden authority. And the penalty for that is actually more stiff than the $135. So.
Well, then from a landowner's point of view, if I'm leasing that BLM land, I do not want anyone driving on it because the BLM requires me to deal with any weed issues that are brought in by the hunter's vehicles. So if I've got private land, they got to get across my private land to get to that public land. it would be in my best interest and the interest of my pocketbook not to let them cross my private land with their vehicle in order to avoid as much weed situation as possible on the public land. And I don't know if Rich Roth is there, if he would agree with that or not.
He nods yes. All right. Thanks, Rich.
So that gets rid of one of your programs.
All right, Ron, thank you very much. So we're going to jump on to public elk hunting access agreements, and that is in your binder in multiple places. Just depends on which part you want to get into. But they're commonly referred to as 454s, and everybody's more familiar with them now. PLPW did have an origination in this process and program back in 2001. Since then, it's changed three or four times. And in recent years, this year, gained more traction with landowners choosing to make an application for these programs for permits. And I think that's one of our charges today, is to look at that in some depth and see if we can come up with a good idea or two to give some guidance to the department in regards to some of the parameters of that program. So Hope's gonna jump us into that and we'll take a start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to let you know, we have joining us Becky Doctor, our Chief Legal Counsel, since legal the applications for 454s in 2021. Glad to have you with us, Becky. Always a good resource and keeping me out of trouble. A few things to kick off. As the chair said, in your packet, there are two tabs related to this. There's the 454 rule and MCA tab, and then the other one is the 454 statute comparison. And that statute comparison is a crosswalk that Charlie Sperry predominantly worked on with Jason Poole, looking at how the statute has changed over the years, if you want to get into the nitty gritty of those things. But if we do get into those nitty gritties, I'll be looking to those two to talk about the nuts and bolts of the language swaps between years. Where we're at right now is sitting with kind of a two-pronged thing going on with 454s. One is the process of how we work through those applications. There's a lot of discussion going on internally in terms of whose responsibility it is for the process. Certainly in the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division, there is our role as the director has given us is to be out on the landscape with the access coordinators and access staff in the regions. And when we're meeting with landowners about the menu of the access program options, including that on our list of options. But the actual processing of the applications, et cetera, there is a review of that overall process going on within the agency that has not completed yet. But just to let you know, that part of it's going on. What we want to engage with you today is looking at the 454 statute itself, which is the number from the MCA is actually 872513. And I'm going to put that up on my screen in here a little bit and walk through what we've identified as question marks within the existing language and see what your thoughts are on potentially fleshing those out or changing them. Again, using this as a feedback sounding board for us to hear the directions that you'd like the agency to go in, and very deeply digging in on 454 today. So let me share this. And I guess what I would say as we get started, Becky and I had a conversation yesterday about the rules related to 454 that are included in your packet. We have rules right now that functionally don't work for the program. So for instance, and the chair and I were talking about this one yesterday, 12.9.908 sub 2 says that the 454 agreements will come in front of the commission at the same time that the commission is working on permit regulations. Well, that would have been the February commission meeting, and that does not line up in the calendar year of when our staff were talking with landowners about access agreements for and opportunity on private lands for the coming hunting cycle. So what Becky and I talked about yesterday is, as you think about these things and where to take this and tweak potentially, do not feel beholden to what the current rules say. We have the opportunity to really start from scratch and redesign them to make them more functional for the program. Becky, anything you'd want to add on that before I dig into the statute itself?
Hi, everyone. No, I don't think so. I think that is precisely what I hoped you all would just take away from this. The rules, while they are on the books right now, they are open to being changed. And we have rulemaking authority to make those changes, especially in light of the fact that we have some changes to the statute that went into effect, that go into effect in just a few days, I believe. And so I think that the takeaway for you would just be, I don't want to say disregard the administrative rules, but don't be inhibited by them. So thanks for that.
Always good to have your attorney say that out loud and not just me. So taking a look at 87.2513, again, the statute that governs these. Some of the places that have come up routinely in discussions that people have chewed on over this statute, it starts with the first 4 words of subsection 1. For wildlife management purposes, the department may issue, et cetera, et cetera. And there's question around, what does for wildlife management purposes mean? Does that somehow get us into a territory of in hunting districts that are only over objective, in hunting districts that are only over objective by X percentage? Does it mean we really should only be doing cows, does, sorry, not does, cows, or does it mean that bulls should be on the table as well? So that's a piece that could be a place for you to chew on if you want to. The chairman has very specifically talked about the language in that sentence that says the department may issue. It's not a shall. So may implies there's discretion. But I think that's open for conversation about, are there pieces and times in which the department should not issue these? Is there, for instance, a minimum acreage that should be required, or a particular type of public hunting opportunity that you need to offer in order to be eligible? And Becky can again step in and correct me if I'm wrong, but kind of the way this has been approached most recently is that without clarity on these fronts, it's been the department's determination that rather than us deciding what would be the discretion under that may, we have just gone ahead and moved all of them forward. Becky, am I accurately representing that?
Yeah, I think so, Hope. Just, you know, you're looking at a statute in many statutes and laws that apply to the agency. What we are also required to do is to treat people equally. Maybe that's not the proper word to use, but basically we don't want to treat people differently and be seen as doing it for reasons that are unlawful. So without some guidelines on how to apply the discretionary parts of this statute, either in rule or in law itself, the agency was in a position of having to pick and choose for reasons that we hadn't put down anywhere. And so that was the reason why what you heard was the language might say may, but if if the statutory requirements for criteria were all outlined in statute and a landowner could satisfy every one of them, what was our reason to say no? And what discretion were we trying to implement? You'll see some other portions that Hope will go through, other language where it gives us the department direct authority to limit the permits that we issue, but we had no criteria for how to do that. So how do you choose between landowners on who gets those and who doesn't without criteria to apply? So that's part of the reason why you heard it was a may, but it acted like a shall. Does that help, Hope?
It does. That's really helpful, in my opinion. And so just continuing to walk through the highlighted language that I have in the statute for you all to consider, I think what we're really hoping is that you all will help provide the feedback that's going to put us in a position for consideration of if there's discretion to be exercised, what should the specific thresholds of discretion be? And so one of those that we come up against is in subsection 2A. To be eligible, a landowner must own occupied elk habitat that's large enough in the department's determination to accommodate successful public hunting. Now, in the existing rules, there is a threshold of 2,500 acres unless otherwise determined by the department. So while there's been a suggestion in rule, it's not hard and fast. So we could have discussion about what large enough means. Should it be spelled out further? In 2B, it says that the landowner has to have entered into the agreement and allow public access for free hunting on their property throughout the regular hunting season. And there's been some debate back and forth with different landowners. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean just archery? Does that mean archery and rifle? Does it just mean rifle? So there could be some benefit from clarity there. In subsection 3, this is where we talk about what the ratio is of public elk hunting opportunity versus when a license or permit or combination can be given to a landowner under the statute. And right now that ratio is 3-to-1. That's been adjusted over the years. I think originally it was 4-to-1. And that, as a prior bill drafter who worked for the legislature on this piece of law, I know how in-depth those discussions get about what that ratio is and what's appropriate. But that is something that we would like the PLPW to have a good conversation about. You know, is 3-to-1 the right ratio? Should it be something else? Do you have other thoughts on what constitutes sufficient public hunting opportunity to make a landowner eligible? In subsection 5, it says, and this is what Becky was talking about just a minute ago, the department may prioritize distribution of licenses or permits according to the areas the department determines are most in need of management. And so again, that kind of feeds into that previous discussion I alluded to with what does for wildlife management purposes mean? Is it areas that are only over objective, areas that are over objective by X%, and so on.
Can I just show
absolutely
one more under subsection 3? I think this very last sentence.
Oh, that's the one.
The total number of licenses and permits issued. Yeah.
That's the one Becky was referring to. I'm sorry, I rolled over it. But that right there is the question about should the commission limit or the department limit the total number available in any particular district. And so that's a question we want this PLPW to chew on and make a recommendation regarding one way or the other. And then in subsection 7, the agreement must include a process or methodology that allows the landowner to select up to 1/3 of the public hunters that are required. And again, there's always been a lot of discussion about this point in the legislative process, with concern being expressed by landowners about who the folks are coming onto their property and having concerns very particularly, not necessarily about general hunters that they may not know, but about people that they know who've been bad actors on their property before and wanting to not be in a situation where that person that they've had a problem with before has drawn a tag or a permit and now would suddenly be selected under this program to be on their property when they really don't want that person on based on past behavior. And so that's been a piece of the genesis for that language, but I think there's more discussion that we're interested in you having about whether that needs tweaked at all. And then I made a list of questions here at the bottom related to this, just run through them, make sure I've hit the high points here. Should there be a limit per district? Should there be a minimum acreage requirement? Should there be a maximum on how many of these that a landowner can receive? That is a question we would like you to think about and provide a recommendation on. And then should the landowner get the license to, or just an either sex permit? That's a level of detail you could consider. Should there be a minimum number of days in that language about having public hunting throughout the regular season? Does that require a minimum number of days to be spelled out in an agreement? We've already talked about the 3-to-1 ratio for the public hunters. There's been discussion, who qualifies as a public hunter? What does that mean? You could flesh that out a little bit. And again, how many hunters should the landowner be allowed to pick? And then also, as we look in comparing programs, this goes back to our previous discussion, should block management cooperators be able to participate in this, or should they be excluded because of their involvement in block management? Right now, it's my understanding they can do both. So that would be a point of discussion that you might want to have. It over to you all to have discussion, and I can roll up and down the statute as needed, and people want to talk about words.
You don't have enough time for all my questions. How's that?
Chair, that's often the case.
I'm gonna back up just a hair to give some of the council members a little overview of what came before where we are now, which is in that crosswalk view. But looking at the Montana code, and as I became involved with this and some of the other past members of this council, the origin of this was very simply a program to encourage a landowner to allow limited access and obtain one elk permit. And it came about designed specifically for one landowner's concerns and interests in regards to cooperating. And that kind of was the genesis. In the beginning, it was an access opportunity that allowed one permit to the landowner who participated. And if you've read through all this, you will see now that those original terms changed, and part of that came about. If I jump to the current, primarily came about in the last legislature. We brought it forward as a council simply to offer it back to the commission for their approval for the program. So that was what happened with the council, is just simply in 21 to bring that back to the legislature, to bring the approval of those applications back to the commission for their recommendation. So that's kind of the nutshell of that. And again, you can see, in the yellow highlighted crosswalk comparisons, hopefully you've read those. And I think I would like to just jump from there to, if you have some specific thoughts on improvement, not just general comments, but specific thoughts on an improvement or answering those questions that were posed both by Becky or Hope. I see a couple hands raised, but that's where I'd like to start with this, if you're willing to do that. So Dale, I see your hand is up. Let's start there.
I guess I'd like to just start maybe with some questions for Hope, and it's just unclear to me as I read through this. One of the concerns I've heard from some of the people I've visited with is, what is the reservation process that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks goes through? And one of the things I've heard is that, hunters are called and say, they have some openings this weekend and it's Thursday. If you want to hunt, you can go there. Is there a process that says, okay, we'll notify people by a certain time frame, and then if they, let's just say it is the third week of the season and they filled, do they go back and ask other people, okay, we still have some openings, do you want to come in there? So that's one question. And then the other thing, or two more other comments, is that I know there's the opportunity to either harvest or give out permits for antlerless or either sex tags. Is that a decision, though, that the commission can weigh? Can they say, you know what, we're going to grant this landowner X number of permits because he has allowed or agreed to allow X number of hunters in that, and he's going to let them shoot any elk. He's not going to restrict them to cow tags during the shoulder season. And then one last question: what's the reporting? I mean, is there reporting in terms of the number of hunter days allowed to hunt, the success for the hunters, hunter satisfaction? I know that's an awful lot, Hope, but I'm just going to throw that out to you. Thank you.
Sure, and I'll go kind of in reverse order here, Dale. So on the outcomes, there is a report out to the commission that's planned for our, sorry, I'm blanking if it's the June or the August meeting, but as they look at the next agreements, I think it's the August meeting, a summary of what were the outcomes from last season. There is internal discussion on the left side of my mind in terms of, as we work on the process pieces versus the things you're chewing on today, about how that data is collected. The director is interested in moving into a more hunter-driven and landowner-driven response mechanism for collecting that data, but we still have to work that out, what that looks like. In terms of the opportunity actually provided, the second document that was emailed to you by Colleen last night gave a rundown by agreement by year since 2012, what sort of opportunity was generated for the public hunters under these. And so you see a variety in the opportunities, but I would encourage you, if you haven't had a chance to look at that, you'll see some differences. Regarding how hunters are contacted, that is spelled out in each landowner agreement. So it's specific to the landowner's purposes on how hunters are notified for their property in the agreement. Each one's a little bit different, but generally the landowner picks their one that they get to pick of three from the list that FWP sends them. And then there's some agreements where the ranch managers are contacting the hunters directly. But it's specific to the landowner's wishes. And then I think I hit your three. Did I get them accurately, Dale, or did I miss something?
No, for now, Hope, you answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
May I just try to answer? I think you mentioned something about authority. Could the department or the legislature give the department the authority to limit permits if a landowner provides more public hunting access than others? There is, when we went through it, Hope went through it, there is a portion of the statute that says the department may limit the total number of licenses and permits issued under this section. And I do think that authority is already there in statute to do so, but it doesn't provide criteria for the agency. And so kind of gets us in that same, and I saw you nodding your head, Dale, while I was talking about that, it gets us in that same circumstance where without direction, the agency is in the position of picking and choosing who our favorites are. And that gets us in trouble in other ways. So that is a place where if it's something you see as a value, it would be useful to have input either statutorily or through rulemaking for us to make some criteria for those limitations. Does that help, Dale?
It does. Thank you.
All right, Everett, got your hand up there.
Yeah, I was just wondering if those questions that Hope proposed at the end of her presentation, did we get a copy of those?
Absolutely. I can send it out right now.
Thank you.
Okay. That it, Everett? For the moment?
Well, maybe not. I'm looking through the summary that we were sent, and in 2021, several of these agreements had a 5-day maximum for the public lit hunter, and I'm just curious, why? Why was that limited to 5? And then really, I'd like to know what the success was for each of these hunters. Was 5 days enough? You know, I don't know if you're getting any of this anecdotal review from the hunters, but what was their experience like hunting on these ranches, and did they feel like it was worth it? It's probably all in the report that's coming later.
Sorry, I was clicking someone else's. Sorry, Paul. I actually clicked your unmute instead of mine. I apologize. I don't know that I can answer the 5-day. Becky, do you know that?
I don't, but I see he's off the camera right now, but Mark Taylor is here and has some of that information. Chair Beal, if you would, we could defer that. If you would allow, we could defer that question to him.
Sure. Mark, are you still on there?
I am, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Just a little bit of background. I helped facilitate 7 454 agreements with various landowners this last year. Relative to specific questions on the daily limit, there are multiple people hunting on the ranches. And so part of it is whether it's the landowner, their invitees, or the public members, so that people could track and give equal opportunity, or and not allowing people basically unlimited access to the ranch. And the other thing is all of those ranch owners, for safety and other purposes, required ranch employees to accompany hunters. So it was a function of a number of variables on the day restrictions. And then just, if you don't mind, Chairman Beal, just as and this might be helpful to the council members in general, I actually prepared a report that I shared with Becky on the outcomes of the 7 ranches that I helped facilitate. I also compiled the comments and feedback from the hunters. I also compiled the success ratios, all of those sorts of things as a part of that report. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions associated with any of that as well, Mr. Chairman.
So Mark, can you give just a brief overview of that comment back to you from those hunters in regards to their satisfaction? And then a second question in regards to the limitations, was much of that concern about limitation, was it primarily open access and concerns about the properties and such, or was there concern about liability in allowing public hunters?
So it actually would split just answering that last question first. It actually split across multiple variables. All that you mentioned were factors that went into it. And as you'll see in my report also, those ranches allowed somewhere between 300 and 350 elk to be harvested this fall on all their ranches. So, I mean, that's a big number for competing, access. And it should be noted that in all of those instances, it was really ranch employees helping load, guide, all of those public hunters. And to my knowledge, 100% of those were Montana residents.
Okay, thank you.
Ed, if I could follow up real quick.
Everett?
I just, in my question, I really want to make sure that there's a parity between what we're giving the landowner and what the public hunters are getting, so that the experiences are on the same level. And I understand that there are limitations on working ranches, and but having a 30-day advance notice on was it 1 or 2 or 3 of these agreements? I'm wondering why that was needed. If the ranches are so booked with other hunters, it's a question I have. And so again, without having the reports from the hunter experiences that Mark was talking about, and then the overall program, it's a little hard to ascertain if what the public is getting what they're getting in return is equal. And so that's kind of where I'm asking a question.
So is your question specific to equity amongst the type of tag permit that's offered?
Maybe to a lesser degree, but really just more towards if we're giving these tags to the landowners, but there's these restrictions that are also being placed on it. Understanding that sometimes there might be a necessity to that, but without having the hunter experiences to refer back to say, were 5 days enough? Must be accompanied by a ranch manager? Was that a limitation that inhibited a quality hunt or harvesting an animal? Was the 30-day in advance, was that realistic? So those are questions I kind of have and wonder about, and without having those hunter experiences in that report that Mark was referring to, it's a little bit hard to understand.
Mark?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Everett, as a practical matter, a bunch of these ranches and ranch managers, the 30-day notice requirement, frankly, wasn't a significant component. There was a lot of just call us and let us know when you can come. So the accommodations were such that basically anybody could come whenever we could get them scheduled in. Obviously, some of the ranches had more individuals from the public participation process than others, but that 30-day requirement wasn't really followed. And I can tell you, in talking with several of the ranch managers and their experiences, they literally showed public hunters every bull that they had on the ranch. And you'll see it in my report, and it's unfortunate that it didn't get shared. There was some apprehension about whether there'd be limitations on the size of animals, whether people could just harvest effectively raghorn or management bulls. And I can tell you that there was, on the ranches that I worked with, there was no limitation on anybody on any given day. They could shoot any bull that was on the place. And one of the ranches averaged over 360 for the public hunter on the Boone and Crockett score. And overall, I possessed all the pictures, and in conversations with the ranch managers, there's probably a straight through average of somewhere between 335 and 350 on the bulls on a straight average. But again, in conversations with them, it wasn't about the size of the animal. It was really about the quality of the experience. We had people that were disabled, confined to wheelchairs. We had first-time youth hunters. We had veterans that were in their mid-80s. We had teachers. We had law enforcement. We had firefighters, and very few, if any, of these people had any personal relationships with the ranches. The ranches actually would look up people on Facebook, and I mean, there wasn't any gamesmanship in the selection process as to who these people were, other than trying to give community leaders and people that do some public service some access, whether it's veterans, teachers, others, a fairly unique opportunity. And those comments, and I'll get those to Hope and Becky, are reflective of that amazing experience. There's a lot of comments about once in a lifetime experiences. I mean, the best letter of all is from a 15-year-old first time novice hunter. She's a young gal from Billings. And I mean, it just puts a smile on my face thinking about her and her experience, and her dad went along with her. And I mean, this is a great program, and I would strongly encourage you to not overly burden the agreements or the process, because what I saw both through the photographs and the smiles and the written comments of everyday Montanans that got to go participate in this process cannot be understated.
So in that regard, Mark, couple questions. Maybe you could comment to the council in regards to the primary interest, what the primary motivations were from your 7, as one question. Second would be, do you think that they would be inhibited by some of the restrictions that, would lend to equity? When we look at the report on the various permits that were issued, they're kind of all over the place. And so if we were trying to create a sideboard that would give some focus and guidance on how to participate, that would be my second question. Do you feel that would be too inhibitive from what your experience was?
So I guess it begs the question from a policy standpoint, what you're attempting to accomplish. If you're looking at it from a public access standpoint, public is getting access to private ranches that they would never otherwise ever get any access to, number one. Number two is from a biological standpoint, the bulk of these ranches are located in districts that are significantly over objective. So there is no biological reason to provide any limits or restrictions in many, if not all of those instances. And then thirdly, as to the motivations of the ranch owners, those are really unique to the rancher, and I'd hate to superimpose, but some of the things that I did hear is a desire to do more on the helping with like wounded warriors and having a bigger say in terms of overall hunter public access activities that occur on their ranch. I think if they had more say, you would see novice hunters, veterans, wounded warriors, police, women, disabled hunters would have all additional opportunities. And those are all things that I heard directly from the ranch owners as their desire to provide those unique experiences to the public hunters.
Okay, thank you. So back to this question, Drew, you got your hand up. What's on your mind?
First of all, awesome program that you guys put together a long time ago. And I think there's a lot of really great potential with the 454s. And I want to start the conversation, I guess. We're going to bounce around here. We've already bounced around a bunch, but I hope that we could maybe just kind of start at the beginning of the process. So we know we got your background, Ed, on where you guys started and what the thoughts were. I guess my question would be, where do we start with the application period? It seemed like a lot of it was kind of last minute and can be done on its own timeline. And I guess my question would be, why is it not regulated the same as all the other application periods, whether it's landowner sponsored or just the general draw? And as we're talking about this, Rich, man, I hope you really pipe up and talk about it, because you're one of the few people that has got to participate in the program. So really, really value your personal experience with being in the program and giving us some real world examples. So I'll start there, Ed.
Thanks, Drew. I think Hope wants to respond.
Thanks, Ed. I appreciate you reading my mind. So Drew, this again gets at the internal process piece that we've been looking at. We want to, just in general, for all the hunting access programs, standardize the timelines in which our staff are sitting down with landowners in a calendar year to maximize everyone's time. So we're not calling you in February for this, we're not calling you in May for this, but also trying to bring it at a timeline in the calendar that makes more sense to landowners when they're thinking about the approaching hunting season. So that's a starter to this entry point. What we're going to do this year, as we've discussed with the director on timeline, is require that all applications be submitted by June 1st in time to get the materials together and reviewed and ready for our August commission meeting. So that's information we still need to convey to the folks out in the world. But that is where we're a piece of the process that we're going to clarify this year. Doesn't mean we wouldn't continue tweaking the process for the following year, but that's a starting point for us.
And I think that's to follow up, I think that's a good start. I would say notoriously, it feels like our application period in general is always slow, and we have, I think, good opportunity there to give a better buffer in time between when that, whether it's working with landowners or working with the general application draw, can be moved up in time, just so everybody has more time to plan, whether it's a biologist or a hunter or a landowner. And then also, I think it gives us good optics into the demand. Again, I think this 454 program can be really well utilized into everything that Mark talked about. A lot of these new hunters or disabled hunters, amazing opportunities. And for us to give one tag to get a lot of opportunity, I think there's tons of merit in that. But I think we have to look long term as well, because if all of a sudden we see this getting really popular and we increase by 4 times the number of participants, and we look at that over the next few years, there could be a lot of landowners participating in this. And then at what point do we go back to your statutes, and for the benefit or the management of the wildlife, whatever it said there, at what point do we start to impact that and have to keep an eye on that?
Thanks, Drew. Paul, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, you guys, Chairman. I had been contacted by an uncle of a nephew that he drew that 411 tag, and I find out that this kid is handicapped. He's 41 years old. I guess he's a kid to me anyway, but he had drew this 411 tag and they had nowhere to go. And I put him in contact with Mark, and he got a really nice 6-point bull. He's in a wheelchair, and his smile, the smile on that guy's face is precious. And so I just think that this program is doing just what everybody's been wanting to do, is open up access. So I think that this is a great program. I think that we need to start and continue working with landowners, incentivizing them, And I think that we got to stop bashing these landowners. I mean, you can't expect them to open the doors when you guys are, a lot of these groups are out there just constantly attacking them. So this is a great program. I think we need to keep improving it. So thank you.
Okay, Paul, thanks. Rich, are you chomping at the bit down there? In that green pasture that is killing me looking outside?
No, it's good. It was an experience. I think I told you guys at the last meeting, I kind of wanted to stay away from it initially just because of the public, I guess my public fear of how it would look, like it kind of seems like, and it said a lot. I don't think it's really a large group, but I mean, it just seems like we're kind of the bad guys, especially since we work with an outfitter. So I do like the program. I think it's a great thing. I think what I know is that if we can have opportunities to help those that are disadvantaged be able to go and have a great experience, I think that's where we really benefit. But again, you guys, like the way I'm trying to run a business, and it's not an outfitting business. It's a ranch. It's got a bunch of families on it, and so I look at these things as how does it affect what I'm doing? And so like I think I told you guys 6 years ago, I hired a biologist from Utah, and he comes up and we meet twice a year, and we do it for management. I mean, we feel like managing our livestock, our wildlife is just as important as managing our livestock. And so that's how we kind of come up with how we're going to do things. And I kind of base it on a science-based deal. So as far as this program goes and where I think it's a great program, I think it obviously kind of has to ebb and flow. And I like the fact that the department is willing to look at almost kind of a case by case basis a little bit, because we all live in different regions. I mean, I would never profess that I understand what it's like living over in Dillon by the Matador Ranch and what things are like there. I'm just in the Bear Paws. And so my little ecosystem here, dealing with things such as mountain lions and a lot of pressures from hunter groups now that have kind of found the eastern part of the United States, or excuse me, the eastern part of Montana as the place to go, kind of the last best place, or a lot of open area there. So we're just trying to kind of manage through some of those issues over here. But I really can't. I think it's a great start to something. I guess I have to spend some more time kind of digging into it. And Drew, like I said, I think there are some things that Hope mentioned that highlighted in there that I think could take some more looking through, like large enough and some of these things. But I'm kind of science based, you guys. Like I think biologists in the department has those people to look at these and kind of find out how we look at managing the wildlife. And so I said I'm hoping for good things to come out of this. I'm going to spend some time really looking over these, these basically the statutes and how they're set up and see if I can't add something good to it. But it is a great start.
Thanks, Rich. So throwing it back at each council member with those points that Hope pointed out as we read through the code, do you have any specific comments that you would like to make in regards to addressing any of those issues at this point? Anybody raise their hand? I see Drew and Everett still have their hands raised. I don't know if that's from before or now. Drew?
Well, it was from before. But yeah, I guess I can just go down my list. I think, Hope already addressed it with the application period. I think we should definitely have set boundaries there. I don't necessarily feel that the landowners should be allowed to pick outside of their permit who gets to have the permits. And I base this off of talking to a person who was involved with one of these 454s this last year. In a nutshell, basically picked one of the people to get a permit for their ranch. And then a side conversation was, don't hunt or else you're no longer going to have employment here. So we talk about bad apples in the hunter space, but we often forget that there can be bad apples on the other side of the fence as well. So I think we need to look at who is being picked to have these permits or licenses. I don't think, I go back to your original 4-to-1 tag allocation, Ed. I believe that's what you originally had it at, right? And it's 3-to-1 now?
Well, actually, when we discussed it, what we had thrown out was a minimum of 4-to-1. And what
Minimum
got,
of 4-to-1. Yeah.
what got put in and actually passed was 4-to-1. And I think, just to be clear to you, Drew, at that point in time, we thought that was for the issuance of one permit on one place. Obviously, that's our problem. When we think little, so we think of one specific case that we're considering, we're not thinking long-term or broad picture. And that's where that began.
And to that point, and Rich brought this up, I think it is great that we can individually look at these ranches and do this now when there's 13, but what happens in 2 years when there's 200? And, that's a lot of individualized plans, and that's a lot of elk, and which is great. Again, it's the whole point of it is awesome, opening up those things. So I think those would be two things that we really look at is what is an equitable transaction between getting and giving. Everett brought up the number of days. That was one of the things I circled on my paper too. Everett was stood out to me. Yeah, those are a few of the high level things that I would say need to definitely be addressed.
Yeah, and going back to the first sentence, for wildlife management purposes, and Rich's comment about hiring a biologist from out of state to deal with his wildlife that exists on his place, it seems to me we're missing something here where that has to happen. And when we just bring it down to the point of 454 applications, all of this to me should be under the auspice of for wildlife management purposes in that application. And we're not biologists. And so if it's for that purpose, and it's great see, I think the landowner should have every opportunity to put the sideboards on it that work for their place, because they all have a different need, concern, challenge, or desire to make this work. And so, as to Mark's point, sideboards are tough, but I also think you've got to have some guidance there. And certainly starting with, okay, we offer one permit. How does that fit into the wildlife management biological reality of that unit, and specifically even that property? As Nina was talking earlier, maybe that's a property where moving those elk around helps management in the entire hunting district. Is there a way to put that sideboard in place for the commission when they're looking at approving that application? So, Dale, you haven't commented for a bit.
One of the things, just maybe to piggyback off of the list that Hope had sent out, one of my concerns is, and Drew kind of hit on this a minute ago, was, right now in 13 or whatever people apply, what happens when the numbers get way up? I think one of the things that this council could do is put some sideboards or recommend some sideboards for what percentage of the tags in an area could go into the 454 program to be allocated to landowners. And just for example, let's say we have a hunting unit that gives out 500 any elk tags, but for whatever reason, the biologists decide that that number needs to be 250 in 5 years, but yet we've seen the number of people in the 454 program keep growing and growing and growing. It seems to me that the general hunter is ultimately going to have less opportunity and say, well, that won't happen. But I think it's clear it could very much happen. And I think it's a place where this council could weigh in. The other comment where we start talking about who is selected. And I heard Paul talk a little bit ago about having the disabled hunter, and I appreciate that. But I also heard one of the other people talk earlier about, well, we had firefighters and veterans or whatever else. But where's the randomness to that? And I guess I would throw out that when I look at people I know that live in the Miles City area, they may not be employed by the fire department or the ambulance crew or work as a doctor or nurse, but there's a lot of people that devote a lot of volunteer time to activities that make the community and the areas whole. And again, I appreciate the fact that there are people that are recognized and provided opportunities, but there's a lot of people in the background that also do an awful lot to promote our communities and have a real benefit to the farm and ranch communities. I think of the people that work on 4-H boards or work on the fair, that that are on the fair boards. I mean, the list goes on and on. So just a couple of thoughts that I wanted to throw out. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale. Tierney?
Yeah, I'm just the very first sentence there, for wildlife management purposes. So obviously we're looking at this as areas that do have an abundance of elk that we do need to maintain. So when people are talking about what happens and we get 200 applicants, hopefully the Fish and Game is looking at these applicants in areas that do have an abundance.
Dang, we're losing you there.
Abundance of elk. So if there's an abundance of elk on a oh, am I cutting out?
You're good. You're back.
Okay, sorry. I know the Fish and Game is going to look at this and give it to the applicants that have an abundance of elk. There's an abundance of elk in that region. So I don't think there probably is ever going to be an issue there. I come back to the 5 days. These ranches that are letting people on there for a tag, when they're running how many elk on there, they're feeding how many elk.
We're losing that.
5 days is a lot. I mean, they've got, yeah, I'm just saying 5 days is, to me, is a lot of days to open up a place when they've got a lot of other stuff going on. And like they said, they've dedicated their time to helping these people that are on there.
All right, thank you. Lee?
Okay, I hope everybody can hear me. I think that this has been an exponential increase in 454 since I've been on the board. I think when I got on there was one guy, and then there became two. And if we've got 350 elk, and 1/3 of the, or 1/2 of the elk, or one way I understand the program is one permit goes to the landowner, one permit goes to his designee, and the other two go to general hunters. I think we should get this thing rolling before we worry about how to restrict it. If we've got, as the gentleman said that worked for the department, said that there's 300, they harvested over 300 elk off of ranches that were never open to the public before. I think we need to encourage this one and not get in making the restrictions so much that these out-of-state guys or these absentee landowners decide to withdraw from the process and do something else. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Okay, I haven't heard from Donna for a while. What do you think, Donna?
Well, I'm not very familiar with this program, so I've been trying to read about it and catch up a little bit more on it. This dialogue has been very helpful, but boy, do I agree with Lee. I mean, we don't want to drag our feet to where people are going and make it so restrictive that people will go elsewhere. So I think it's a good program on my first review of it, and I think we need to improve it, but not make it so complicated.
Okay. Cindy?
Well, I think we should clarify some of those fuzzy areas that Hope suggested. Just so it's not fuzzy, because landowners had problems last year on the implementation of it. And we heard people on the committee say they were a little bit confused as to how it was supposed to run. But I think in special areas like 410, where it's really a premier hunting area, we need to consider how it will actually work in premier areas, because we'll hunt those areas out, and then what brings the hunters. That's it.
Thanks, Cindy. How about you, Eric?
Well, I think the first thing everybody should understand about these permits on this, and I think 454 is a great program, and it needs to be vetted perhaps and tweaked a little more. But like Lee said, let's get it rolling and see how well this does work. 350 head of elk killed on these ranches. I would venture to guess, I'll go out on a limb and say that was probably more elk that were killed in all of Region 1 in northwest Montana. 350 head is a pretty significant bunch of elk for the public to have killed. And to Dale's worry about these permits going to people picked by the landowner, as far as I know, in these permit areas, the landowner is going to get his permit, and he can designate one other lucky permittee who drew, and everybody else is from the public. The landowner can't pick and choose who draws the permits. The permits are given randomly to the public. So I do think we need to vet this thing a little more, but I think it's working, and it needs to be tweaked possibly, but let's keep working with this program and see how far we can take it. It may open up access to, if it was 350 head of elk last year, who knows what it's going to do this year. And another question I think we need to ask is why some of these wildlife groups like BHA and the Montana Wildlife Federation were so vehemently opposed to 454. This opened up a ton of access, doing just what they wanted, yet they opposed it. I don't quite understand that. So, and one other thing I think we have to think about is what the landowners are giving up here. The landowners are allowing a lot of people in and getting a little in return. I think the equity thing is disproportionate to the landowner side. And I'm just like most everybody else on this board. I'm on the outside looking in when it comes to elk. I don't have a place to hunt elk, but if I got lucky enough to draw a permit in an area and was given access to one of these ranches, I'd be thrilled to death. So I think we've got to stop and think and look at what the landowner is giving up here. That's all I've got.
Thanks, Eric. Rod.
I think it's a great program. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. Everything has it. But I'm with Eric on this when it comes to these organizations that aren't happy enough with it. And they are getting access to places historically they never have had, and quality places. But I guess, much I hate to say it, I don't think they're going to be happy until they have access to all of it. But that's just me. But I think, yes, there is room for improvement. I agree with Lee. Let's see how far and how good we can make this, and how much more opportunity we can present to the DIY hunter. I have nothing against DIY hunters at all, and I think this is a great program for them. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Hope, a question. So do you know, I guess we could add them up here, but how many landowner permits were issued, and how many, as a total, how many landowner permits were issued or licenses, and how many hunters hunted, just as a total? Or maybe Mark knows that.
Mark might know it for his 7, but as a whole, Jason, do you have that by chance?
Not without adding them up here.
Yeah. Well, if Mark wants to chime in and Jason can work on some math.
Yeah, just relative to the ranches I am aware of. In addition to so there's 4 buckets. So there's the tag that went to the landowner, the permittee that the landowner And then the two individuals that the department chose as a part of the program as well. And then in addition to that, these ranches, several of them opened up their ranches for additional cow harvests. And that's where it ballooned to north of 300 animals that were harvested. The bulk of that occurred during the shoulder season. The other thing about that, just to layer Mr. Chairman into your comments about the management and how this all kind of pieces together is, people east of Great Falls, the drought conditions are pretty tough, and it's not just going to be tough on the cow calf guy, it's going to be tough on the wildlife. And so these ranchers really wanted to open up their ground to facilitate harvesting some of these elk, because these elk are going to struggle from a habitat standpoint. And so from a management standpoint, this was a perfect scenario for what otherwise those ranches wouldn't have been available to the average public hunter. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, you just real quick on recommendations, there are two that we would, the ranchers that we talked about, and it's in the report. There needs to be a process that Hope alluded to in terms of the deadlines for submittals, because of the lack of certainty and decision making. So I appreciate the department's willingness to go down that path. The second, and this isn't a criticism of the department, this is more of just what happened. There was several instances where the hunters that were selected by the department were never actually notified. And so they never had meaningful opportunities to schedule opportunities with ranches while elk were still on the ranches. So there has to be clearly some better communication within the department as to who's notifying who, and coordinating that with the ranch managers. I can tell you in at least two instances, the ranch managers were the ones that were reaching out to the successful candidates when it wasn't the ranch manager's contractual obligation to do so. And even in one instance where one of the department selected public hunters, there weren't elk on the ranch by the time they were notified, and through cooperating with other ranches, we're able to still get that person access to harvest elk on an adjoining ranch. So there's my point in all of this is there's a bigger kind of collaborative conversation that is going on that is doesn't get a lot of press, but has meaningful impact to the day in, day out kind of public hunter that's just looking to get outside, enjoy the outdoors, a meaningful opportunity to harvest an animal, whether of a trophy class or for meat purposes. But I just wanted to share those two recommendations.
Thank you, Mark. Drew, you got your hand up?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could I just pop in for a second? I apologize.
Please.
I appreciate that feedback, Mark. And then I also need to correct my previous comment on the expected timeline for the process this year. I think I said June 1, but I think what our intention is we're going to open June 1 and end the application process June 30. And that times with people knowing if they have drawn a cow permit in June, so that if landowners didn't draw a cow permit, they might want to jump into the 454 pool. So just give a little clarification there, but still a lot of things to be worked out. But that's the general timeline we're working toward.
Okay, thanks, Hope. Drew?
Yeah, I'm not on mute. Good. One of Hope's questions on her sheet was, should we allow folks in the block management program to participate in the 454s? And I would say any landowner that's cooperating with another access program absolutely should have the opportunity to be involved in this other program. Who better to reward than somebody who's already opening their doors? And to expand on what everybody else said, we should try and promote the program as much as possible. I'm not a member of BHA, but Rod, to your comment about, they won't be happy until they get access to all of it. That might be I don't know, it might be a little over the top on the comment there, just because I don't think that's the sentiment from that group or from any group. I think a lot of it, again, just boils down to good communication. What is the agency doing? Is it fair? Is it equitable? Just, more transparency, I think, will help a lot of those issues. And, back to what Rich talked about, kind of feeling that heat when this came out last year, I think the optics of it just looked really, really bad. And hope maybe you can just like touch on those common pain points that you heard when that rolled out and that hit the Helena Independent or the Billings Gazette, and there was that uproar. It wasn't just from BHA people, it was from lots of sportsmen, because they didn't understand what was being done or why it was being done.
I think I'd want to defer Drew to Becky, who was more front and center in that than I was at the time.
Chair Beal, Drew, yes, actually, you are correct. It was, we took criticism from all across the board, both landowners, outfitters, guides, and the general public, hunter and organization. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said, for the reasons that there was a lack of coordination, and you've heard already, I think the director owned that some of this surprised us. As you saw the history, we had done 1 and 2 of these agreements in the past, and now we were overrun with interest, which was a great thing, but we had to catch up with it. And so I appreciate these conversations, because I think this will help those. We learn, right? We know when we know better, we do better. And I think that's what we're hoping to do here with your help.
Okay, thanks, Becky. So Hope, are there certain questions you'd like us to address right now through this? At this point in time, we got a few minutes here. What's your thought?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think that the groups had a good discussion today, and it's good to hear the comments that have been reiterated more than once. That helps us kind of judge where folks are at. This can be an iterative process too. Today does not have to be the end all be all. Anything that we put together is likely not going to apply until the 2023 session. Some of it might require legislative change. And so we would want to put a proposal together in time to take that to the 23 session, if that's the case. Ideally, we would have that fleshed out at our next meeting to a good degree. We have a history with the PLPW Council taking its recommendations and ideas over across the street to the Environmental Quality Council to wash them through the council. Sometimes the council has adopted the proposals as council recommendations to the legislature and made them council requests. Other times it's simply just been getting feedback from the Environmental Quality Council, which can be effective as the PLPW shapes up its final proposal to take to the 23 session, carried by an individual legislator. And Representative Logie can attest to that if he wants to during his comments in the public comment period. But we have some time. I think in May, internally, Jason Kuhl has suggested that May meeting, we've got 2 days set aside. We probably need 1 to go through the pallet agreements, and then we can take day 2 to spend time sitting in these questions again that we've been looking at this morning, both with 454s and the broader access programs, and really start to get bring more options, very concrete options to you to consider, and then B, really getting into the meat of what's necessary, what works, what wouldn't, sort of discussion in May.
Okay, so how would you like to chew on the ratio question at all? Would the council like to chew on that just a little bit as far as the 3-to-1 ratio. That's one of the public concerns that I've heard. Anybody? Lee?
If it works like it did for all the other state things, if we just let it go forward and then we can adjust it if we have problems later. I think the idea was to encourage the landowners to enroll their ranches in this program, and then if we have some problems with it and we don't think it's fair, I think the group is all Montanans are pretty fair. If it looks to me like, or it looks to them like somebody else is, or somebody one side or the other is gaining an advantage, we can adjust it later. Thanks.
Thanks, Lee. Nina?
In reading this, you go back to the beginning and it says for wildlife management. And we have, and you've all talked about it this morning, folks coming in buying huge acreages that the wildlife use for refuge. And if you use this program, if the department goes in and tries to get those ranches to sign up for this program for the specific reason of getting hunters in there to harvest the cows, and in so doing, move the elk off onto private lands where they can be hunted, I think it would be a win-win for everybody. But I think it would mean that the department would have to deliberately go and solicit those ranches to participate in the program, because I'm not sure all of them would even be interested to begin with.
Thank you.
Make sense?
Sure. Paul?
Okay. My thoughts are, I've been following this program for years. When it first, I think it was initiated in 2001, and we went many, many years where we had 1 or 2 landowners. But the problem was back then is that the public expected a landowner to let 4 bull hunters on to hunt bulls for every one bull tag that they got. Well, I don't think that's very equitable. And so when the legislature changed that to 3-to-1, making it 1 bull and 2 cows, much more equitable. And look what happened. This thing's ballooned to where these ranchers have allowed hundreds of people to come on and hunt, not just for cows, but for bulls too. And I think that the ratio needs to be at this level. And I think this is a more fair ratio for the landowners. I mean, I've seen it over the years, and I think the general public and some of these groups out there feel that the landowners should, maybe get 1 tag and they should let 10 people on to hunt or something. And I think the equity has to be for the landowner. You got to incentivize the landowner to get access. And it goes to show, and in addressing Nina's deal, maybe we can use this for some of these new non-traditional landowners that are buying up these big pieces of ground. But some of those people, and this is going to be our biggest problem that we face on this council, is the fact that some of these people aren't hunters, don't want to hunt, and they just want to preserve the elk numbers. So I think that we need to be able to go and talk to these landowners and bring other landowners and neighbors with us to try to come up with some solutions. This last 14 years of trying to force access is not working. And this is the first year that we've seen incentivizing landowners, and look what it's done. I mean, it's opened up. I mean, we wrote, a lot of us, I see a lot of tax on the Wilkses, but they harvested more elk on their ranch than any other ranch in Montana this year because we incentivize them to do so. That's what my thoughts are. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay.
Really quick.
Go ahead, Rich.
Hey, just really quick. I kind of follow a little bit what Paul said in that, and I think, I do think that talking to the landowners and finding out what they might need. I mean, for example, in the bear paws, the quota on mountain lions is 8. I have pictures of myself just out walking with my dogs and on horse of seeing cats in trees and around. And I've never, I mean, and I'm not a biologist, but I guess when you start seeing them, you know, that's a problem. And so they're not really hard on the elk. They're not hard on our cattle, but they are on mule deer. And talking to my guy about how we do this, I see that there is some opportunity there, maybe by asking, you know, what is needed in these certain areas as we go through this 454. It may be more, game warden coverage, or it might be some other things that we just don't even know about, that we could ask and find out what some of those are. It may not actually be just even tags or something. It might just be better enforcement or better, permit. Like I said, this mountain lion thing is a huge issue in the bear paws that I'm hearing about. So that would be good. And then just being honest, everybody, like the things that, like the elk in our area, they're very migratory, like they move a lot. And so sometimes we don't even have control over where they are at the certain times. They're actually pretty smart, right? When you think about it, because where the pressures are, they move from. So I just think, like I said, and this is just me in my particular situation, having, maybe it's giving up access to hunt, cow elk or whatever, and we work on that. But then it's also then giving some tags to my outfitter that can be given to his guys that are from, say, out of state or things like that. I mean, I think, I don't know all the answers. I think we do need to go to the landowners and ask what their needs are, and see, what can do. Because I think that allowing people to come hunt isn't a huge question. And certainly of me as an owner, like, I want the animals harvested. I think there should be that should be happening out there, but the needs of the landowner might be different. Some might be financial, some might be weeds, some might be, it could be a gamut. So I just think I do like the suggestion of going and talking and finding out what is needed.
Thanks, Rich.
So, Mr. Chair.
One thing.
Oh.
This is Eric. One quickly add is, this program might help pave a way to get access to the antlerless portion of the elk herd to help get these population objectives back in check. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Oh.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to say, in response to what Rich said, and I think it was Paul before him, is there interest in maybe putting together a landowner panel beyond the landowners on this group to bring to your May meeting and have some conversation with? In addition, pairing that with maybe you going back to your home areas and talking to your landowners in your areas and getting some feedback to bring to the May discussion as well.
Yeah, that's how I'm going to learn in this, Hope, is to actually, I got to ask people around me. I've even got friends over in Kalispell that are more on the hunting side. I've reached out to them to give me some of their input. So I'm sure that's everyone on the council's objective, is to really just ask around, because we don't know everything about the whole state. I certainly don't, and I don't know these things that well, but I certainly intend to do that for sure.
Sounds like a good idea. So May, huh? Yeah.
We can start the day and the discussion with that panel discussion, hearing from the landowners, and then jump into the nitty gritty of working through some of the options.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay.
Any last comment before we head to a lunch break? Oh no, we have public comment, I guess, first. Any last comments? Denley, I see a hand up there. I think, can we let you in on public comment time, Denley?
Yes, that's what I was waving in on.
Okay, so we'll go right to public comment, and I don't know how many are out there. Can anybody see that?
Mr. Chair, we have everybody in the room here, so I would just remind everyone, if you would like to make comment, please raise your hand now to get in line. If you're on the phone, you can press *9 to do that.
Okay. So I see Denley. Let's start with Denley.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee. I got a little bit of a lineup of comments here since I've been sitting along on this. On the 454, being on the PLPW and then following it as a legislator, I've brought some of the bills, and we didn't have success. It started out as just a landowner a resident. We've tried to get the program by bringing in out-of-state landowners. And then this last session, the bill that there was one bill that I brought through, and then House Bill 637 came through, and it had quite a few items on it. And that's where the 3-to-1 came from, was the House Bill 637. And what that did, it brought, there were quite a few other things, like I say, in the bill, and that brought a lot of public discussion. And I think that's where some of the sentiment came, that it's a bad thing. We're catering to the out-of-state landowners. We're selling out. But I think the idea, and what Mark Baker said, we've opened up some areas that otherwise weren't open. And I think that's the thing we've been asking for the whole time on this bill. Maybe there were a few things that do need to be tweaked to correct some of the problems that were created by that House Bill 637. But I think the whole idea was to open up public access to get public on private land, and we're doing that. And I think, as Lee said, maybe we need to sit back and watch it work a little bit. There are a few things that need to be tweaked rather than try and overhaul the whole thing again. I think we're a little scared that it's coming too hard and too fast. And I think that can be a little education process as well, to let people know how many elk are shot on those pieces of private ground that weren't otherwise being hunted. I'll go back to what Ina was talking about, the penalties, and House Bill 108 increased those penalties for trespass. And it's first offense is $135 to $500. Second offense is $500 to $1,000. And third offense, they actually could forfeit their hunting and fishing trapping rights from 12 months to 3 years. And I think that's something that probably the landowners, I know it came out of requests from PLPW because of our landowner forums, and that's what we were hearing, that penalties for the repeat offenders weren't there. So that bill needs to be kind of let out and talked about a little bit, and so the landowners realize that PLPW is actually trying to help them and correct some of those problems. And of course, that deals with the private land. And access, the penalties can come about even from retrieving wildlife or accessing public land through private land if they haven't previously asked for permission before they get on your property. So I hope that answers the question on whether we're dealing with some of the trespass issues. Block management, we talk about quality versus quantity, and I think I'm in the West, and I provide access through mine. Most of the animals are killed on public land, but they start the access through mine. And I think when we get into that question of quality and quantity, when you're providing that access, we want to look at the hunter's experience. Did they have a good experience, or were they successful? And to different hunters, that meaning is different. So when we start addressing that, I think we've got a lot of work to do. But I have gone over east on places where you just know it's been overhunted and there are no animals, and it is a little disappointing. And sometimes you think, well, maybe it should be blocked off for a while. So I think it might be a hunter assessment. Those hunter cards, I think, are important. People go to block management. We need to make sure that the hunters fill those pieces of paper out. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about would be these programs that we do have in place, and I kind of sent a note to Hope ahead of time, just asking how much education the department does to let what programs are available so they can talk among themselves and not put all the burden on FWP to sign people up for these programs. And maybe Hope you could address that now or later. And I think that's enough for comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Denley.
Mr. Chair, I'd just say to Representative Logie, I think his comment about that fits really well into the afternoon discussion about education and strategy. So I would leave it to that, Mr. Chair.
You bet. All right, I see Marcus, I think, Marcus Strange hopped on there.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am on the call. Yeah, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, it's great to be on with you today. I see a lot of familiar faces, which is fun, and hopefully we'll be able to do this all in person soon. It'd be really good to see some of you folks in the same room. You know, I appreciate the opportunity to comment. There's a lot of good ground covered. Really appreciated the discussion with, you know, Mrs. Bacchus, and there was some really good content there, as well as the discussion about the 454 program. Wanted to comment specifically on the 454 program. You know, MWF has been supportive of the program since its inception. We have spoken out about some of the ways that it's been implemented and specifically changes that came about with HB 637. You know, as we've talked to folks and as we've heard from both landowners and the public, there's a concern about equity, inclusiveness, and transparency in the process. And it's really refreshing and really puts my mind at ease to hear that that's similar, that those concerns are similar to the ones that you all have. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what this committee is able to pull together in terms of addressing that, because this is a program, as was pointed out several times, that does get hunters access, and that's fantastic. And then finally, what I would add is, well, there's, you know, been some things done in the past with this program that aren't, you know, something that we're necessarily thrilled with. We don't feel the need to litigate old wounds, and we want to keep the focus on bringing sportsmen and landowners together. And I'll just highlight in regards to that, there's an independent group that's been organized by Montana citizens. I'm fortunate enough to be able to participate in that group that is looking at ways that we can improve elk management specifically in the state. This is independent of the department. It, you know, was started by a group of Montana citizens. And two of the things that group is talking about are how do we improve the 454 program and block management. So as you all move forward with your process, I'd be really excited to see what you come up with and also provide some feedback as our group finds some solutions as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Marcus, and look forward to hearing from you a little later too. What's the name of that group?
So that's the Montana Citizens Elk Coalition. They were formed back in December. We've got a group of hunters and also landowners that are coming together. And we're doing some outreach across the state to landowners specifically to get feedback from them on how, you know, how do we make these programs work better for you and for the rest of the people that want access to elk. So be happy to answer more questions about that online or offline at any point.
Thanks, Marcus.
Yep.
Hunter, see you up there.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm excited to be able to comment and chat with you all today. I'm Hunter Van Donsel. I'm the state coordinator for Pheasants Forever here in Montana and Wyoming. Live up here in Havre, Montana. I kind of wanted to make a couple comments related to the suite of access programs across the state. My first comment is more of a question on, I missed some of that segment, but curious as to why the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program wasn't included in your assessment of access programs across the state. This is a access and habitat program that opens up a lot of access through a bunch of different ways. I kind of wanted to add comments onto something that Rich said about, you know, finding what really resonates with landowners. And I think it's an awesome opportunity we have within the state, the suite of access programs that are just so different from each other. And I love the flexibility to really find what resonates with the landowner or producer to help open up access. My one comment is we have so many programs, so many rules, so many different things, and it seems that there's no dedicated capacity to delivering that across the state. Right now, my understanding is that other than, you know, regional habitat or regional access specialists There isn't dedicated boots on the ground to develop relationships with landowners and put those programs into play. So I'd love the council to consider what dedicated capacity we need to develop relationships with landowners to increase enrollment into all of these access programs, and review them and make sure they're good fits. Yeah, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Hunter, thank you. Is there any other public comment? I can't see any other up there.
Yeah, I don't see any others, Mr. Chair. I could provide some feedback back for Hunter's 2 questions there that he posed.
Let's do it.
Okay, so the first one regarding why the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program was not included, that's a function of the reorganization and what was and was not moved into the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. The Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program is staying with the Wildlife Division. And while there is an access component to that, that program leadership felt really had the primary habitat component. And so they left it in the Wildlife Division. And so the review that we've been undertaking has only been on the 12 access programs under this division. There are a couple of others, sorry, I'm blanking on the names at the moment, that stayed also with the Wildlife Division and didn't come over with that. So that's one piece. And then, you know, your comment about dedicated landowner or dedicated capacity to landowner relations, I think we're all dedicated to landowner relations is what I want to say, whether it's the hunting access coordinators in the region, the resource specialists underneath them, the hunting access techs underneath them, and then all the other divisions and all the other staff in this division. Anybody out on the landscape is dedicated to landowner relations. And I just want to make sure that I say that out loud as we move forward in this division, being responsible for programs that are really in the heart of landowner relations. Everybody across the agency remains dedicated to that. And the reorganization is not looking to disrupt that. It's only looking to enhance that. The message still is, while the access coordinators are heavily involved in negotiating with landowners on agreements for various access programs, there are still landowners that are communicating instead with biologists or wardens on those things. And so we are looking to capitalize on whoever has the relationship to continue to preserve that relationship and build upon it. So I would say that everybody in the agency is dedicated to landowner capacity, relation capacity. I don't miss the point that you're making, Hunter, but I do want to say that out loud. And then the other piece that folds into that as we look at the access program review and where we want to take the access programs under the new division, the vision for this is A, we're preserving the access we have, and B, we're enhancing access, and C, guarding and seeking particularly access to inaccessible or underaccessible public lands. And to do that, the vision is I've said it before earlier today, but I'll repeat it and say it a little different way, is that the vision, those regional access coordinators, we want to build bandwidth in the access programs in the regions by getting more access techs on the ground and more resource specialists on the ground to handle the field work and some of the less technical negotiation piece, so that with that expanded bandwidth on the ground and or combined with technical solutions, hoping to move that ball down the field too. And your comments today, are good fodder for that discussion in terms of what we need to be looking at for technological options to increase our bandwidth as well, so that ultimately the access coordinators can have more time to dedicate to sitting down with landowners at their kitchen table, going through the menu, going through the options, and just getting to know them and build relationships. And there's some boots on the ground capacity that's got to go hand in hand with that goal. So that's just a statement, Mr. Chairman, on where we're headed as we move forward with this overhaul and overview of reviewing all of the access programs and how we're getting the work done on the ground.
Thanks, Hope. And I guess the follow-up to Hunter's comment or question in that regard to dedicated capacity, do you believe you have a clear census, if you will, on how landowner cooperators feel their communication line is, how effective, how thorough that is. Has there ever been a method put in place to determine whether it's a hat or a regional supervisor or whoever that's working, a warden? And that to me seems to be the challenge, is all of those folks plus many more could be engaged in that communication to each landowner in each area, and how you can centralize that and have it maybe not standardized, but certainly focused, knowing that you're getting good communication to each landowner.
Yeah, Ed, I think we're still working on that. Pardon me, Mr. Chair. I think we're still working on that, talking internally about the best approaches. Whether there's been any survey work done with landowners in terms of the efficacy of those lines, I would defer to Jason if he's got any historical knowledge to put in, or Charlie Sperry from his former work with our RMU. But in terms of how we're going to be working going forward to maximize those lines of communication, as we develop the process for the timeline in which we're going to be focusing on sitting down with landowners in any given year. I've already talked about that timeline related to 454s. The intention is that we'll get all the application materials together. The agency is going to iron out its internal process, and then we're going to communicate that to everybody internally, and also say, hey, please help us expand our capacity and be forward thinking as you meet with landowners on whatever the topic might be, to also perhaps bring these things to their attention so that we're maximizing our efficacy. So that's a roundabout answer. Jason or Charlie, do either of you have anything to add in terms of if we've assessed the efficacy that we've had so far?
Hope I don't have anything at this time. Mr. Chair, maybe defer that to Greg too this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Hope, it's Cindy Cohen. I have a question. I guess I'm confused. With the reorg, where are the biologists? Which division are they in?
Biologists, so fish biologists are in fisheries and the wildlife biologists are in wildlife. And so they remain in those two divisions. And then we're working to have very integrated processes on whatever collaborative work needs done, whether it's considering maintenance on a wildlife management area or an improvement going in at any type of site that biologists are consulted, so that we're making sure we're getting that piece folded into all of the work that we're doing. It's been a very specific directive from the director's office to ensure that we're collaborating across all the divisions and making sure everybody's on the same page and brought in early on conversations.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Cindy. Yeah, it occurs to me, Hope. So like I forgot about Pheasants Forever in the beginning as a conversation about hunter behavior, hunter access. And the contact with Hunter Van Donsel in that regard just brought to that mindset of what do we overlook, in what we normally think about those questions. And we're going to talk later after lunch about hunter landowner relations, education, and communication. But we've talked a fair bit, we've brought up a fair bit about communication to the landowners. So maybe if we could see into how that process happens at some time here with these programs specifically that we're evaluating to the landowner, that might be helpful, particularly with the landowner contingency on our council to see how complete that may be, or if there's some gaps we can identify.
Certainly. And one most recent piece is showing to me, as I get adjusted to the job and the work and the ebb and flow of things, is we sent out a letter, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, or at least I signed it a couple of weeks ago, to landowners who have leases on public land next to inaccessible parcels that they could help us with these access programs. We sent out letters seeking and inviting them to come and look at our access agreement possibilities. And we had a flurry of phone calls and emails this week with people going, hey, what's going on with this? So that's my most immediate measure of effectiveness, is people got that letter. we're getting the phone calls, and we realized we could have communicated better, more broadly internally about the letter going out, so that when the phone calls started coming in, people knew who to point those folks to. We had to answer a few of those questions in the last couple of days. So a good communication lesson on my part.
Great. Thanks, Hope. Okay, before we head, I see Hunter's got his hand up for one last quick, before we go to lunch break. Hunter?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up my comment with it's not just a request for capacity, but that Pheasants Forever is dedicated to helping provide that capacity. And I wanted to mention our two dedicated access specialists that we have in the state, one in Lewistown and one in Mount City. And I would hope that we could further partner for those two and more to help deliver these access programs and really be a point of contact for building landowner relations. So thank you.
Thanks, Hunter. All right, I think I sure appreciate everybody bearing with through this time sitting here together. I know my stomach's getting hungry, and I think we're going to have an Italian sandwich here shortly. So we will be back together here at 1:15. We kind of chewed into our lunch a little bit, but we'll be back at 1:15 to get restarted. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Eric, did you have a question before we get started?
No,
Okay.
no. No, I was just in the waiting room and hoping somebody noticed me and let me in.
Sorry about that it took a minute. I'm glad you're here, though.
Well, at least somebody's happy to see me.
Well, we are only looking at a phone icon, so there's that, you know. If it was your...
That makes it more, I'll say that.
We're back. Everybody back in there? Exceed 9 of you. All right. Well, first, thanks everybody for good discussions in the first half of the morning. I appreciate it. A lot of good comments and thoughts and chewing on that stuff. So we appreciate that. So our next segment is going to be dealing with the hunter landowner relations, and Greg Lemon from the department is in charge of that world here at FWP, and he's going to present a program to us about what they're doing and what they've been doing and some assessment of that. Then we have Hunter Van Donsel is going to come back on, and Marcus Strange from those two wildlife organizations. And then we're going to discuss a little bit our strategy or recommendations in it going forward. So it's funny, Nina and I were just sitting here talking, and we talk about hunter ethic, hunter behavior, all these different terms. And she was talking about when you grew up and your dad took you hunting and you learned your manners, you learned your hunting manners. Maybe that's too simple, but it seems like hunter behavior, hunter ethic sometimes goes right over the top. But manners, yeah, could we have some manners? So with that, if Greg is ready to go, we'll start there.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Chairman Beal, some of this I think is looking for a little bit of a conversation and some direction from the group as well. So what I wanted to at least present and kind of kick today off with is a little bit about where we're at in process and then what we've done over the past year. So last year I came before the PLPW to talk about our an idea we had to try to make some headway on hunter ethics, and particularly just a simple, straightforward marketing campaign. And some of you that were there in that discussion might remember we talked about billboards and imagery. Did we want to use positive imagery? Did we want to highlight the bad behavior that we know has been plaguing some of our block management areas and private lands? So we talked around that a little bit, which was a good conversation. We ended up going with a positive image, positive message. And it's been kind of pleasant over the course of the morning, heard that message repeated back, and hopefully it's because it's catchy, but also I think it's because it captures kind of who we are and as ethical hunters, be respectful of landowners, be respectful of the land, be respectful of the wildlife. And so that was really the focus of our messaging that started in the summer and went through the fall. And so to kind of go over what we did with that, I'm going to pass this off to Pat Doyle, who's our marketing program manager here at FWP, and he'll kind of explain what our communication effort was. And then when Pat's done, we'll certainly answer any questions that you have, and then maybe bring it back to talk about what are some ideas both for future messaging and then also, Chairman Beal, I don't know if you want to get into the program, but maybe that's a good gateway into the program and what we're thinking about there. So that sounds good. So Pat, if you want to take over and let us tell everybody what we did last year.
Great. Hey, thanks, Greg. Chairman Beal, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Pat Doyle. I'm the marketing manager for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. There's some of you in the call today I know and have met before. It's a pleasure to see you again. For those of you I have not met, specifically in person, not over Zoom, look forward to working with you all in the future. And so I am going to share my screen here. So if there is some kind of technical difficulties, I'm sure it is my fault. So just let me know. Maybe Hope or Greg, you can give me a thumbs up if you can see things.
We see it.
All right, a verbal and a thumbs up. Sounds good. So as Greg mentioned previously, we started to roll out some messaging a few weeks, or about a week before hunting season this year, with a campaign called Pass It On. And as we've heard the conversation with the committee this morning, with Greg just mentioned, really what are these positive images and messaging that we can get out there for what we expect from people, especially hunters that are recreating on private land that FWP can reach out to. And a lot of the Recreate Responsibly things that we have done with the agency throughout for earlier last year and really since COVID, this really fits into that, is giving people these tools to lead by example. So instead of pointing out bad behavior, you should do this, you shouldn't do this, really trying to reinstill some of this good conservation ethic that we as Montanans really come to appreciate. So just going to go over some of the campaign specifics for just during hunting season this year. So late October, November, and early December, go over some of those metrics and some of those creatives. So what kind of our ads look like, some of whatever video components look like, and also at the end, just wrap that up with little, what does this look like going forward? So pass it on, looking into hunting season 2022 and beyond. So, and if anyone has any questions during the presentation, please feel free to raise your hand and I can address those when those come up. So. All right, so what were really those key tenets of a campaign like Pass It On? So really talking about the importance of good relationships and positive interactions with private landowners. We are fortunate enough in the state and to have a lot of private landowners that value people recreating on their property and enrolled in things like block management and other access programs. But really, what role do we play in that positive messaging going out there? So that's what this campaign was really about. Talking about that significant opportunity that is provided out there by private landowners, but also what are those expectations on us as recreationists or us as hunters and anglers on this property. So I think some of you probably saw some of our video content that we put out. And I'm just going to go through a couple of those. And these were kind of the cornerstone of a lot of our digital marketing campaign, which we'll go over in a few minutes. But just wanted to show the group in case not everyone is aware of the videos that we did produce for this campaign. So I think you'll recognize some of the people in these. So here is one titled Perspective from a Montana Landowner. So. Sorry about that. Let me.
Do you know the checkbox, Pat?
I've got it now. Is that good?
We're not hearing anything. So when you share the screen, there's an extra checkbox on the bottom left for sharing the audio.
Checkbox on the bottom.
Somewhere on the bottom, it might be the right, but there's a checkbox about including the audio.
You might have to unshare and share again.
Okay. I told you there'd be a technical difficulty, so I am.
And we blame you, so it's no big deal.
No, we got your back, Pat. It's going to be fine.
Hey, man, support and I like it.
Okay, when you share again, look at the bottom left. There's a box that says.
Sure sound. Gotcha. Thanks, guys.
I learned that one the hard way too.
I'd be lying if I said this wasn't the first time that's happened. Okay, back up really quickly to the previous slide. Sorry about this. I swear I've used the internet before. Okay, we should be good to go.
The majority of ranchers are very concerned with the conservation of the land that they are stewards of. And that conservation not only is for their own ranch operation, it's for the trees that are out there, it's for the grass that's out there, it's for the livestock. We are simply the stewards of it for this time frame. And it's not just our livelihood. It's incredibly important for generations to come out after us, whether they're ranchers, whether they're recreationists, that land be there and be in as pristine a condition as possible so that they can enjoy it as much as we do, so that the wildlife can enjoy it, so the livestock can enjoy it. If you're going to call between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening. 4 o'clock calls in the morning are not appreciated. And anything after 9 o'clock at night is not appreciated because we're probably gone to bed. Our days are very different. And just because folks are out recreating and hunting or fishing, doesn't mean we are. We're working. And if we happen to be in the corrals here working cattle, if you have a question, come up, ask it quickly, because we're working and we don't have time to stop and talk. But we do not mind people calling, and we very much appreciate that. Take your garbage home. We don't want your garbage. And if gates are open, leave them open. If they're closed, leave them closed. Don't harass the livestock. And that's another thing. Don't shoot up the signs, for crying out loud. You don't have to shoot a gun just because you have it. We have a rule here that you stay on the road, and there is a given access road. If there's a new set of tracks out there, somebody says, well, I don't care if there's a sign there. There's a new set of tracks. Somebody else did, I can too. So don't go driving off the road, and don't make any new tracks. And well, if you've got somebody that's out there that's injured, use your cell phone. If you don't have cell service, flag somebody down, come get us. But don't drive out there unless it is absolutely necessary. And a sprained ankle is not necessary for driving out there. If you happen to knock something down and it gets up and it runs through a fence into a non-hunting area, go to the landowner. Don't go in after it, go to the landowner. One of the things that happens here, which we do very much appreciate, is if somebody sees a vehicle that's parked where it's not supposed to be, they take a plate number and they call it into the Fish and Game. And many times people are given citations because they were driving where they were not supposed to be, or leaving their garbage, or doing things they were not supposed to do. And we appreciate the fact that there are folks who care enough about this land that is available to them, that they're willing to call that in, discuss it with the game warden. This land has been in the family for well over 100 years and has been cared for well over 100 years. And that it's not just our livelihood, but it's our history. You know, hunters can go hunt any place. Ranchers stay in one place.
All right, and there's one other quick video next, which is another component of our Pass It On campaign. All right, so those are two of our main components of this campaign, but the one that I probably left off, which I probably should always start with, is our new landing page. So FWP has launched a new website about a year ago, and one of the real benefits of that is that we have a brand new way to interface with customers in a way that our previous website just didn't give us the opportunity to. A lot of times that led to negative customer service experiences, not being able to find content that people wanted to engage with. And so now that we have a brand new website and our brand new landing page, fwp.mc.gov/pass-it-on, this gives us a real opportunity to start really marketing this and getting people on this landing page, engaging with content, and really getting all these really good tidbits on how, what pass it on really means. And so what we did was we developed kind of a multifaceted campaign this year to really look at, yes, we're doing things like billboards and radio spots, things like print ads, but also what are we really doing in the online and social media space? So how are we using emails to really get our messaging across to our target audience in a really effective and strategic way? So one of the things we did do is we took these two amazing videos that you saw, one very long form and one more short form, that were process-oriented videos, so showing people how to do things, providing context for what we like to see when people are out in the field, and built that into a digital advertising campaign. So this was a mixture of static ads, which would be like a banner ad that you get served on your phone or your desktop computer, and also video ads as well. So we're serving, and our target audience was people all across Montana, people regionally that had a high probability of maybe coming to Montana to hunt or recreate. But one of the things we really did was realize that a lot of people in hunting season do leave their home areas, so that's Great Falls, Helena, Kalispell, and really go off the field. So how do we reach those people that may live in Great Falls that are going to Glasgow to hunt? So how can we target people that are planning to go somewhere, maybe in Region 6 or Region 7, so the far eastern parts of Montana, but do live somewhere else? So we did do a really great job with a lot of our advertising partners of really getting that target audience, serving people up content like this that really resonated with them, and things to think about before they went off in the field. So just in our digital ad campaign alone, we were able to reach over 3.7 million people in 30 days. That was over 100,000 video views. So the videos that you saw today, those were viewed over 100,000 times across this campaign. And so what does that mean? Does that mean that everyone watched the 4-minute video from start to finish? No, but to track as a video view, that means that it has to be viewed for at least over 25% of that. So even if that person didn't engage with that video from start to finish, they were still able to get some really, really good tidbits on what those expectations are when people are out in the field. Social media. So on the right, here's a great social media ad campaign that we had with the Northern Ag Network of really pushing out this video content to people all across Montana. We had over 110,000 people reached in the 5+ weeks that we were pushing this out. So that means that our Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park social media pages paid to advertise on there, but also with partners like Scripps Media, Northern Ag Network, places like that, to really get in front of those target audiences and get this content in front of people. And we really did a lot of email marketing here as well. So working with a lot of ad camp partners that are targeting people that are interested in hunting, interested in fishing, interested in outdoor recreation, but really wanted to focus this on people that may have just moved here to Montana. And so on the right side of this slide, this is an example of a targeted email campaign we did with the publication Outside Bozeman, which we normally don't really engage with for things outside of hiking and things like that, but really wanted to reach some more new, some maybe people that just moved to Montana, and really provide some context for what makes our state so special. So did a lot of interesting new graphics and kind of some interesting language off the Recreate Responsibly and Pass It On campaigns that really resonates with someone who may have not been here for previous hunting seasons, or maybe this is their first time out. So saw a lot of success there. We had reached over 324,000 people via email. A lot of these campaigns too can reach retarget people that maybe open an email, engage with that in some manner or another, and then we can retarget them as a reminder to watch these videos, to engage with this content in a more meaningful way. We also did a lot of traditional media outreach in this as well. So that's, print advertising, radio with a lot of different partners, billboards across the state. These are really still effective ways to communicate and bring, get that, pass it on message across through this campaign. Part of the campaign, we did reach over 1.8 million people in the 5 weeks that it was running. So another great way to reach people. A lot of these billboards were strategically placed where people, like you said, in Helena, Great Falls, Miles City, maybe venturing out in the field. So just one of those last minute reminders as you are driving out to hunt maybe on public or private land or wherever, just what are those stewardship ethics and what are those tools that you need to be successful. So overall for our Pass It On campaign, and reminder, this is the first year that we've run a integrated campaign like this. We did reach over 6.1 million people and had over 250,000 engagements. So a great benchmark in my mind for our first year of this. Definitely something we can build off of in subsequent years as we're learning across Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Kind of building this bench or this base that we can market off of and build these campaigns out to even reach more people in the future. And so we're looking forward to 2022, this upcoming hunting season, which seems so far away, but it's very, very close. And beyond, what does that mean? Who are those partnership opportunities that we can engage with to really help us share, not just develop more new content, but also share this messaging? And also, what other things are we doing that really, with our access programs and things like that are definitely a part of the Pass It On campaign? How do we really have a statewide conversation about the value of things like block management for people that may not be aware these programs even exist? And I think a lot of times when we have campaigns, we're building them with that everyone that we're reaching has a base knowledge of X that we can build off of. And I think that with a lot of new people moving to the state, a lot of people through our kind of COVID bump or maybe hunting or fishing for the first time, how do we really talk about these really important campaigns or programs, why they make Montana a really unique place and why they're special, but also how do we engage with them in a reasonable and appropriate manner? So with that, I know Greg's here, I'm here, so yeah.
Any questions from the council on any of this? Can't see everybody's. Rich, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just a quick, if you're just looking forward and watching those, do you guys work with DNRC too?
That's a good question. So we didn't on this. They just got hired, not just, I think 3 or 4 months ago, they hired a new communications person. And I know she's brought up her interest in talking with us about, particularly on the responsible recreation piece. So I think it's a good question and it's a good point to make that there's some work to be done there with a pretty important partner.
Yeah, well, I think that any time you can get that out to people is really good. I just wanted to add on to that just a couple of things, because what I see happen over in the area 690, 680 and the Havre, Big Sandy area is that a lot of the people coming from, say, out of state, we got a lot of Utah, Colorado, but also even Western Montana, and there seems to be kind of confusion between what state land is and what federal land is. So I've got a number of people that are out driving on state land, and they're like, well, we drive on these roads, they're public lands. And I'm like, well, there's a difference. So that was just one thing. And then the other thing, just honestly, Greg, just to point out, is that with this increase, our county roads in our area are not very wide. They're not maintained as well as they probably should be. And so we've had a couple incidences, especially in the fall hauling hay, where people have stopped to take a look at an animal on the road. They haven't really pulled off to the side, and sometimes they're afraid of fire and those, but they're right in the middle of the road. And we've had a couple near miss incidences where they're basically looking at animals through and they're right in the middle of the road. So that's the other thing. And then lastly, just one other thing, this year is the first time I experienced people not paying attention. Denton, Montana almost burned to the ground, and I took pictures and sent to my game warden 3 fire pits on state land. They were within the 200 yards off the county road, but there were actual fire pits out on the property. And so that might just be one other safety thing to add to, in terms of the continuing efforts to educate not just hunters, but just recreationists in general about some of those safety things. So thank you.
Yeah, good points. Thank you. And we've heard that too. I know we've heard about, just the amount of traffic that tears up county roads, and, there's a maintenance piece there, but yeah, the good neighbor, the good being neighborly and being aware of your surroundings. That's good feedback. Thanks. Dale, you got your hand up.
Greg, question for you and the Fish, Wildlife and Park staff. And we heard it earlier today several times about poor hunter behavior. And I guess my question is this: when a person says poor hunter behavior, I mean, what that could encompass is huge. And what kind of work have you done to really identify what constitutes poor hunter behavior? And I'll just give you an example from my world. Living out in eastern Montana, I mean, we hear about off-road off-road vehicle use. Frankly, I think the off-road vehicle use, that issue is exponentially less than it was 40 years ago. I mean, part of it is the landowners are much less willing to drive off their roads. I think there's been more education in that regard. Certainly, off-highway vehicles driving on muddy roads has probably increased with the increase of OHV. But I just want to go back and say, what's the department done to really try to focus on, when we start talking about hunter behavior, what are the issues and how are you defining those?
Yeah, good question. And, it's been difficult because what is bad hunter behavior for one person isn't quite as sensitive for the other person. And a good example I'll bring up is we've heard probably the most high profile hunter behavior issues we've heard about in the last 5 to 10 years have been, when elk get herded up onto open ground and hunters know about it, and there's the herd gets surrounded, and there's the unsafe and unethical scenario of hunters shooting into herds of elk. And everybody, I think, here can agree that that's not an ethical situation. But you can imagine a person, maybe the guy that gets there first, that didn't call all his buddies, but all of a sudden is in the circumstance where people are acting unethically, and he's trying to harvest a cow elk, and he's trying to do it ethically, but there's a whole scenario going on that he didn't have anything to do with. And so you got to be careful at throwing stones too hard, because there might be some friendly fire there, no pun intended. But the point I'm making is that we've heard from some people that crowding is a camp every half a mile along a public road, and in some places of the state, crowding that would be sparse. That would be sparse behavior. And so we try. My hope is that we can keep attentive to all of it. We can lay down some good tenets that are based in our hunter education program on what is ethical hunting. We can look at our rules and our regulations on use for off-road use and that sort of thing. And then, if as we get into fire behavior and fire safety and things like that, we can start to expand. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for us to put a clear, definitive box around what's ethical behavior and what's not ethical behavior. And that, to be really honest, has been the challenge of this from the very beginning. Even with, we've had some, over the past 6 years that I've been here, we've had some lengthy internal conversations about hunter ethics, and it's just very nebulous conversation. But I think if we can all agree on some broader sort of ethical issues, like I mentioned. I think that's going to be a good place to start. I hope that answers your question. Sort of rambled there. Yeah. Drew.
Hey, yeah, good rambling. Appreciate it. Maybe to piggyback off of that, because there was nothing there I didn't disagree with. It's a tough thing to put your thumb on. Are there numbers that we can actually look at though from the LEO standpoint? Is there a significant uptick year over year in actual infractions that we can point to and say, there are a lot of XYZ doing a lot of XYZ bad things, and here's the data that shows in 2019 we had this many infractions, and 2021 we had this many infractions. Do we have data on that, and can we use that to maybe tie into some of these ethical issues that we can hopefully pinpoint and maybe work on?
Yeah, that's a good point too. So typically over the course of a hunting season, and I mean, in Montana now, I mean, that's several months long. We'll talk to the enforcement division about, they'll come to us, say, hey, we're seeing, more of this infraction or more of that infraction, and we'll try to communicate specifically on that. But I think that's a good point, and that's something that we can do, I think, better internally is this time of year, sit down with the enforcement division and say, okay, we're pulling together our hunter ethics campaign. What did you see last season? What really jumped out at you? And start targeting that behavior. That's a good point.
Cool, thanks, Greg. Maybe just one follow-up too. I work in marketing. It's kind of been a profession I accidentally got into. Don't ask me long story. But anyway, yeah, I think these campaigns are great and they shed awareness to it. Are there long-term strategies for more training? And I guess where I would go with this is, when I was 11 years old, I took your hunter's education program. And when I was 11 years old, I didn't know what the word ethics meant. And, in the professional world, we require people to continue their education. But in the hunting world, we don't. There's a few examples out there, I guess, that we do. But, are there plans in the department to make additional trainings mandatory? And if there aren't, man, I've got some suggestions we can talk later about.
Yeah, no, thanks. I think we'll get into that when we get into the hunter landowner stewardship program, because I think that sort of goes to that point specifically. So yeah, good point. Eric, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I just hit the wrong button.
Well, the floor is yours if you got anything to say.
No, I don't.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
All right, no problem.
Sorry, Pat, I'm just going to interrupt. Colleen, the chair just messaged me and said that their computer downstairs went down, so the chair and Nina are not on right now. Could you wrangle that for us? Thanks. Please continue. I apologize.
No, that's all right. That's right. I know to the point of sort of ongoing education, and maybe this will help sort of lead us into the hunters landowner stewardship program discussion, is I have gotten a few calls and had a few conversations with people that are interested in having something that's mandatory for hunters. And I know there's a lot of threads to that, and a lot of hurdles and maybe roadblocks altogether. But I do think it's worth having the conversation of, is there a way to incentivize hunters to either take a program, as we look to remodel the hunter landowner stewardship program, to take that, or to create some video content, work with partners to create some video content that might serve a similar purpose. And I think those are discussions that, in my opinion, are beyond just a department conversation. I think it those sorts of things will work best if they work with lots of partners engaged. So I know that whether we get to all that today or not, that's something that's chatter I've been hearing. So any other questions? Any other thoughts, or do we get our fearless leader back?
Here it comes.
That was fun. I thought I would just leave you guys.
We're really glad you're back, Chairman Beal.
Where
So we were I think just from a flow standpoint, I think we probably, if there aren't any more questions about the hunter ethics campaign and the pass it on stuff, we could probably kind of slide into a conversation about the hunter landowner stewardship program if that's where we need to go next.
Sure.
And
so
Chairman,
yeah.
I'll just let you know that Greg also in his final remarks opened the door to the discussion about whether there's some sort of mandatory requirement or not. So
great. So as you all recall, we all hopefully got on and looked at that hunter landowner stewardship course, and I think somewhere along the line here, it's a matter of looking at how we believe that addresses all the issues that we've discussed back in December and now in regards to hunter behavior, hunter education, all these on the ground issues. Is it something that's just simply needing an update and it continues as it is? Or, as Greg mentioned, is it something that we can plug in as a potential required course for hunting access program access? I got a little discombobulated in that. I did want to let Hunter Van Donsel in there after hearing Greg and what's going on, and then Marcus to comment a little bit about their views on hunter behavior and how their organizations might be able to create some synergy, in this effort. And Hunter had contacted the department in that regard in advance. And as I mentioned before, I really hadn't thought about Pheasants Forever because, we all think about elk. And so it just popped into my brain too that, bird hunters typically are pretty darn good about asking for access and expecting to ask for access. So maybe there's a natural synergy there that we had just been overlooking as an effort to communicate that message. So maybe that'd be an okay time to have Hunter just comment on what his thoughts were. He had watched the program and then was reaching out to the department in that regard about Pheasants Forever helping to promote it. So are you out there, Hunter? Yep.
I am. I'm right here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief, but I want to give just a little bit of background on kind of what led us to this. So Pheasants Forever is the habitat organization. We're up to 11 biologists in partnership capacities across the state, really primarily working with private landowners to do habitat projects. In the past year, we recently just hired 2 positions. Half their time is focused on doing sage grouse and sharp-tail surveys, and the other half is improving access opportunities. They're stationed in BLM offices, doing access easements and the whole suite of everything. Our biologist in Miles City is really getting active in PALA agreements and kind of being boots on the ground for that program. And so with that, we've really, with those 2 individuals, really focused on access. It's amazing what's come out of it. So we've really been thinking about, what allows people to have access, what can we do to really get better? And we've really just settled on relationships is what really moves the needle for access. And so through some of our discussions, we stumbled upon the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Project. I'm not sure if that's the exact name. And we watched it this past fall. And my first thought was, this is amazing. Why haven't I seen this before? And I think that's a thought that a lot of people have had, is just, we have this program that, yeah, it needs some updating. It needs some new shiny stuff, but really, does anybody know about it? Is anybody taking it? I had never heard about it before this fall. And my first thought is, well, how can we add value to that? And so we were thinking about doing a social media campaign, maybe some sort of giveaway, firearm, or a gift cards. If you complete the course and send us your certification, you get entered in a drawing. That was kind of my first thoughts that kind of spurred us onto this. But I really kind of want to talk more broadly, where I want to offer up that Pheasants Forever is dedicated to making access better and improving habitat. And so I think feel free to, think about opportunities where we can work together and use our platform of membership across Montana and really across the nation to get some of this word out about. Speaking more broadly than just the program, we are going to try to make movements towards building relationships. I'm really thinking about something I'm stealing basically from Arizona, which is called the Adopt a Ranch program. We're going to do a couple volunteer efforts this year to get sportsmen out onto either block management cooperators or any private lands cooperators to do conservation projects and try to really facilitate conversations. We're really looking to partner with the Master Hunter program to kind of have that as an option for them and kind of do that feedback there. So there's a lot of ways we're really engaging there, and it's really broader than just pheasants. We're really committed to the Montana experience, and pheasants fits in there, but it's not the whole story. So broadly, I like the program a lot. Really think the biggest issue I have is nobody knows about it. We're here to help get the word out in any way we can. And the comments I did get from my staff that took it is just kind of some updates. Maybe there's a couple issues like how public land influences private land with those lessees and things like that. But pretty minor comments just on the program itself. So
thanks for that, Hunter. I appreciate your interest. And, it seems to me that we can definitely begin to build that collaboratively as we go forward. And I guess it was a real good thing for me to hear, that had come to your attention, knowing that nobody knew about it. I think that's one of the biggest questions right there. And, why is that? And certainly does it matter, and how do we improve upon that? So I appreciate your interest in that you got engaged with it. I think there'll be good opportunities out of it. How many members are in Pheasants Forever in Montana?
Oh, I should know that, but I don't.
You should.
I'll find that out.
I'm just curious.
I think there's a difference between membership and reach. Nationally, I think we got 140,000 members, but I would say our reach is much bigger than that. Montana is probably between 3,000 to 5,000 actual members, but we have a broader reach than the folks that just purchase a membership from us. So
fair enough. Yep. All right. Hey, Rich, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, Hunter, I know about the program and I'm super excited. I just wanted to tell you what I like about what Pheasants Forever has done is you've kind of tried to fit a need of the landowner and recognize that it's a cross big by helping habitat everywhere. You're helping, not only private, but also public lands in that. I don't know if that's the whole premise behind it, but I certainly value and see that that's an opportunity there. And in what you guys are doing, I'm participating right now. And I like the fact that, not that I'm against farming by any means, but I know there's opportunities for drought help. There's opportunities for cross fencing. There's opportunities for for reseeding of cropland back to grassland, which is all great habitat. So I think kudos to you guys for, I don't know how you came up with it, but it seems like you approach it from a standpoint as what can we do, to help the landowner, and what needs are out there. And I really think and it might've just been because of the drought year and trying to pay attention, and your work with NRCS on that, in making it kind of have some teeth in the program where it's not just willy-nilly giving away things. It's making a buy-in from both sides. So anyway, I just wanted to say thanks, because I do know about it and I'm appreciative of it.
Thanks, Rich. And for the rest of you folks, Rich, I think is really digging into one of our specific projects, which we received $6 million for conservation projects, specifically for big game in north central Montana. And that's a part of our overall efforts, but kind of, it kind of fits in there. So that's kind of, I think, what Rich is really digging into, that specific one, and how we've made some progress to build relationships and then see what benefits, we can provide by kind of providing a service to a landowner. And kind of, it's a good relationship currency. How can we help you with drought? And then maybe how can you help with habitat or access off of that? So
I see a hand up on a phone ending in 358. If you can unmute.
Yeah. My name's Matt Ranella, and forgive me if my comments don't reflect what you guys have talked about today, because just now in the call I've been in meetings all day.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Ranella, just a minute, please. Mr. Chair, would you like to ask Mr. Ranella to wait till the public comment period after the discussion finishes?
Yeah, so Matt, right now what we're doing is we're hearing Hunter Van Donsel on Pheasants Forever in regards to the hunter education, hunter stewardship program, and then also from Marcus Strange for Montana Wildlife Federation in that same regard. And then we need to go through a number of other issues. Public comment will start at 2:30. So would you be able to hang on and join us at that moment?
Yeah, you bet. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. All right. Anybody have any other questions or comments for Hunter? Okay. Seeing none, if I'm not missing anybody. Marcus, are you on there?
I am, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Sorry, everybody. I look significantly more casual now. I'm getting ready to go to a trade show, so I've been running boxes out to my truck. Mr. Chair, could you give me a prompt for what you'd like me to address? This is a pretty broad topic, and I just want to make sure that I don't waste the council's time.
Yeah, so you and I had talked a little bit about creating one voice in regards to hunter behavior, hunter education, hunter communication, and relationship with the landowner, and how the MWF might be in a position to do that from their seat. So maybe if you could speak to that, that would be great.
Yes, happy to, Mr. Chairman. As the chairman noted, my name is Marcus Strange. I'm the director of public policy and government relations for the Federation. With that, I just want to give you all some context for kind of how, I've been thinking about it, and, what internal discussions we've been having. I realize this is probably distilling this down to a level that's maybe a little too basic in general, but as we've talked about it, there seems to be two camps, that kind of the stick camp, as it were, and the carrot camp. I think there's been a lot of really good discussion about education opportunities in terms of communication. Love the efforts by the department to get more information out there. Really excited about the things that Hunter was talking about. As we've looked at kind of enforcement and encouraging people through maybe a little bit more direct action to be more ethical. One concern for us, and something that we're we want to work with the department on it, and it will probably, be something that comes up the closer we get to the legislature. At the last report that I got from the department, we're down 32 biologists and warden positions. That's a real struggle. And I forgive me if that number is off. I apologize. The department can weigh in on how accurate that is as of today. But, that's a really concerning number. Our biologists are a huge tool in creating better hunter ethics and better relationships with landowners. And then obviously from an enforcement standpoint, we want to see folks that are misbehaving punished accordingly, and we need the boots on the ground to be able to do that. And so, how do we address filling these FTE positions? That's something we've talked about internally, and how can we be supportive? The other thing, there's always discussion about raising fines, and I think there are some avenues that we could do that. We want to make sure that people are treated accordingly, and the discussion earlier today was really enlightening in terms of landowners saying we're not seeing people punished to the level that it's painful enough for them to stop the bad behavior. So that's the discussion we've had internally, and my organization and the folks that we represent are definitely open to that discussion. I think it's an important one. Moving into kind of the more carrot based, how do we help people become ethical hunters, not just punish them when they're non-ethical hunters. Things we've talked about are, and forgive me if this isn't the best way of saying this, but democratizing the master hunter model. It's a great model. It works really well, but it's limited in its reach and capacity. So is this a model that we can take and, help the department implement so that it's more accessible for a broader group? And, obviously Hunter had some great information about that and shared some really good ideas there. But that's something we've talked about internally is that model is very impressive. And it does require people to go above and beyond, just simply taking an online course, which is valuable, but there's, it can't be overstated also how valuable hands-on training is. Just speaking from personal experience, I'm an adult onset hunter. I didn't start hunting till I was 26 years old. And probably the second most valuable thing that I did as I was getting into hunting was the field days that I did at the time with the department. They were so valuable. They really did a great job educating folks. And so we've talked a lot internally and want to continue having discussions about how do we continue to shape the hunter education program and make it a more effective tool for educating the public. And there's some really innovative ideas out there from the hunting community. One idea that we've kicked around internally is, and again, this goes back to funding and staffing, but if there was a way to start doing specific habitat projects with landowners and making those available to the public and incentivizing either, maybe through some kind of continuing education program, people to go out and actually do boots on the ground work. There's an army of Montanans that, care about habitat, that care about wildlife, and they care about being good neighbors. And if there was a funnel for that energy, and I hate to overburden our public servants at the department, they do a lot already, but that may be something that they could take on, is funneling some of this enthusiasm and energy to landowners who need help. And I think that does a couple of different things. Obviously, there's the impact to the habitat and the wildlife, and the relationship building is incredible. I also am a firm believer that people don't care what you know till they know how much you care. And putting a face to these landowners and having them come out, and we've done some smaller projects like this through MWF with some landowners that are in our networks. But when you have those hunters go out and they meet the landowner face to face and they hear about the things that they're working on, the things they care about, you realize that we all have a lot more in common, and you're also a lot less likely to exhibit bad behavior. The landowners that I have relationships with, there's no way that I'm going to leave spent shells out there when I'm duck hunting. I make sure that every single one of those is picked up, because I know that if I have to go talk to this guy later and he knows that I'm leaving spent shells out there, it's not going to be a good conversation. So I think getting some more face-to-face time through some kind of service-oriented stewardship work would be really good. What that looks like, I'm not sure. And then finally, to the education program that the chairman had us all look at, I think it's fantastic. And I think if there's a way that we can update it, it definitely needs some updating. It's a little dated, but all in all, it's a great tool, and integrating that in some way for folks to be able to, number one, find it more easily, and then incentivizing folks to participate in that, I think would be a great step. So this is a broad topic. I just kind of jumped all over the place for folks, but those are some of the things we've talked about. You know, the Wildlife Federation is fully committed to being better neighbors, better stewards, and in finding paths forward. And I think conversations like this are critical to that. So I appreciate you all giving me the time to share some of the things we've been talking about internally.
Thank you, Marcus. You know, I appreciate the fact that you and both you and Hunter commented about watching the program and seeing value in the program and recognizing it's underutilized. I would ask you, before we go to Eric, I would ask you in regards to the carrot and the stick and access programs, because the Montana Master Hunter program it's a carrot, but it carries a big stick because you have to do way more above and beyond to be part of that program and therefore reap the benefits of that program. And, you know, we're already, as you stated, it's a very limited program. Their capacity is very limited on an annual basis, as we've heard in the past. And, you know, we've already got, you know, 600,000 hunter days involved with current access programs. So my question is, requiring a more detailed ethic, manner, behavior program in order to gain access on department negotiated programs, how do you believe your constituency would look at that versus an incentivized version of that? Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I knew I was going to regret using that analogy. So yeah, it's a great question. I think just thinking about the conversations that I've had with folks, I believe that having something that they could comment on would be the most helpful thing. I do think, though, generally speaking, from folks that I've talked to, the incentive-based way, in terms of like a positive incentive, such as what you see with the Master Hunter program, is always going to go over better. You know, nobody likes being told you have to do this, but if you say, hey, here's some really good reasons why you should do this, it goes a lot further. So I would say, if you know, and I'm just spitballing here off the top of my head, so, you know, don't take this as gospel, but if you were to implement some kind of program through the department that said, if you go and you contribute this many days of, you know, helping a landowner with fence pulling, you know, the department sets it up, you can show up, you know, you work for, you know, this many hours, and you then are able to access that landowner's program. And this is very similar with the Master Hunter program. That would be much better than, you know, punitive approach from my perspective. I also really like the idea. I've heard some folks talk about, you know, before you can purchase your hunter's license, you have to, you know, submit some kind of documentation showing that you've taken a hunter's ethics course. So I think that would be another way to go about this, whether it's the course that we're talking about today, or if it's a different course, you know, having to be up to date on some kind of hunter's ethic course before you can purchase your license would be a very reasonable thing that I think most Montanans would get behind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Marcus. And Hunter, did you have anything to throw in there real quick in that regard?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm more of a carrot guy than a stick guy. I don't know if it addresses some of our root issues to have to require things. That doesn't help actually build a relationship, but I'm really torn on it. Even with kind of polling my staff across the state, I got mixed opinions on whether this should be incentive based or requirement based for a program like this. So I don't think it's as easy as a single answer. And so maybe it's a mixture of making some things required and then incentives as well. I don't know. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And so to just be clear, so in regards to just the hunter landowner stewardship course, your opinion through your research is that it would be better to incentivize that taking of that course rather than to require it to hunt on a department negotiated program.
I could go either way, but I'm leaning more towards somehow incentivizing people to take it instead of requiring it. Because if you require it, I don't know if they're going to get out of it the things we want them to get out of it. If it's just another box to check to complete it, could they just click through it and not pay attention? I mean, we're trying to change behavior, and I don't know if you do that as well by requiring stuff, but I'm torn on it. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Hope.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll just step in and say, in response to Marcus's comment about discussion of whether there would be a mandatory requirement before you purchased a license, the director has made it very clear that that is a no-go for him, putting that as a requirement before a license purchase. Other things are on the table, but that's not one of them for him.
Yeah, thanks, Hope. Eric, I think you've been up there a while.
Yeah, I just, changing people's behavior past the age of about 14, in my experience, has been very difficult. So, I think these programs are a great idea. I don't know how effective they're going to be. It's also going to be pretty difficult to get landowners to jump on board to some kind of a program. You'll get a few, but your bang for buck isn't going to be that great. I think where your education and ethics has to start, it should start at home, but unfortunately that doesn't happen much anymore. So I think at hunter education for the youth is where you start doctrinizing these kids while they're young and impressionable enough to make a dent on them as to how to behave in the field. And I know here in Region 6 and talking to a lot of people, the hunter behavior up here has last fall and fall before, it's getting worse and worse. The confrontations in the field, people trespassing just a competition on public land. And I think the biggest problem is there's too much competition for too little resource, whether that resource is the land or the game on the land. And I'd say 30 years ago, hunter ethics and behavior were much better. When people would see somebody hunting in an area, they would leave and go find an area that was devoid of hunters. Now, here in Region 6, you can no longer do that. I was talking to guys that were seeing 30 to 40 pickups a day with 2 to 5 occupants per pickup and ATVs everywhere. And until we reduce the competition, people aren't going to just clean up their ethics. I think that it's something that the department has to look at maybe doing and helping a little bit there to reduce the competition in the field. And I think then you'll see a level of civility come back in the field.
All right, thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Drew.
I got a lot, so bear with me, Ed. Hey, Hope, first question to you. You said that the director says we aren't going to make mandatory trainings or education prior to purchasing a license, but don't we do that with bears?
Oh, looks like Hope jumped off. I'll step in. Yes. So yes, we do. There's a few places where, hunter education is a good one too. Bow hunter ed, the bear ID. So yes, there are places where we do that. I think, the conversations I've had with Hank about it is, those programs, some of them, hunter ed and bow hunter ed as an example, or are sort of indoctrinated in sort of the foundation of hunting across the country, not just in Montana. And the Bear ID really targets a specific issue for a specific subset of hunters.
So to piggyback off that, thanks for clarifying, Greg.
Sure.
I guess I would respectfully disagree with the director in saying that I don't see why we couldn't add more trainings or educational opportunities prior to buying or purchasing a license. If we're already doing it on a few things, and these are important issues that we're seeing come up over and over and over again, let's hammer down and to what Marcus and Hunter both kind of went back and forth on. I think we can do both approaches. I think we can make short mandatory trainings prior to purchasing a license based off of in the moment hot topics, whether that's some of the things that Eric just talked about or all the other topics that we talked about. I mean, there's some really hot topics I think that would be easy to address in some short trainings. That's exactly what we're trying to do with these marketing campaigns. We're trying to drive awareness to some of these issues and drawing attention to them, and whether, and we're hitting them from multiple places, right? We're hitting them on a billboard and a radio ad, and people are tuning into this. And why not hit them with a 5-minute video before they purchase their license? One of the things that stuck out to me in our last meeting was actually from Eric, and thanks again for bringing this up, Albus. You had mentioned that prior to hunting season, Region 6 doesn't see anybody. And we talked about this relationship building and how it's non-existent anymore. And I really took that to heart for the last couple of months and thought about it. And one of the things I came back with is just, again, a blend of what we've been talking about, and especially what Marcus and Hunter just talked about, is how do we get people out there to do that? And back to my workhorse comment, Hope, block management is the workhorse. It is the communication. It is the thing that everybody knows. And why don't we use that as the connector from landowner to sportsman, like it should be or could be? And rather than we don't want to force access on landowners. Eric and others have made this very clear that forcing that issue isn't the way to do it. And I don't disagree with them. I think saying that if I show up and I pull fence posts for a week, I get access to Shirley's ranch in whatever region. I think there's other incentives. And I think maybe one of the interesting things that I've talked to a few people about is again, using the block management program as that conduit. I think if you're a landowner and you have a project and you want to and you want to maybe help build those gaps, reach out to that regional coordinator in the block management program and say, hey, I have a project. That coordinator can then reach out to the Marcuses and Hunters of the world, and they have tens of thousands of people at the click of an email that they can say, hey, in Region 6 up at Eric's place, we've got this project, show up and expect nothing out of it other than hard work and meeting a local landowner and maybe learning about a county or a place that you only show up to in October or November. Show up in May or June when life is different, learn about these people. And the incentive is to build that relationship, and the landowner doesn't have to give anything unless they really want to. Maybe instead, maybe the Fish, Wildlife and Parks is the person that adds the incentive, or the entity that adds the incentive. And maybe by doing X amount, the sportsman can earn a bonus point, or they can earn some other incentive from the department. So just, again, other creative ways to think about this other than forcing landowners to do something and maybe making that stick less painful.
Okay.
I'll quit talking.
Eric, are you still want to jump on there? Yep.
Yeah. That a program like that is an excellent idea. I think you'd find a lot of people in Region 6 who would be willing to give people access in exchange from coming and helping with a project or some work. And I think you could open all kinds of doors. People would be very receptive to that.
All right, thank you. We're going to have to go to public comment. I believe we have to stay on that timeline. Is that right, Hope, or whoever?
Mr. Chair, I think it's your call. Sometimes meetings run over. We did say at the top of the agenda that the times were approximate.
Okay. All right, so let's continue. So other comments in that particular line right now?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just toss in just sort of an observation. I feel like the conversation is swirling around two pieces that are connected sort of in the Venn diagram sort of way. So some of what we hear is about hunters that are behaving unethically, and those hunters are hard to capture with a do good work sort of program. They don't seem to be interested in sort of that kind of thing. But there's some overlap, obviously. And then the other thing we're talking about is sort of this relationship building that needs to happen between hunters and landowners. And we're talking primarily, I think, about ethical hunters that are looking at ways to sort of avenues and incentives to build relationships with landowners. Both of them, I think, worthy conversations, but I think our suite of tools and our objectives might get a little cloudy because in those tools that we're talking about might be really looking at different sort of audiences. So just an observation.
Yeah, I definitely see that, Greg. You know, I'm having been on this council for this period of time. I guess I get a little bit frustrated in this discussion about whether or not we can or can't require something. I have a lot of concern about the status of hunter education, which is currently primarily online, and it's somewhat flexible and variable in regards to the field days, and that's the status we've been in since COVID. And now it's kind of sort of up to the regions, as I experience it, as to how we're going to do that. And then we compare that as an educational tool and expect it to teach those 14-year-olds and everybody else all these considerations. We compare that to the Master Hunter program, which is very specific about becoming a master hunter and all these efficiencies of that program, and then gaining, you know, a more advanced hunting opportunity when we have such a big hunting opportunity with block management currently, and we're addressing all these problems that are coming up that Nina addressed earlier, and so on. I believe somehow and somewhere we need to get to that clarity of, you know, directing the department. Do we look at trying to proffer a recommendation towards requiring a advanced hunter ethic, hunter behavior, landowner relationship course? Whether it's, I guess we have to look at whether it's incentivized. We want to try the carrot, or unfortunately, it would be a carrot if we were starting with block management as day one today. And the carrot was this program that you already have, that therefore seems like we take advantage of or forget. We presume it's going to be there. And I'm not sure that's necessarily true. So, you know, listening to everybody, that's kind of how it all boils up for me is, you know, we're chasing this around, and we definitely have to, you know, look at the relational aspect of this in regards to all these access programs and their current status. So that's kind of where I'm thinking with it. I've been of the mindset that we should consider a requirement specifically for block management. If we were to do that, then we have to look into a lot of things. How do you do that? What's the course? And then how do you implement it to the hunter? And how do you suggest or offer enforcement from the department when we can't even have enough enforcement currently on the ground? Wow. So that's kind of my roundabout. I see a whole bunch of hands up there now. So the coolest head is probably Lee. Give it a go, Lee.
Am I it?
You're it.
I think maybe we're thinking about this thing and making it too complicated instead of making it a monetarily incentivized thing or requirement. You remember how it used to be? I know I'm not the oldest one on this board, but used to be all the hunting was a personal relationship between a landowner and a hunter, and a lot of times they were the same people. And maybe we the way it looks to me like with block management and all these things, people don't think that you can even hunt on it if it's not block management or federal or state or BLM or Forest Service. And maybe we should remind them that there's a way that you can make a personal relationship. There's probably a friend you haven't met yet on one side or the other of the line, and that we should remind them that that's an option.
Thanks,
And
Lee.
I don't know how many acres there is of it that's private, that's not open to some kind of a financially incentivized or public or however, but I bet that there's a lot. And a lot of times people don't even think about it. So I think that it's something we're missing. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think Everett was up there the longest.
Yeah, I would just say, I think at the outset of the conversation here, it would be really beneficial for the department to put together a working group on this specific issue, developing a course, whether it's labor relations or ethics. I think that both can be part of the same thing, but it's a very large topic for us to really kind of, in an hour and a half that we've got scheduled, to come to any kind of consensus on. That being said, there are other states that have similar programs that they do use the incentives. Some states give a bonus point to drawing. Others, like Washington, use their Master Hunter program for depredation hunts. And so I think there's a precedent there that we can really look back to and find some ground to really start with. But we start to talk about a larger program, I think can be really beneficial if the department owns it. And, certainly with my work with the Master Hunter program, we learned a lot through the experiment that we've done for about 4 years now. And I think that there's a need for something like this. But again, I feel like the conversation really gets kind of condensed too much for what we're doing. And I really would suggest a much larger conversation be had, maybe separate from PLPW within the department.
Thanks, Everett. Paul?
Well, I kind of agree with Greg on this, is that I don't think the people that really need the course are going to take it or listen to it. I think that would be, these guys are, I don't know, they're just, I don't think they would benefit from it. They're going to go out and trespass. They're going to go out and poach, and they're going to do that no matter what class you make them take. And trying to make the ones that are going to take these classes aren't the ones that are going to need it, I don't think.
Eric? You're on mute, Eric.
Realized I had my hand up. I didn't realize I had my hand up. I must have hit a wrong button again here.
Okay.
When you're old and blind, that happens.
All right, so back to you, Greg. Do you have any, that didn't give you much clarity, did it?
No, and I had to jump away and take a quick phone call, so I missed the essence of it. So how about, would it be too much to ask to restate the question and I'll ramble for a bit?
No. It was pretty much left where you left it, that it's kind of going circular here.
Yeah, I will say something that, and I heard Paul bring up my name, and Paul and I have had a couple of conversations in the past week, and he points out something that everybody else has pointed out, and Paul and I talked about it, is bemoaning the lack of relationships between hunters and landowners. And I don't think there's a magic bullet on this one. I look at programs like One Montana's Master Hunter program, and I think that's that's one way to look at it. Paul and I talked about, would there be the possibility for the department to do something like, simply have a community barbecue and just cook a bunch of burgers and invite local landowners and hunters that are interested in hunting the area. And I don't know, I think those are some of the things that we're going to have to try, and different things, just to see if we get any traction. Because I don't think we're just fighting a Montana unique problem. I think we're fighting a society problem that it's just building relationships seems to have gotten harder and harder over the last decade than it's gotten easier. So,
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
I think a piece that Greg missed when he was momentarily out was Everett's comment about having a larger FWP working group looking at this. And Greg, how does that line up with how the work you're doing to revamp the stewardship program?
So yeah, thanks, Hope. So when we say looking at this, do we mean the bigger problem, or do we mean the landowner hunter stewardship program?
I think Everett probably meant a little broader context, but that is an existing effort that we could potentially tie into somehow, but I'll let Everett relay that.
Yeah, I think when you talk about hunter behavior, ethics is part of it. The hunter landowner relationship is part of it. So I think there's a bigger umbrella that all fits under and could be addressed together. You might use separate programs, separate trainings, but I think that they can all work within that same umbrella. So if you were to form a working group, I'd say put it all in one big ball and have at it.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think what I would look to do is also see about engaging partners that have some capacity to put some stuff forward. And so, like, I'm thinking about the video that we showed that had IHEA, so International Hunter Education Association, Hunters Connect program, PLPW. I don't know if everybody caught it, but your logo was on there too. Those sorts of partnerships that can amplify those kind of efforts. And I think about in my past life, I was with the newspaper here in town. We had a couple of community forums around conversations that were plaguing the community at the times. Like one was childhood mental health issues. And those we had a bigger mic because we were the newspaper. We could publish articles about issues we were concerned about. But I think there was some value in having these kind of community conversations that weren't the normal thing for the newspaper to do. And I've used that example in this context is maybe there's a way we can look at engaging the community, the hunting community around the state and the landowner community around the state, and talking through some of these issues. And maybe there's a way to use a work group like Everett you're talking about to start looking at how can we best have a conversation that elevates the issue so that once we get down to whether we're picking carrots or we're picking clubs, we know why we're picking those solutions because they've been backed by some conversation and input.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. So I guess the two things that strike me about where we've chased this around right now is in the beginning, we talked about the landowner stewardship program as it exists and the fact that people don't know about it. And then the second part of that is that it's a bit out of date. So clearly those that have looked at it recently believe it has value to communicate. So maybe our recommendation to you, Greg, is simply that, yeah, I know you're working on it already, to encourage you to go forward with that. And then, maybe to make those connections once that's out there and you've got her how you like it, maybe to make those connections with some of the sportsmen's groups, since that's the target market. And these two certainly seem willing and able to communicate that to their groups, and it sure gets out there in a bigger way. Doesn't cost you anything either.
Sounds good to me. I like that idea, and we can certainly start the conversation before we have a quote unquote draft of things done. So,
Drew, you have a comment?
Yeah, just one quick thing in regards to the training video and that series. Besides being outdated in terms of graphics and maybe some of the topics, I guess just some constructive feedback on that was that it was extremely remedial, and I think the focus could be narrowed on it immensely. Trying to paint with a smaller brush, I guess, if you will.
yeah, I agree. Thanks for that. And I also think something that people can, not that we make it as easy as we can for people, but something that people can consume in a little more timely fashion as well.
So in that regard, to Drew's comment about his critique of that program, if you have specific suggestions after viewing that program, whatever they might be, would you please email those to Greg? That's where you want them, right, Greg?
Yes, please.
And take your time to get that to him. That's why we wanted to watch it in regards to that update. And one of the things that struck me, and I'll only say this one, there's really no mention of block management in there to any specific point, or other hunter access programs. So certainly that needs to be part of that program, at least in regards to the issues we hear at this council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ed, or Chairman Beal, what would you think of just not knowing what other things you've got on future agendas or what time, but it would be I think helpful to this conversation if we just if we're able to kind of check in, during your meetings to give you an update on where we're at with the process, and then also not just on that, but as we start working on the campaign materials for our pass it on stuff for the coming year, just to make sure we stay tethered to the things you're talking about and the way you guys want to communicate.
Well, you are that cable, that lifeline to getting that message out there. So certainly that would be appreciated to our effort, and I think it's pretty critical in that communication point.
Good.
Yep, that'd be great.
Thank you.
I think Nina has a comment.
I'm sitting here listening to you talk and getting hunters educated. If you still have your hunter education program, particularly for kids, would it be helpful if you invited a variety of landowners to come in during that education period to talk to the kids and become acquainted with the kids and begin a relationship with the kids who are your future hunters?
Yeah, that's a great idea. And we do some of that around the state. We don't do it everywhere and we don't do it all the time, but that's a great comment and something that we've talked about. So just to touch a little bit on the hunter ed stuff. So even though kids, anybody else who needs to take hunter's ed can do it online, we've really been focused on promoting our in-person courses and which include a field day. One of the things that we are looking to expand this year is sort of the idea of standalone field days. So people that took the online course would get the chance to come to a field day, but also field days that would have something of value to maybe young families that are just getting into hunting. And I can see, like a guy like Marcus Strange, who's an adult onset hunter, all of a sudden there's a field day that's just we might be able to market as, just brush up on some of your skills and having a landowner panel or having a couple of landowners that can visit with families and students, and particularly if they're of that and landowners from that area. I think there could be some really good relationships sort of sparked and in a situation like that. And that's something we're looking to try to get off the ground this year as part of kind of broadly part of our Hunter Ed program.
Greg, can you clarify for me on that Hunter Ed side of it? In regards to the field day, is it going to be required on both rifle and bow hunter ed to have that field day?
For the in-person courses?
No, for the online.
No, no, it's not. So our goal is to get that a field day offered to every online student, but no, it's not required.
Thanks. All right. Any other comment on that discussion? I don't see any hands out there. Okay. Any other questions that you'd like us to address to you, Greg? An answer you need?
I think that you've given me quite a long list of to do, so I think I'm good. But I would say though, like I mentioned, Paul and I've had a couple of conversations over the last 2 weeks. If folks have ideas or want to talk about this stuff, I mean, please don't hesitate to call. I'm around and would be happy to discuss it. So.
All right. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, guys.
Do we have anybody waiting for public comment?
Just a reminder to please raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, you can press *9 to do so.
So I see phone number ending in 358. Go ahead. *6, you're muted. 358.
Hello, my name is Matt Ranella. I'm the one that interrupted you guys a while ago.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thank you for giving me a chance to chat with you all for a second. So I live in Miles City out in Region 7 and hunt pretty avidly all around the state, and I'm sure as a lot as most of you have noticed, like over the last several years, ever since I've moved here in '98, I've just increasingly seen crowding go up and access go down. It's the perpetual trend, and I think in the last few years, I finally gotten to a point where I realized that I better contribute and try to give back and come up with ways to try to address that. And I'm of the opinion that we have to take some pretty concrete steps if we're going to work on mitigating crowding and gaining some access. I was involved with BHA for a time. I was on their volunteer board, and a couple of summers ago we did a work project on a ranch that was at risk of leaving block management, and the rancher was extremely appreciative of that. I was amazed by the goodwill that we could build in just one day of 8 or 10 of us going out and ripping out an old fence. But then this year, somebody came into his driveway who wanted to hunt and felt like that it was mandatory that the landowner let them on. This hunter was thinking of it as a right more than a privilege, and confrontation ensued, and now that rancher is leaving block management. I'm aware of 2 other ranches right in the outskirts of Miles City that left block management this year. So I'm of the opinion that some aggressive steps are needed to combat bad behavior on block management lands and probably other land that's made accessible to hunters through other means as well. So I guess the reason for my call in a nutshell is I'm supportive of a compulsory training of some sort. I know I gathered, I only listened to a half hour of the phone call. I gathered that we can't, the administration isn't open to making the purchase of hunting licenses contingent on some kind of training. But I wonder about, is there a way of making it so that in order to be allowed to say hunt on block management, you have to go through some kind of compulsory training? Maybe it's something as simple, it probably needs to be something as simple as an online 1 or 2 hour video or something like that, because a lot of people are coming from out of state to hunt. So it'd be hard to schedule in-person trainings. But I think that's entirely appropriate given the impact that a few bad apples are having on the hunting opportunity afforded to all of us that play by the rules. I think that volunteer courses aren't really going to be at all effective for weeding out the bad apples. Because, I mean, if you're the kind of person that's going to throw beer cans all over somebody's ranch or act like you own the place or leave the gate open, you're not the kind of person that's going to go like, oh, gee golly, I'll watch this video on how to be respectful to landowners. It just doesn't work that way. However, I can see if like half this video in my mind, it should be devoted to allegories, to cautionary tales. The first half of the video in my mind should be about ranches that left block management because somebody did something stupid and disrespectful. So I think that might drive it home to people that a lot of people that are among the least inclined to play by the rules. Just a simple message that, look, you apparently you're somebody that likes hunting. You're out here hunting. Do you want to be able to come back next year? Well, look at all these stories of places that you can't do that anymore because somebody did something stupid. So I think a training video where there's a lot of cautionary tales in the first half and then some basic do's and don'ts in the second half. I think it's a good idea. For one reason, like just out of an abundance of caution. I mean, like, what's the harm? I see no downside. Like, it's not going to increase the chances that people do stupid stuff. It's going to have no effect, or it's going to have a positive effect. So just out of an abundance of caution, I think it's completely appropriate that people be compelled to do some kind of training before hunting on private lands that are made accessible through public expense. Thank you.
All right, Matt, thank you very much for your comment. Anybody else out there? Not seeing anybody else on the council have any comments?
Mr. Chair, the other phone caller actually just raised their hand and ending in 458.
Okay. 458. If you want to push *6.
Hey, this
Hello.
is Jess Wagner from Lewistown. I missed the opportunity to comment on 454, and I was wondering if I could still do that or if it's too late.
No, you go ahead and do it. Keep it to your point, please.
Okay. Yeah, I believe the first two ranches that participated in that were on the west side of the Snowies here, and they were the only two for years. Generally viewed as a very good program. They were completely random, and I think the hunters got to even come out multiple times. And the public was generally in favor of this program until recently, I think, when they switched it to 3 public hunters and the randomness kind of went away. I live by the Wilkes and the Horse Ranch. 2 of the landowners who recently took advantage of the 454. And those landowners are they have the biggest elk populations around. They're the reasons we have shoulder seasons around here. You could kill every elk in the units off those ranches, and those units would still be way over objective. So I think we should try to get back to the program being fair for the public. I mean, right now we're kind of rewarding people who are causing all these issues for the department and for their neighbors. The Wilkes agreement, it's not even random. They get to select the hunters with the department. And it's kind of a drop in the bucket when the unit's 800% over objective and they let 16 cow hunters on. Kind of defeats the purpose, I guess. So I wish we could maintain the integrity of that program and go back to the random aspect and preferably 4-to-1 ratio again and make it fair, and the public will be in favor of it, I think. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
The opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Any other public comment out there? Okay. Is that all you see, Hope? Yeah. Okay. Before we take a quick break here, anybody on the council have any final comments on that discussion on the hunter education side of it? Seeing none, let's take just 10 minutes. So we'll come back. Let's come back to 3:15. We need to address the PALA application review and scoring criteria, just as an overview for the next meeting in May. All right, so we'll come back at 3:15. Thank you. That's not it.
But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Muted. I'll get off there. So I can hear him.
How do? What do you know? Oh. That's the way to do it. You're definitely beating them off. You're getting moved. One, it was like 4 rams. Almost a smaller one. They were like beating each other up, trying to get in this hole in the ground. The one literally just run and just folded his legs and fell.
Yeah. Person no hunting by carrying a sack of huckleberries along. I think that conversation with landowners is.
Yeah, Denley. Hi, Denley. We can hear you.
That's what I was hoping. Thanks.
I was thinking you were hoping that. All right, are we all backing around?
Mr. Chair, as we get going, can I just give you one update from a comment that Marcus Strange had made?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Mr. Strange had, I believe he said in his comments that when he had checked in about vacancies in the agency, that between wardens and biologists, we had 32 vacancies. I did ask our budget folks downstairs to verify what the current number is for me, and I just wanted to relay that. So by their count, we currently have 5 vacant wardens, 7 vacant biologist positions of the kind that are funded through House Bill 2, our base budget. And then in addition to that, for biologists, we have 10 vacancies. 10 total biologist vacancies when you consider modified and grant funded positions. So that number is significantly lower than Mr. Strange presented at this time. I don't know when he asked for that data, so I don't have that. I know that law enforcement just filled a bunch of positions, and the openings that they have now, that 5 is pretty consistent for them, according to Chief Lowen, in terms of just attrition and whatnot around the state on a typical basis. So just wanted to give that extra information.
So to clarify, then you're looking at 15, 10, and 5, roughly?
If I'm reading this right, I think we have 5 vacant wardens, 7 vacant House Bill 2 biologist positions, 10 total biologists. So I think it's 15 total between wardens and biologists right now.
Well, that's good progress.
And again, I don't know when or where he got the number, so I can't give you any comparison in that regard.
Okay. All right. Okay, if everybody's ready to go, sometimes you save the easy thing for the last, thinking it's going to be easy. So this PALA application review and scoring criteria review. So the last council members had worked through this a couple of times, and I believe it was our second iteration, or maybe our third after 2 uses in the season. And it'll be good to see if any of you folks have caught anything that strikes you odd or ineffective or out of balance. But I did wonder, is there anyone from staff that had any comments before we start in regards to any review of the criteria that gave them fits last year?
Mr. Chair, I would defer to Jason Cool to provide that perspective.
Hi, Jason Cool. I'm responsible for the Public Access Land Agreement Program, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and others for your tolerance to discuss this topic. As we proceed here, we, as staff, I guess, the access coordinators and myself, as well as Dustin and Moy, with our private land fishing access program, think that the scoring criteria that's been presented to you as the 2022 scoring and assessment criteria is what we'd like to go with. We think it's sufficient. It didn't change from 2021's version. So nice work to you, Ed, and Dale and Cindy and Lee on your work getting it this far. It was a big collaborative effort to get this far. So I think from staff's perspective, it's good to go.
Okay, thank you. So while we have you right here, Jason, what's the deadline? We'll be reviewing these in May, and what's the deadline for their acceptance?
So the process this will take is we are open for applications from landowners right now. As Hope mentioned, we put a direct mail piece that we sent to landowners who we identified through a GIS, a geospatial analysis, who likely had leased inaccessible public land. And we sent that out, and I've got 2 phone calls yet today I have to return on people that are getting that direct mail and asking what is this program. So the way this will work is we're getting applications until March 15th. After that, we're going to turn them around internally and have what we call a regional review of them. So each of our regions in the state will take the projects they've received and review them. And what they do, and what we did last year, was reach out to the local PLPW member. So if you're, let's say if you're in Miles City, you'd be contacted to review those public access land agreement applications with our regional staff to develop a proposal that would be then provided to a landowner. And once the landowner agrees to that proposal, if they'd agree, they would come before PLPW as a whole. And so the deadline for that regional review committee is April 15th. So you'll be contacted prior to April 15th if you have public access land agreements that are locally by our regional staff, and you will work with them to review on a local scale the public access land agreement applications we have before they come before the full council in May on likely the 18th. I'm not sure how we'll structure the agenda for that meeting, but in the past, these have taken almost a full day. We have quite a few multi-year agreements that the previous director has approved. So those will just be automatically renewed. There won't be any review process for those, but you all will receive a big binder probably around the first part of May with all the new applications or renewals, with all the details for all the agreements, the values, and everything as a full body to develop a formal recommendation to the department.
So to Jason's point, this is last year's. There's a bunch. So there was a lot there last year. I don't know how that'll look this year with the fact that many of those will be continued from previous years. So as we go through these criteria, just try to keep in mind you're assessing and valuing the opportunity to access public land through private land by entering into these agreements. Anybody have any? Dale, you have your hand up. Any other comments or questions before we go? Dale.
Just one request to make of Jason and Hope. I understand, that we're involved in those, and we approved several that were multi-year. Would you make sure that when the packet comes out, that there is a page in there that identifies which of those PALA agreements in what region are already in place? Just, for us that were on the council in the past, we're going to be somewhat familiar with those, but I think it would be beneficial to the rest of the council members just to see which of those have been approved and are in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale. Okay, so Jason, Hope, do we have anything we're going to present on screen, or we're going to go through the sheets that are in our binders?
We can do it either way, Mr. Chair. I can share my screen here if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hopefully you guys can see 2022 scoring and assessment criteria. So again, this is the form that our agency will use, our regional review committees will use with that local PLPW member. Not much really has changed. I mean, we added a new re-enrollment section here versus just the two before. So it's if a one-year agreement expired, it's up for re-enrollment this year. Again, the landowner has to make a new application with their $5 application fee, even if it was a one-year agreement. I've got a couple of those sitting in my office right now. Again, it's considering, is the parcel that is being accessed, the public land parcel, legally accessible or legally inaccessible, or under accessible. This is through our administrative rule. We have this restriction in here for 2 miles. And part of that comes from our elk security cover studies we've done, as well as we didn't want multiple access points on a 1 mile by 1 mile square. But that's caused some issues, so we may have to address that in the future with ARM rule making in the agency. But really what we're looking at, again, this will be the local PLPW member and our staff going through each of these questions as a group there locally to determine what's the level of public demand, number of acres to be accessed. This is public land, not just the leased piece. That is one piece that this program does require. If you're going to participate as a landowner, you have to have the federal or state lease if there is one. We talk about improving access to block management and other conservation easements. Similarly, does it improve wildlife or fisheries management? What's the potential to improve? So this is kind of, again, it's gaining access to public lands. Public land being access as it relates to the fisheries and habitat. Would somebody specifically go to that public land to hunt or fish through this agreement? Is there potential to reduce conflict? And then this one's a little bit unique in that you can actually subtract points from the score. So if it contributes to conflict, it'll actually take points away. User satisfaction, and then any special circumstances is question 8 here. So those total scores get added up on this overall agreement. And so the way we've structured this, again, this is a lot of work and trial through prior PLPW committees. We've come to this flat rate calculation we have, which is the standard pretty much flat rate we follow for even block management as well. So if it's a section or less, it's likely to fall in this category unless there's other special circumstances. And then we get into all the features of this agreement. So what is it offering access for? Hunting or fishing or both? How long? What time of year? Are there other activities allowed? If so, then we offer an additional $250 incentive. So that's the other piece, getting to public lands. Motorized, recognizing some of the concerns that come with motorized access. Again, we offer additional incentive there for that. If there's permission required or no permission required, the varying dollars change. We try and incentivize for large blocks, contiguous blocks of public land being opened. So if the larger the inaccessible public land is, the more likely to be incentivized. Same with use. The more demand or the more use that happens on that opportunity or that project is likely to be incentivized. And then lastly, we did create an incentive last year to do multi-year agreements so that one, it's a less of an administrative burden, and two, it's less of a burden to come before PLPW to try and do these every year. So we did incentivize on a multi-year basis. So there's that kind of a base structure. Then you would add in these additional points here on the bottom for a total payment dollar amount per year. Right now, agreements per statute cannot not exceed $15,000 per agreement. And if you do a multi-year project, we've come up with this $1,000 or up to $1,000 potential for reimbursements to improve and facilitate public access. And the way we've seen that played out most recently is through cattle guards. We've done some gravel projects, anything that landowners would need on their private land to help facilitate that public access to public lands. And so that's what you have before you. Again, this form will be filled out with your regional review committee. And once that's approved by the regional supervisor and that regional review committee, they're presented to the landowner. If the landowner is in agreement with that proposal, it would come before PLPW as a whole for your official recommendation. And that's what you'll likely see is this form completed. We have a tracking form that just goes through all the steps I just listed. And then similarly, there'll be a map with the project that shows you the access being provided, acres, etc. So that's what I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jason. I'd like to point out, as you're looking through those, if you go back under the statutes, rules for access programs, and you don't have to do it right now, but if you go back and look under 12.2.608, those are the guidelines that we were given under Montana code in how we kind of formulated both of these sheets. So they quantify monetarily, for example, how many acres are of public land or access? Are there other uses allowed? What's the duration of the access? So the length of the contract per season, and quality of the habitat, all those things. They weren't just random criteria. They were set in code that needed to be considered in the negotiation for the annual payment. And I'd like to also point out that the $15,000 annual agreement cap is also set in code. And it is set in code that a landowner may apply for more than one of these agreements. It was also an education looking at block management agreements and how they incorporated some of these lands and how they intertwined between the block management agreement and then this PALA public access landowner agreement. Those were just a few of the things that were the broad overview when we worked with these in the past. So when you look at these criteria, you know, the first section on scoring assessment creates a set of points that puts a large value based on those criteria down at the bottom of the contract when you're looking at the incentive payments. So that's why there's two parts. It can look confusing at first. When you put it together, it can make some sense. So with that, I see one hand up. So if we have comments, questions in regards to these scoring criteria, let's start with Drew.
Hi, me again. Hey, Jason, thank you for that. One quick question. Do you have, can you share your screen with a current example of one of these where we can see what an access easement area would look like? And maybe towards the end, you can do it later towards the end. I had two questions on this. One, the access that they're giving, let me back up. First, super cool program. This one, I think, could be your second workhorse, Hope. Do they have to have the lease to the public land that they are trying to get the access to?
Yes.
Why?
That's in code.
Yep.
Well, I get that, but why? Why is it in code?
Because the legislature passed it.
Okay, but what was the reasoning behind making it law? Why? Who cares if they have the lease on it or not?
Well, my understanding is if you lease that property, you can have cattle on that property. It's under your care and direction in the first place. So your stewardship as a landowner on that lease already exists. That's just my understanding. Go ahead, Jason.
How is that different than me just accessing a piece of public land off the county road?
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a stab at the first question.
Where's the lawyer?
Jason, I'm not the lawyer, but I was the bill drafter on the bill when this came through the legislature, and it was out of consideration for the lessee wanting to not have people
on their land,
on the land that they were using for grazing or whatever the purpose was. That was the conversation. And so,
Okay.
you know, there are different philosophies on that, but that was the conversation. So, and the same, Jason can speak better to this, but in block, we also require, if someone's enrolling a leased piece of land, they have to be the lessee. Am I wrong about that, Jason?
They would not have to be the lessee for block.
Okay.
We would exclude that public land from the boundary if it were to be enrolled today. In most cases, that is how you see a lot of the block management boundaries drawn today, is from historic lease agreements that they had where the public could access. But
and I've hunted block management areas that specifically stated in the BMA that, you know, the border goes up to this piece of public land, but you still can't access it through the BMA. It's written in there. So I've seen that before.
And that's the same philosophy, is it's out of deference to the lessee.
Huh.
So
and not only that, Drew, I would make this comment. If I gain access onto a piece of public land that's landlocked through one landowner without the agreement of another landowner, it can create a whole neighborhood problem that access creates, because it's public land, but somebody else has their lease on it for their operation. Whether that's right or wrong, can you cross my fence to come in my backyard? And I understand what you're saying, but it does create a lot of heartburn in a lot of places that are unnecessary. So
yeah, no, I definitely understand that. Over generations, we've had people de facto take ownership of some of these lands, and I can understand them wanting to keep it to themselves, even though they don't own it and they lease it from us. So I guess I can, in theory, understand that. I don't necessarily agree with it, but understand that. So I'll quit beating that dead horse. The other question, Jason, would be, can a person do a lease? Let's just imagine they have the lease on the public land, and there's not a way to drive in there. That's why I wanted to see a map of one. Could this start to tackle some of that corner hopping piece? If they own one of those checkerboarded pieces off to the side, could they walking access through from one corner to another, so long as the public user walked through their land?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, that's potential for a corner crossing opportunity to take place there if they have the lease. We've got a couple examples where they park and walk the county road, walk around on the private landowner's private property, and get to a state piece that they have the lease on. If it's all right, Mr. Chair, I can show a map here of just an example of what this looks like. Not the corner crossing per se, but all right. Do folks see a map of the North Rock Creek public access land agreement? It just looks like a big chunk of BLM with some outlines on it. Okay, so what we're looking at here on this public access land agreement, it's this BLM in red and green. It's two different lessees, but that doesn't really mean anything. What happens is this white road, county road, comes to this point, Gillow crosshairs in this area. County road stops there. The public now has access to this BLM through this kind of gold and black colored line on this side. And then similarly on the west side, the county road is the white and black, comes to this point. Because of the public access land agreement, now the public has the access into this, again, a BLM up here somewhere on the Canadian border. So there's this, and then to add with this, the landowner actually did enroll their private property into block management as well. So that's not shown on this public access land agreement, but it is part of, like I said, the county roads are those white and black checkered lines that just end short of the public land, and then the public now has access into that BLM because of it.
Awesome example, man. Thanks for showing that and explaining a few of those things. Super cool opportunity with this one as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Drew. Let's see. I see Everett's hands up.
Hey, Jason, that map you just showed us, the two different points where the county road ends, is that one total PAL agreement, or could that be two individuals?
It's actually, this example I provided Everett was with two different lessees, so it's two different agreements. Both the access points, because they dead end essentially, the public has access to both sides of that and can make a full loop now because of those two agreements, one with each of the lessees. That's why the red and green lines are there, is that they have different leases.
If it was one landowner, could that still be two different agreements?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other hands up there? Okay. So does anybody have any other particular questions in regards to this scoring criteria that you're going to be using to assess these agreements as we go through them in the coming months? Everett, is your hand down or back up?
No, I've got a follow-up, I think. So since there's not a limitation on how many agreements a landowner could have, is the prevention for abuse of that the PLPW?
Mr. Chair, Everett, I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking.
Yeah, so in the map you showed us, if that was one landowner, it could be two agreements where, you know, feasibly it could be one agreement for the whole road. And so, you know, if there were 6 different parts of that road that could be accessed in different ways, you could have 6 agreements. So my question is kind of theoretical more than anything, but it preventing 6 agreements when maybe 1 or 2 is really more appropriate. Is the filter that goes through the initial review and then us at the PLPW, and that prevents any kind of misuse of the program?
Yeah, there's multiple layers there, Everett. One of the things we've looked at is at what point do these roads stop? Meaning, at what point could a landowner shut down access? So if they want to use the example I provided, and one landowner has both routes, they could say access in this way only, but not in the other way. So go in the east side, but you can't get out the west side. So in this example, we would do 2 agreements because the landowner then would, in theory, be able to make a full loop. The hunters and indoor recreationists, I think this is all year-round recreation. Can't remember exactly, but it would complete that recreational opportunity. But yeah, we've kind of looked at it. If there's one way in and it goes to multiple checkerboard pieces, then it'd be one agreement. But if you have these different places where the landowner can shut down access to the public lands, then we start looking at multiple agreements. And yes, you guys are the filter in a sense that we run this through for your recommendation. Again, it's a recommendation from this council. The director is the one that makes the ultimate decision.
Yeah, and generally, Everett, what I would say is most of the time through our consideration, we would look at, is it providing an access that's further than 2 miles apart, which is in the criteria, and does that justify that second agreement when you look at the parameters around it? Clearly, some of them add up, but they do justify through the criteria that are set before us in how you determine these agreements. And to Drew's earlier point, if you wanted to change part of that, you would have to go to the legislature to change those codes within the law. Rich, I see your hand up.
Just a really quick question, as we review, because I think it was kind of interesting, you know, Jason put up that map. When we're looking at these, will we actually have a map to kind of to put it in frame of mind as we look at this stuff? Is that always a part of it?
Yep, that's part of the application that you guys
good, because I think it'll be cool to see, and I think it'll help us all make better decisions based on, as we look at all the different things to fill out, having that perception to kind of understand what's going on. So that'll be helpful. Thank you.
And then I would also add at the May meeting, right now, I believe we'll get all the regional access coordinators either to be present or available via Zoom as well. So they will speak to those individual details and go through the projects individually. And that way you can ask real more in-depth questions beyond what somebody in 6 hours away might know. So.
Yeah, and I would just comment that my experience, and I think the previous council's experience with the regional people that developed these offers and these applications, I think they did a really great job in providing the information and assessing the information. We questioned pretty good, and I don't think we baffled any of them on why they were doing what they were doing or how they were doing it. So not that we shouldn't continue to question it, but I was really impressed with how they approached it and how well they presented it to us to be able to make a recommendation back to the director. Any other questions from the council on these criteria? None? Okay. So again, as Jason mentioned, you will be seeing these come to you in the future as we get near the May meeting. in the form of information from the regional people, and then a phone call to discuss them initially, and then to bring them before the full council for our recommendation back to the director. Okay. So I think that's good and clear to everybody. Okay. So that was pretty easy. I appreciate your questions and comments on it and all those previous. So I think we're at a point where we can throw out some final thoughts from the council, from what we've discussed today and what you'd like to see. I would also just encourage you, as Hope mentioned, if you have some specific ideas that have come through this, to direct them to her or Jason in the interim time here. So with that, I'm going to go. Actually, Eric or Rich, you have your hand up again.
It was just for final thoughts whenever you're ready, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you're first.
Well, thank you. I hope that what I really like, and again, I'm new to this, but I love all the handouts. I'm eager to kind of read through this and understand it. So as some of us are new on this, that'll be good. I guess my final thoughts on all this is that I think there is a lot of opportunity for these types of programs to be helpful. As I think about the things that affect my business the most, I just want to go back to things like weeds, road improvements, the fences, these types of things that I think are different ways that FWP, and as we look at incentives to get more access to these areas that we're managing, I think are going to be really useful. And I don't know if I guess it seems like money, it seems to kind of drive things a lot of times, but as we look at where resources are spent, I think that can be some things, not just giving out cash type of thing, but road improvements, fences, habitat improvement, all those things are kind of like the NRCS has tried to do, I think are really good opportunities to incentivize. And I think it's great because I'm going to reach out and find out what people really are looking for, what their needs are. I think that's a huge part. And then I think that collaboration with things like state lands, DNRC, is going to be really important as we work through these types of things. But I'm encouraged by, again, the programs. I'm anxious to kind of see what else is out there and how to bring that together. But I guess I think we need to be kind of looking at how we do that in terms of investments and things like that in bringing the two groups together. So thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Paul, are you ready? Final comments?
Sure. Yeah, I'm here. I think it's a very productive meeting. I think I was really encouraged about the 454 programs. I'm glad to see that we're going to maybe have some of these sporting groups to start working together with us. That'll be a nice change. I think moving forward, just to see this group work together on these other access programs, I'd like to know a little more about them, like the money that's being funded, how much they're paying out now and how they're all working. But I think that'll be for the next meeting. But no, overall, I think it was a very good meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. How about Eric?
I don't really have any further comment. It was a good meeting, and I think there's a lot of things that we can take away from this and sit and ruminate on and try to come up with some solutions.
All right, thank you, Eric. Cindy.
No further comment, except thanks for chairing.
Thanks, Cindy. Lee?
Yeah, I think it was a real productive meeting. I think if we didn't learn anything else, there's a place for all the differing opinions and ways of doing things. And I appreciate the way you went through this thing. We didn't get hung up on anything. Everybody got a chance to speak, and it was a good thing. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Thanks, Lee. The next one will be in person, right?
I hope so.
I know we're going to get as close as Billings, but maybe you can bring us up closer.
That's probably close enough.
Looks like they got a conference room in there that works.
Yeah, it's okay. This is better than me trying to do it at home. There's a lot of smart people around here and they're real helpful.
Well, thank you, Lee, taking the time. Kirani?
Yeah, a good meeting. I just guess encourage everybody to email Greg and Hope and Jason on outside ideas or, on the information on the videos, the training, so they can bring some more back to us, I guess, at the next meeting.
All right, thank you. Everett.
I think if I had any constructive criticism, it might be that we've tried to chew on a lot of different things today. We get much for time. And so I don't know if that's something that we really help considering the number of meetings we have and the number of things that we need to get through. But I feel like I could have spent all day on 454 personally. So, but otherwise, enjoying what we're doing.
Thanks, Everett. I'm not sure we're done with 454s. This whole meeting was chewing on everything and getting a little deeper dive into it. And certainly there's things that need to be addressed in each of these concerns. Thank you. Donna.
I thought it was very productive. I enjoyed listening to Nina. I really thought there was a lot to digest at this meeting. It makes you kind of scratch your head and say, oh my gosh, how are we going to get everything done in the time that we have to do it in? But I've been on this committee in the past, and I know the staff does a lot of work behind the scenes to help us move forward, and they've always been great. And I appreciated Hope's clarification. She was quick to catch things and clarify them as well. So that's very helpful. So no, I thought it was very good. I printed out the new material that was sent, and there's homework to be done.
You betcha. Well, thanks a lot, Donna. Rod, how are you?
I thought it was very well done. I think a lot of things got chewed on, a lot of things ideas got passed around, and a lot of food for thought in all these areas. I thought it was very, very, very good, very productive. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray, how are you doing out there?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Ray.
Okay, because ever since the noon break, I've been muted and I couldn't get back on the video and that, but a lot of things I don't comment on when somebody else has already said what I think and that. But one of the things I do think we need to do is get more of the sportsmen's groups into this and that. And I thought I learned a hell of a lot today. It is the main thing I got to say. And I'm looking forward to more meetings.
Thank you, Ray. I'm sorry we missed you there after lunch. Appreciate your comment. All right. I think we got Drew.
I learned in one of the things that Hope sent over that there were more non-resident conservation licenses sold last year than resident conservation licenses. That was interesting. Take a look at that table when you guys, you get bored, you're reading all the rest of the stuff. Yeah, a lot of good takeaways, Ed, and everybody else. I guess I need to come back. I need to make sure, like was mentioned earlier, to make sure I email everybody at FWP with some of my ideas and collective ideas. And thanks again to all of them for their work on the backside of all this, and yours too, Ed. And I guess challenge myself and everybody else to come back with more ideas, more definitive things that we can bring to the table. You know, and I guess the thing that I've seen the last couple meetings, I've seen some things that have been beat over and over. And not that we can't bring those up every time, but you know, I think sometimes we don't have to always rehash the same things. So I'll just leave it at that. It was interesting. I kept tallies today of some certain themes. So if anybody wants those tallies, just let me know.
What's your number one positive theme, Tally?
Oh, positive thing, Tally?
Yeah,
no.
throw you one.
That's all right. I'll just leave you'll have to individually call me on the tallies, Ed.
All right. I'll expect that, Drew.
All right.
Okay. Dale.
Interesting meeting, an awful lot to go through. Probably the thing I learned the most of was on 454s. It was interesting to listen to Mark and other people talk about the program. I guess the one thought I'm kind of leaving this meeting with, and I will respond to Hope and Jason on it, is documenting what's already going on some of those ranches. For instance, my sense was there were several of them that, yeah, they're mandated to give out X number of licenses, but they give a whole lot more than that. And I think that certainly could be a factor in the future in terms of how licenses are allocated to, and the number of tags are allocated to those areas. And there's just a few more thoughts that I've jotted notes down, and here in the next week or so, I'll get some thoughts out on that. But thanks very much.
All right, thank you, Dale. I see Denley's hand on there, Representative Logie.
I just want to say thanks for letting me sit in on all of this, and I hope that at some point in time here I'll be able to help you out again with a few bills.
All right, thank you. So I think I got everybody on that wrap up. I guess, yeah, we did chew on a lot, and I don't really want to just chase those things around and around either. I guess I have some unfinished thoughts and business about these issues that we always talk about, primarily hunter education and behavior, and how that all fits into this relationship that we're all charged with, quote unquote, assessing for the department and the governor. And I don't think any of us here think it's all perfectly rosy at this time. Certainly our discussion doesn't indicate that. And I believe we need to come with something a little toothy with it somehow. Carrots, sticks, requirements, voluntary. As I said in the beginning, I originate in the city of Phoenix in the Valley of the Sun that is now 5 million people. And we all talked about changing pressures and demands for the resource here. I think everybody has that in their mind, whether the resource is the wildlife or the resource is the land, and how we interact with those two components that we all love in our own way. So yeah, there was a lot here. I feel like Donna, it's a little bit overwhelming to throw all this together. Now we've chewed on it. Now I do think we have to come with some good ideas specifically and try to come to some conclusion. I know we've given the department a lot to think about and talk about too. So I'll leave it at that. I really appreciate everybody hanging in there and everybody looking from the big hat picture. I see us morphing into a little bit of, we are one people in Montana that have some things in common that are hard to talk about and work with. And from what I see, we're going to make an effort to do that. And I think we're getting closer to saying we than they, and excluding because of past history. And certainly getting everybody in the conversation is, I think, going to make it happen a little better, quicker, and more thoroughly. So I want to thank you. And if Marcus and Hunter are still out there, I appreciate you guys being here, and certainly Nina Bacchus. And I'll leave it with Hope to add anything if she'd like.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say again, thanks to everybody for the conversation today. It's very informative and helpful for us as we work on our internal conversation. I think what we'll do, my expectation is after today's conversation, we're going to meet as staff on Tuesday morning and talk with each other about what we heard and the pieces where it seems like there's at least a clear direction to point and start pulling on more of those threads. We'll have internal conversations with the director's office and others. And I think formulate some specifics based on the concepts you shared today, the ideas you shared today. Bring back some specifics for you to think about in May, whether you think any of those particulars should be moved forward with in response to what you've said today. So we'll take the football down the field here. I'm switching metaphors from food metaphors to sports metaphors now. We've talked about chewing, ruminating, food for thought, but you get down that chain and you're at the end of the digestive system, and I don't like that where it takes us. So now we're going to switch to sports metaphors, and we're going to take this ball down the field and march it to the end zone by the end of the year. So we're switching gears now, but we'll bring you back some specific examples in May and options for you to consider. Revisit those two segments of the agenda from this morning and go from there, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Hope. And it looks like barring any unforeseen obstruction or detour, we should be meeting in Billings in May.
That's the plan. Yep.
So let's hope for a clear sailing so we can all get together. All right, thanks everybody. And again, send your comments directly to her.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.